So he asked to adjust the filter here. This thing that's it's the filter. He asked you to put on a different number. The darker it gets, it's adding more filter onto it. Well, he'll tell you because they're adjusting the iris in the back of the truck, but he'll tell you if he wants you to flip that to a different number. You all good? Anything this afternoon?
Sorry, say I'm supposed to adjust the white balance. how to do that? Wait, can you not hear me? I'm chemistry. Hi, this is chemistry. Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me? I'm chemistry. This is Jackie. Hey.
The countdown, the push-up, the free roll, the shoot, the hay bales, the back hills, the finish line, the rush, the ride, the thrill, midnight rolls, 2 minutes to beat, 100 years of dedicated alumni mentors, volunteers, sweepstakes champions, mechanics and designers, pushers, drivers, endlessly improving, winning together. One sport like no other, one tradition like no other. Buggy, on a roll since 1920. Good morning and welcome. We are here finally at Race Day 2022. Buggy 100, 3 years in the making, and I'm so excited to be here. My name is Will Weiner. I have an excellent group of broadcasters joining me here to bring you this Buggy 100. So excited. Brian and Dia with me here in the booth. And then we also have Sophie down in the chute. We're going to be getting things underway in just a moment with a timing heat. But it's awesome to be here. How are y'all feeling? It looks like it's going to be a nice race day.
Yeah, I think this one was a couple of years coming.
You don't.
No, I don't. Yeah, I think this one was a couple of years coming, so it definitely, it's good to see it all come to fruition, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, I got chills when you said it, and not just because it's a little cold.
We'll go through everything. Obviously, this may be some people's first buggy. Actually, a lot of people's first buggy because we haven't had a proper race day in a few years. If you want to just go over the basics real quick of what we're going to expect to see. What is this race? What are we actually doing out here at 7:30 a.m.?
Yeah, so Buggy is a sport, takes place at Carnegie Mellon. Obviously, anyone out here probably knows that already. We've got, it's a one-part relay race, one-part soapbox derby. So it starts at the bottom of Tech Street in front of Margaret Morrison Hall. There's 2 hills. Pushers will push a vehicle up this hill and pass it off. There's actually a driver inside. At the top of Tech Street, the pusher will push the buggy down Shenley Drive, at which point the driver kind of takes over, and it's her course from here on out. Going through, we'll hit points like the chute. We'll hit points like the stop sign, which we'll call out some times. There's a big 90-degree turn called the chute that takes place on it's at the bottom of Shenley Drive, turning onto Fruh Street, and then there are 3 more hills on Fruh Street that get pushed back up to the finish line. So that's kind of the basics of Buggy, but you'll see it shortly as we've got an exhibition heat coming up in pretty soon, I believe. Do we?
Gotcha. It looks like we're waiting to get the course cleared. So if everybody can please get off of the streets, don't want to be on the record for anything. The weather's looking like it's going to hold out fairly well today, but they are trying to get everything in as quickly as possible. As you mentioned, Brian, right, we do have 2 days, hypothetically, of racing, but with weather, if there's no second day, whatever happens today is the final standings of it. So we want to make sure we're able to get it in. We got this exhibition timing heat just to make sure all the equipment's working and all that. And then we're going to get into the women's races. 10 heats there. Obviously, the story on both sides has been SDC really dominant for as long as anyone can remember. But what else are you kind of looking at this year in terms of teams, expectations, finishes, and all of that?
This year, I got to be honest, I don't really know what to expect. We don't have a lot of rolls from this spring. So we have timing data, but most of that's from one day. So.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest stories here is, especially after the COVID-ravaged last 2 years, which I'm sure we'll talk about more in this broadcast. Teams, and frankly, organizations throughout CMU have struggled to get people. And we've managed to get 10 different organizations out here, which is a sizable number for what currently exists at CMU. And we've got a new team out here, Delta Gamma, who's going to be the 3rd sorority ever to race in Buggy, which we're all very excited about. But because of COVID in 2021. The end of 2020, and even some of the restrictions in fall of 2022, there were some limitations. Finally, spring of 2022, things open up, and then the Pittsburgh weather decides not to cooperate. Sometimes on the broadcast we talk about teams not getting enough rolls in the spring, so we don't know what's going to happen. And there we're usually talking like, there were 5-6 days of rolls throughout the spring, so we don't really know. This year, 2.5, and one of them was last Saturday where they one team qualified in one day.
Yeah.
It was 14 rolls over the course of 3 hours where the driver only left the buggy once for a bathroom break and otherwise never left. If she is around at some point, we'd love to get her in the booth and maybe find out about what that was like.
Yeah, I think even the fact that we have 10 teams on the course this year speaks to just the massive effort from sweepstakes and from the teams. Sweepstakes getting roll permits extended for last weekend was huge, and I don't think we'd have all the teams on the course that we do if they hadn't pulled that off.
Absolutely. Yeah, huge shout out to Frank Lee, Sydney Baker, Nayun. I apologize, I don't remember her last name. Nayun Kim, is that?
I don't remember her last name either.
I apologize, Nayun. We will get that.
Yeah.
But yeah, a huge shout out to Sweepstakes this year for pulling off, getting us to a race day where, knock on wood, the weather will hold off long enough for us to get through a full day.
And let's see, Sophie, are you hearing us? What's it looking like in the chute? We're gonna try and get our fourth broadcast colleague connected here. For those of you who are new to Buggy, the chute is one of the most exciting, exhilarating parts of this whole race. As you'll see in there, it's really key. You can have a good buggy, you can have a good team, but can your driver make that hairpin turn at 30 whatever miles an hour into the chute and clean, and that really can make or break teams' races. So looking forward to seeing stuff flying through the chute again as well. It looks like 7:40, we're going to have that timing heat. So just a few more minutes and we'll be getting underway.
Yeah, I think this year's also going to be particularly interesting because of the roll exemptions that had to be granted because of the weather. I think out of my, 4 years of race days, we only had roll exemptions maybe 1 year.
Yeah, and this year, because of the lack of rolls in the spring, Sweepstakes actually waived the pass test requirement. So one of the changes that you're going to see this year, for those of you who have seen Buggy before, is we're only rolling 2 Buggy heats this year. It's an attempt to maximize the differential between the two teams even more so than we normally do. Because so many drivers haven't attempted a pass test before, we want to try and minimize the risk that there is going to be one, so that we don't have a spill in the chute, especially given what we've seen this year.
Yeah, I think in looking at times from Truck Weekend and the way they stack up for heats, I think Sweepstakes and the teams have done a really good job of putting together safe heats this year. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I think the rumors around the course is that really there's only I think one men's heat that might be close, and it's because the push teams of one of the Buggy, I believe that might be the first men's heat. The push team for SAE A is very good, but the Buggy Eileen does not quite match up with a Pica C Buggy. So we're hoping for the best there. We're excited to see it. Hopefully SAE can keep the lead there, or maybe Pica C's got better pushers than we know about, and they have the lead either way. But I think everyone here is just kind of hoping for a clean race day. For students, unless you're a senior, this is your first ever carnival.
Yeah.
So
I'm excited to see SAE back on the course too. Speaking of them, because if I remember correctly, might have my year switched here, but I think we last saw them on race day in 2018 or 2019 when Eileen had a bit of an incident, right?
it was probably 2018.
Yeah, because I don't think they rolled in 2019.
I think that's right. I'm trying to find it on cmubuggy.org is a wealth of knowledge for this stuff for those of you following along at home. All the times are going to be updated as well as a lot of history and stuff like that. So definitely check that out. I'm looking it up there. Also, for those of you watching and tuning in, lots of nervousness about the weather coming into today. Right now, it's looking sunny, clear. It's chilly, probably 40 degrees or something. I'm no weatherman. But looking like a beautiful morning for race day. People starting to make their way onto the course. It is weird with the construction at the former Skibo gym site, not seeing the Hill 1 and 2 quite packed as normal. But, folks, make sure to stay off of the Skibo side if you are here live. Stay on the old Tepper, I don't know what this is called now, Hall of the Arts. Wow, things change. Also, it looks like 2018 was the last time SAE was out there rolling.
Yeah, so I think that's probably one of the big stories this year. Is I think that that's gone under the radar a little bit. Is this has been a huge year for Greek teams. Even seeing SAE back on the course, seeing DG getting on the course, and Signu is obviously has some great times from Truck Weekend.
And
so I think this could be a good year for Greek teams.
And Signu actually, somewhat surprisingly maybe to me, because they've kind of backed off a bit in recent years, seem to have a very committed group of, I think, sophomores this year, where I've heard rumors that they may have a new build already, or maybe planning to roll something new out in the fall.
I heard that Crate is basically entirely rebuilt this
really?
year. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think Estes was saying that Crate, pretty much nothing's the same except for the shell, bits of the shell.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I think that'll be really interesting. Crate was obviously is a bit of a dinosaur.
How does that make me feel? Crate came after I graduated.
Sorry, Brian.
It does feel old. Also, real quick, want to give a shout out to our race day sponsor, GM, this year, the gold level, sponsoring Design Comp and Showcase as well. So thank you to GM. And then as well, our lead and follow trucks provided by Number One Cochrane, Go One Better. So appreciate them as well, helping make Buggy 100 possible on this beautiful day. And we thank all of you as well who are out here. It's early, it's chilly, but it's Buggy, and it's coming to you very soon. About 1 minute until we get to this timing heat. Looks like the first Buggy is down on the course. And looks like Brian's going to swap out real quick with Connor Hayes, the chair of BAA. This is an extra special timing heat this year, and Connor can tell us a little bit about that.
So out there on the course, you're going to see Apex with their Azula shirts on. The driver for Azula in our last race day 2019 was Joanne Tsai, and Joanne Tsai is one of the most amazing, incredible people that I have met in my entire life. Unfortunately, after race day in 2019, she was diagnosed with leukemia and fought valiantly, but did not, unfortunately, win that fight. But she fought to the last minute with the spirit that we knew of Joanne. She was snarky, but always positive and looking at things in a good light. She would come out half awake. You'd think she'd be asleep. You'd be making some comment about her, and she would look over to you and be like, "Ryan, I'm listening to everything you're saying." And she just really was kind of the lifeblood of the team in a year that might have been a little bit harder than we would have wanted it to be. So having her light, having her energy in the team was really something great. And so last year, as part of a memorial for Joanne, Apex ran an internal fundraiser for leukemia research, and we were able to make that donation in her name. And we also gave the Buggy Azula that she drove that year to her parents as a memorial for Joanne that they can hang in their house for as long as they're around as well. So.
And there's still efforts this year to honor her memory. If you can see on the screen right there, if you want to text CMU to 61474, they are doing a bone marrow drive in her honor, or you could go to join.bethematch.org/CMU to register as well. So, really, really tragic stuff, but, beautiful words there, Connor, and being able to see, this tribute out here. So, definitely check that out with Be The Match to be able to help honor her memory here. Just about 1 minute here. We got the Buggy down there on the course. And something you'll see here, obviously, this Buggy Azula has been down there and set. As we get into the proper competitive heats, you'll see a lot of chaos down there at those first two lines. Teams heating and treating wheels, trying to put the Buggy down, as quickly as possible. So, that to come. But for now, we have the Joanne Memorial Heat getting underway shortly. Waiting for the timer down there at the start of Hill 1. And race day will be underway shortly.
Yeah. And we can see Andre Gutierrez down there on Hill 1. He was the head mechanic for Apex from 2017 to 18 and actually built the Buggy there, Firefly, that he's going to be pushing up Hill 1.
3, 2, 1. All right, and here we go. Apex is off in the Memorial timing heat.
Yeah, I got to say it's a little bit disorienting with all the construction when I walk back on campus and Scaife, and I think it's a interesting new landscape for the course.
And Andre is pushing off to Maxwell Johnson, also a former Apex head mechanic and builder of Solaris.
22-second hill one right there. It's tough. The road does not look great on those top hills. It'll be interesting to see where we are. And they are in now to the free roll. Going through Shenley Park. Absolutely beautiful this time of year. Some nice blooms out there.
So one of Joanne's favorite things to do while she was driving a buggy was hunt squirrels, which I think is shared by a lot of drivers. But she really was not a big fan of squirrels, so getting a chance to possibly run them over was something she was willing to do.
Which Apex buggy was it? There's that photo that was went around for years, right, with the squirrel right in front of the buggy. Was that Firefly or was that Azula?
Solaris.
Oh, that was Solaris.
Yeah,
okay.
that was Bethany driving Solaris
Oh,
on
that's
Hill 5.
a classic buggy photo. Iconic.
Past the stop sign there. We're coming up into the chute. Not sure if we have Sophie on headset yet. I know we're waiting for her. She's our eyes down there in the chute. Let's see, passing that flag, gliding into that chute. Really nice. Coming across those hay bales.
So what's interesting is this buggy is going to be their A-team buggy later on today. So
Firefly.
it's almost so it's almost a little bit of a warm-up run for her to be out there driving right now.
Is that
Firefly
their-
was your 2016 build, right?
Yes, that would have been their build for race day 2016.
Right. Remember it was Bozon's.
2017. 2017.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I must have my years a little bit switched. It's been a couple years since got to see buggies.
And this is Nico, who was one of Joanne's best friends, and Bethany, who's the head driver the year that Joanne was driving for us, and also the one who almost hit the squirrel in the picture we were just talking about.
Of course. Bethany's former sweepstakes as well, right? 2021 sweeps.
Correct. Safety chair.
Yeah.
She did an amazing job last year getting this, completed and giving everybody a chance to actually get out and get some rolls. So big props to Bethany. If you see her around the course, make sure that you give her some kudos for what she was able to pull off last year.
Yeah, I think it's been the last couple of years have really kind of exemplified how much sweepstakes and the buggy community in general.
Bethany, are you okay?
Yes. We got the thumbs up. She's all right. Wow. Already in an exhibition heat, a little bit of a tumble.
Yeah. No, I think it's really exemplified the last couple of years how much the buggy community will show up and make buggy happen, regardless of circumstances. And I think 2021 Sweepstakes did an excellent job with that.
Yeah. And here comes Ryan Huang. He was probably Joanne's just best friend and really coordinated a lot with her parents and all the stuff that we've been doing for memorials for her. So that must have been an extra special heat for him to be able to push at that.
Coming across there, 3 minutes, 14 seconds. Really, really beautiful tribute there to Joanne. So thank you for joining for that.
Yeah,
Connor,
thank you guys for having me up here. That was really
and sharing that. Again, we'll probably run through the graphics again in terms of ways that you're able to support with Be the Match and some of those fundraising efforts there. And it sounds like, looks like, Sophie, we might have you on headset. Sophie, how's it looking down there in the chute?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, right on. Looks pretty good. Looks about the same as I remember it in 2019. Not a new huge pothole, just the usual, sewer cover. You got to dodge, but it'll be fine. Looking forward to today. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Happy to have you here. And there we go. We have our one exhibition finished again because of weather concerns. There were a lot of exhibitions planned this year. We are going ahead and pushing those maybe to tomorrow, maybe the end of today. Who really knows what's going on? I don't. But we are going to have official women's races coming up in just a couple minutes. The first one going to be Apex C, Spirit C, the first race here on the women's side.
So I don't know if I don't remember if we mentioned this at the start, but I guess you did at the very beginning. But this is the 100th year of Buggy, or well, the 102nd year of Buggy technically, but we are celebrating Buggy 100 this year. So it's a sport that existed beginning in 1920, and we're now in 2022. This is, depending on how you count, somewhere around the 98th race day. There's only been 2 race days canceled in history. Two causes of cancellations. One was World War II from 1942 to 1945, and then COVID-19 in 2020. Last year there was a bit of a mini race day that they did at the beginning of May, just to get some times, and SDC won that one as well. But throughout the day, I'm probably going to be dropping some random factoids about the past 100 years here. I don't have anything in particular to say about the first heat, but we will get some of those going on.
Yeah, well, it is interesting. I mean, it's two independents, right? You got Apex, you got Spirit. Spirit, obviously, a really storied history, with the course record for forever. Apex, newer team, but really exciting to see, how much they've grown in a little under a decade.
And I think this will be a good heat to get started with. It looks like we have 2 experienced drivers, right, racing. And so I think hopefully this will be a nice, smooth start to the day.
By that, do you mean that?
Yeah, this will be good. So this is Apex C versus Spirit C. So we're gonna see a new buggy for Apex. That would be Nova.
Right, we're going to
CT
see
buggy.
Apex's first forward trike.
Yeah, so that's something to talk
That's
about.
That's a big, big one.
Yeah, so
we got sorry, real quick, Bethany up on the screen there with the thumbs up after her glorified somersault on that hill 4-5 transition. But sorry to cut you off there, Brad.
I gotta say that's one of the things I love about exhibitions. They're just you have some fun with it.
Oh yeah, we got the classic Estes Hill 5 fall that we
say,
got
yeah,
a gif out of.
the Estes rebound.
The rebound. Man.
But no. So what we were saying. So Apex C is rolling out their buggy, their new buggy Nova. So for those of you who do you want to do the rosters?
I'll do them real quick. Yeah. Just jump in there. Yeah. Just go ahead and announce the teams. We're still getting up to speed here. It's been a few years since we've broadcast, but go ahead and introduce it. It looks like Apex already out there on the course. As mentioned, they are in Solaris. We'll talk a little bit about that new build right here. And Spirit C looks like Firefly, I think is what the sheet tells me to say. So let's go ahead and look at the rosters.
Sorry, we're having technical difficulties with our roster sheet.
All right. And it looks like they are off. So the first official heat of race day 2022 is underway. Spirit, Apex, and Spirit getting a good bit of separation here on this first hill. It is awesome to see buggies rolling again. Oh my! This is great.
Spirit C is pushing Kingpin here with their new paint jobs. Kingpin, the silver buggy this year. You got Apex in Nova with their nice purple paint job, and it's their first standard trike that they've ever built, which is 1 wheel in the front, 2 wheels in the back.
And I'm hearing it's really fast in the free roll. I'm excited to see it roll.
And I love the Hill 1 pusher here for Apex in a cape. The Hill 2 pusher has a looks like a basketball jersey of sorts, and Hill 2 is flying here, but Spirit away.
Yeah, well fast down into that Hill 2. And let's see that free roll. Nothing prettier than an April morning seeing buggies just floating down in that free roll, and it looks really good right there. I love the paint jobs every year by Spirit, but especially if any of you are at Design Showcase, all the details there. If you get a chance, definitely go look at their buggies.
Yeah, I got to say one of my favorite paint jobs that shocked everyone at Design Comp was Beyonce. I don't know if she's still rolling, but that was one of my personal favorites.
About a 120 there to the stop sign, 128, and then Sophie, let's see what's going on in the chute here. coming around. And looks like a really nice, tight, clean shoot turn. Let's see if it's coming out.
And
Maybe
Apex right behind. Nice new build, Apex. Good job.
And here you can see from the camera.
Little wobble, but we're okay.
And here you can see from the camera that Scaife Hall no longer exists. They're rebuilding it, so it'll be interesting. Some of the construction and what it's done to the roads down there.
Looks like Nova may have made up some time in that free roll. It's good to see.
Yeah, it definitely got tighter because that hill 1, hill 2, there's a lot of separation. And that being said, the Spirit back hill is also making a bit of separation there after maybe a deeper pickup. Just elapsed 2 minutes, 30 seconds here. And for those of you new to Buggy, as we're getting in this hill 4 to 5 transition, hill 4, 5, so difficult just because you're running a long distance and it's just a slight uphill grade. But also with hill 5, do notice as they come across the finish line, the hand has to be on the push bar. One of the most tragic ways a team can be disqualified is if that hill 5 pusher does not have the hand on the push bar. We have seen dreams ruined because of some push bar violations. So something to be looking out for through the day. A little bit over 3 minutes here. Looks like Apex now made that 4-5 transition. And let's see Spirit coming to that finish line. It's going to be about a 3:21:28. Unofficially there, we will give you official times as we get them throughout the day. But those are pretty good, what we have up on the screen.
Yeah, I gotta say, personally, I'm a big fan of reverse strikes, but I'm always happy to see any team trying anything new. So I'm really excited to see Nova on the course this year. See Apex trying some new things with their builds. I think we haven't had enough of that in recent years.
Let's see, and everybody, if you could please clear the roads as these buggies are coming through. They do, need space to get off to be able to do the drop test.
Yeah, so
warming up still.
Yeah, so and drop tests are taking place in a different spot this year, and unfortunately, I don't know if we have a camera. Unless there's like a free roaming camera, I don't know if we have a camera that can catch it. And from the broadcast booth, we can't actually see the drop tests. They are because Skibo Gym is also no longer here, or at least part of it is no longer here, and the rest is going to go away. Drop tests are no longer on the Skibo Gym side of the road. They are now on the Posner Hall side of the road. And unfortunately, our angle isn't great on that one. So we'll just have to judge whether they pass drops by the reactions of people screaming or being sad.
Yeah. And for new folks, y'all want to explain what drops are?
Yeah, so drops are the basically brake check post-race for every team. Make sure their brakes were operational during the race. Drops is another one of the heartbreaking ways to get DQ'd. I gotta say, I don't think we've seen a lot of drops failure DQs in recent years, which is good to see. But I guess we'll see how this year plays out.
And checking out a couple replays from there, see that free roll. It's interesting. I'd wonder where Spirit made up, because you can see how close they were coming through that chute. Was there anything, Sophie, that jumped out to you, how Apex made up so much room in the chute there?
It's hard to tell. Different buggies have, different momentum, as well as some teams change what they do between their normal rolls and what they do on truck weekend versus what they do on race day. So one of the variables is some teams are more consistent and some change, when the time comes. So we don't know what the different teams do. Everyone has their own, sort of protocol.
Gotcha. And we got about 2 minutes here until the next one, packing these heats in tight. Again, just 2 team heats. SIGEP A, SDCC should be an interesting one. Just in terms of SDC, their lower tier teams are always very good. Maybe not necessarily the pushers, but the buggies are good. SIGEP, one of those teams that was flirting with the top of the leaderboard for a few years there. Now pushing pretty low in the order, it looks like. So I'll be interested to see. I don't know if y'all have any expectations here.
I think when I was a student, at least, SIGEP's women's teams always surprised me. They always came out with a stronger showing than their times would have suggested. So I'm interested to see if that's the case again this year.
Cool, and let's go ahead and introduce the teams. First off, SDCC, their driver is Eunice Lee. Hill 1 is, it ran away. Oh no. Eunice Lee, Hill 1, Asha and Tiagi. Hill 2, Zoe White. Hill 3, Jean Chalisa. Hill 4, Stephanie Aristoff. And Hill 5, Namrata Padnamban. And then we also have Sig Ep A.
Go, Danny.
We have plenty of time, actually.
They're going to be in Kraken. Coming out there onto the course, the driver, Emma Koran. Hill 1, Daniela Castleberg. Hill 2, Kirsten Cassidy. Hill 3, Stephanie Erickson. Hill 4, Kristen Daniel. And Hill 5, Uma Pradeepan.
And it's nice to see SIGEP out here. I think they had a little bit of drop off in participation this year, so it'll be good to see them.
This is good to see teams floating. It looks like we're going to see some heated wheels.
Ready, set, go. Here we are. They are off second of 10 women's heats. Again, top 10 teams move on to tomorrow, but with weather, nothing is guaranteed. So teams trying to get their best times out.
And here you can see the difference between an A team and a C team on the front hills as SIGEP really starts to pull away early.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how this plays out in the free roll, with SDC obviously having very strong free rolling buggies.
Yes, and some will tell you that Havoc, SDC's buggy, is green. I beg to differ, but I guess technically it is.
And I think SDC's got Eunice is a new driver in Havoc this year, right? Although I guess what qualifies as a new driver this year is...
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of fascinating with drivers, because drivers who drove on mini race day last year have still never experienced a race day. So by the rules, they're still technically new drivers, but they've been driving for maybe 3 years already.
Yep. So all the old drivers or experienced drivers you're seeing on the course are going to be seniors and fifth years, and based on what I've seen, I think over half of the drivers that we have rolling, at least in the women's heats, have seen a race day before. So
into the chute, pretty good stop sign time, about 1:10 there. And let's see, Sophie, what do we got there in the chute?
All right, here comes Emma. Super proud of her, senior. Nice through, nice tight line. Good job. SDC's right behind, little wobble, but good to go.
And now I think Sophie, you were SIGEP. Oh, hold on, we got maybe a pass here.
Oh, okay, interesting. And
let's see.
we got
and this
a pick
is
up by the SIGEP Hill 3.
Oh, and SDC looks way ahead now. I wonder if something happened with like brakes or something in Kraken, because the buggy it looked like it kind of came to a stop there.
Yeah, we'll see.
And you can see how jazzed SDC's Hill 4 pusher is. This is, again, you're talking about the separation between a C team and an A team. These buggies are neck and neck. Obviously, you think maybe SIGEP's A-team athletes can overcome it, but SDC is getting some separation. They probably got a 3 or 4 second lead, it looks like, here into the Hill 4 transition. And a little bit of an upset here. I'm really wondering, we'll have to see the replay, what went down there in the chute, because SDC's got a sizable difference, and it looked like an okay turn, but...
Yeah, and just the way the buggies are rolling now, it looks like there has to be something with Kraken's brakes.
Yeah, I mean, coming through the chute, Kraken looked like it almost went through cleaner than... Because SDC, you saw a little bit of a fishtail, right?
Yeah.
But it didn't really have much of a roll-up, so...
No, and then you saw the Hill 3 pusher had to go down and pick it up basically from a dead stop. Oh,
yeah, and well, look here, though. Hill 5 making some gains right here. And this is going to come down. It's going to be close. Can the SDC Hill 5 hold off, maybe get the lane separation correctly? We got this camera here on the finish. I don't know what else is happening. And, all right, SDC across a 3:14.61. SIGEP a couple seconds behind.
3:17.22.
Very, very interesting heat. We got to see what I don't know if, Sophie, anything came to you kind of late in that shoot turn there? Because it was looking like, you were saying it looks like SIGEP had the cleaner turn, at least for the first 3 quarters of it, but they lost a lot of momentum there.
Yeah, so the line was perfect coming into the shoot, but the braking mechanisms, per buggy are different, and, could have had, drops, malfunctions in the past, so we'll see what happens when they get tested for drops now.
Yeah, I was going to say that's going to be an interesting one. I know that drops has been something that's caught SIGEP once or twice, so I'm really hoping they come through okay on this.
And let's see, we're getting a little bit of a replay there of the pass, or let's see, we're back on the finish line. All right, let's take a look here. I don't know if we have anything a little bit earlier there in the shoot to see, what happened before the pass, but good work by both teams. We mentioned 2.5 days of rolls in the spring. They didn't even do pass tests, right, this year? And obviously that wasn't a free roll pass, but even there, that's, difficult to negotiate.
So actually, I think that pass tests weren't required. It looks like SDCC had done a pass test. Kraken had not done a pass test this year. So again, really good to see that happen safely, and we got some competitive backhills out of it.
Really excited for this next heat. In lane 1, we're going to have Fringe B. Lane 2, Delta Gamma A, in their first ever year doing buggy. Had an opportunity to plug my own stuff real quick. I do a podcast with BAA, shoot the, I can't say the last word. Anyways, within that, I was able to talk at the beginning of the week with DG's chairs, and it's been this effort. They were meant to roll 2020. We all know it happened then, so it's kind of been this 3-year crazy labor of love. Only the 3rd ever sorority team. They're actually working to be the first ever sorority team to build a buggy. Their big goal this year is get around the course. So definitely rooting interest there to see them and a new team, a new sorority team getting it going. You can see the leaderboard up there on the screen. SDCC right now in first place, 3 seconds ahead of SIGEP A. Expect that to get shaken up a bit more in these remaining 8 heats.
2-minute warning, heat 3.
Yeah, I got to say, really rooting for DG here. I've enjoyed that podcast episode a lot. I think because they started rolling when I was sweepstakes chair. And the effort from their chapter was just, it blew me away. They were really, right off the bat showing up for rolls. They were just absolutely a pleasure to work with. So it's great to see them on the course this year, seeing a full-fledged race day.
And we'll have actually 2 Fringe buggies in there because DG is going to be rolling in Brazen, given to them from Fringe. Let's go ahead and meet their teams. Their driver, Claire Chen. On Hill 1, Catherine Detmer. Hill 2, Nicole Janney. Hill 3, Sarah Chen. Hill 4, Ale Bonaccini. And Hill 5, Marissa Montadas. And in lane 1, Fringe B in Baltic, the driver, Melina Imamura. Hill 1, Rachel Yuan. Hill 2, Olivia Carodi. Hill 3, Susanna Britton. Hill 4, Tanvi Bangava. And Hill 5, Rita Piaxa. 1 minute until the start of this race, the 3rd heat of the women's. A little bit of history right here with DG in their first ever roll on race day.
They are the 3rd ever sorority to compete. The first being Alpha Kappa Psi back in 1922. For 1 year, they didn't finish the race. It would then be 2004 when Kappa Kappa Gamma finally hit the course to be the first modern fraternity, or modern sorority to race. They raced until 2006 on their own, and then this year with DG.
And Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is the first new team we've seen on the course since Apex, right? It's been over 10 years since we've
Fidel, I think, was in
2014?
there. Around there.
Yeah.
They're almost ready to get set. Chernell down there doing a great job with countdown.
Ready, set,
And here they are. They are off.
I'm very excited to see this one because DG's push team is actually really good. It's just the buggy is 20 years old, so we don't know what to expect here.
So I think this is one where we really could see a pass based on the times. Baltic free rolls pretty well, and I think that the major advantage is that Melina, Baltic's driver, is a very seasoned driver. She's a senior now.
Pretty much simultaneous handoff there on the hill too. Like you're saying, I think we're going to have a lot of interesting stuff in this free roll.
This is going to get exciting, folks.
Okay.
And now Brazen was built in 2001 and was the first buggy to usher in what's now referred to as the Zooter era. Most of the wheels that you see today are these Zooter scooter style. With urethane small wheels, as we see Baltic making an interesting move to the inside.
Interesting,
here.
An inside pass, does a little bit of swerve.
There's the brakes.
Calls it off, and they hit the brakes.
That's one thing. The sweepstakes has been very clear this year. If you ever feel any sense of danger here, hit the brakes. You will get a reroll. Again, most of these drivers did not get to do pass tests.
And a minute 13 there on the stop sign. That's pretty good stop sign time.
Yeah.
I think that's a good call by Melina.
I think so, especially. And here, let's go to Sophie and see how the
new driver,
go.
20-year-old Buggy. I think this is
yeah.
All right, so I'm super excited to see DG come through here. Super proud of them. Also, Melina definitely made the right move there. You never want to do a pass, especially in the second half of the free roll. All right, DG, nice job.
Yeah, you can see there, you can tell that, Brazen not quite as fast as maybe some of the buggies we'll see a little later today in the free roll, as that's a pretty low pickup.
Hill 3 pickup right in the chute.
It's a negative window right there.
And that does make it, I've pushed an exhibition for Hill 3 before. That is a miserable experience. So please give the Hill 3 pusher some cheering and some encouragement here, because that is
flying there. She is really blasting that. That is.
Whew. And you can see Baltic being loaded onto the back of the truck. The buggy did stop. It looked like a controlled stop. We'll get more information on that, but I would imagine, my speculation here, that will be a reroll.
Yeah.
And 3 to 4 handoff has happened. So DG looking to be in a good position to come through and finish here, barring any chaos, which, race day is known for. We see the buggy getting loaded in there, but DG now looking for that 4-5 transition.
At about a 2:48 for a women's heat, that'll be like a 3. We're looking at 3:15, 3:20 range probably.
And that's
DG's first ever race
right
day.
near the top of the
And look,
leaderboard.
as soon as she crosses that finish line, if she's got the push bar, this could very well be an official time. And just getting to the finish line is the biggest thing in the world here.
And this is great. Brazen is something of a legendary fringe buggy, at least within the organization. So I know a lot of fringe alumni are very excited to see that.
Let's see the hand on the push bar, 3:16.43.
Congratulations
What
to
a
DG.
time.
You've completed your first race.
No, pending drops and all that, but that's very exciting. And that would put them in second place right now on the leaderboard. Obviously, a lot of big dogs still to come. But that's a really impressive.
Make sure to clear the course. The follow truck is coming through in the chute right now, so if you're on the back hills, make sure to clear the course.
And that's probably a case, right, where Fringe will get a re-roll on.
I think
I'm sure that's got to be.
We can't speak with any authority up here in the booth,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I mean,
Right.
Never.
that looked as controlled of a stop as you can have, and that's the exact sort of thing that sweepstakes tells you is, look, if you're worried, if there's any risk at all, like you feel uncomfortable, you got the buggy in front of you, hit the brakes. As long as if you stop, if it's controlled, we will give you a reroll. So in all likelihood, we'll see that. And again, without speaking, I see Frank out there in front. He's waving high. He'll have to decide with the rest of sweepstakes, but
We're not making any calls in the booth here.
and again, re-rolls typically happen at the morning of day 2. This year, because of the risk of rain, we might try to get it in at the end of the day today.
Yeah.
We'll let you know.
And again, huge props to Melina on that. I think that was a good call, and Melina's a very seasoned driver. So given that this was a close heat, I think everyone was comfortable having her, keeping her cool in the free roll. So that was good to see.
We did get one question, I think, on the live stream from a first-time buggy parent asking to explain drops. We did briefly talk about it before, but just quickly in case you missed it or if you're just joining. drops is kind of our shortened term for a drop test. It's a way to make sure that the brakes are in the buggy and working. So as soon as the buggies finish their race, they come down to the middle of Hill 1. There's a sidewalk here, and they're put on the sidewalk, and then the pusher basically lets go of them and lets it just roll. It goes about 30 feet, and then the driver has to hit the brakes, and it has to stop. The buggy has to stop within, I think it's either 10 or 15 feet. And there's a couple of lines down there. If the buggy doesn't stop in time, the team is disqualified. Most teams do succeed at drops, but every once in a while you'll get one. SIGAP had a stretch in the 2010s where they failed drops every year. I don't think they would fail this year because, again, it seemed like Kraken may have had some brake issues that caused it to deploy.
Yeah.
But yeah. So if you're just joining, that is the story of drops.
And next heat we have coming up here, Apex A, CIA B. Should be an interesting one here again. A couple independents. Apex, again, you're going to get that separation with the A team, but CIAB in their new buggy, which is going to be exciting to see. That is Roadrunner. The driver is Grace Connard. Hill 1, Leo Hasher. Hill 2, Eli Fleischer. Hill 3, Tori Sifilkis. Hill 4, Jocelyn Sang. And Hill 5, Jasmine Chang. And then in lane 2, Apex Women's A, the buggy is Firefly. The driver, Amanda Valen. Hill 1, Rita Zhang. Hill 2, Viola Chen. Hill 3, Anna Watson. Hill 4, Rachel Wilson. Hill 5, Tianzin Zhu.
We've got a 2-minute hold here. So we'll but this does give us a quick chance to talk about CIA's new buggy, Roadrunner, and one of its unique features. I think CIA is kind of known for their ingenuity when it comes to push bars. The dropping push bars of the 90s that they brought back with Aurora in 2019. Kingfisher, which was a 2020 debut, kind of moving where the push bar is on the buggy.
That one always makes me nervous.
Yeah, we'll see that one a little later today. And Roadrunner, which is their new buggy this year, the push bar itself is pretty normal, but the handlebar, the handle to the push bar, is curved.
Yeah.
I don't know what the right way to describe it is, but it kind of looks like the letter upsilon.
Yeah.
A capital upsilon if you're a Greek.
Oh, we are at Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah, exactly. So it's I think CIA is testing out things to try and maybe improve their push times. And make it so that the buggy is easier to push for some of its pushers, and certainly allows for different height pushers.
Yeah, and
gives them a different area.
I've heard that their push teams really like this new push bar handle design. They are fully behind it, so I'm wondering if this is something we could see from CIA every year going forward.
Well, I guess we'll find out here if they put up a good time.
Yeah.
And they're saying under 1 minute here to go.
And Apex A, obviously a competitive team here, the one that we expect to win this heat. Firefly, arguably their best buggy that they built in. I wish I had the year off the top of my head. They built it in 2017. It has consistently finished top 10 in. I don't know that they've rolled it as women's A, but.
Yeah, Firefly's been a bit of a workhorse for Apex. It's really good to see it still rolling and still fast.
They're both off there. A little bit of a slip there from CIA getting started.
And kind of I'll love to get Sophie's take at some point, because pulling the front of the buggy up like that and then dropping it off is a little unfortunate. CIA is flying here. I said I expected Apex to lead. I was clearly wrong about that. CIA, and I should have known by the lanes, but CIA is blowing Apex away right now.
Lane 1, and let's see. Handoff now going from Apex there. And Hill 2, and a good bit of separation right there by CIA, even with that little funky start.
Pretty early Hill 2 shove there, though. Curious if, I think there was where you push off kind of, you don't want to push off too early, because then you're not giving the full momentum to the buggy. You don't want to push off too late because once the buggy starts going fast enough, you can't catch up, and then you kind of miss the shove. Hopefully we won't see that today.
Time in that hill 2 shove is so crucial, and it depends on practice so much. So I think that'll be interesting to see with the limited number of rolls this year, how teams hill 2s look.
Yeah.
About a minute 9 stop sign time, so right in line with some of the top times we've seen today. Coming around to those shoot flags.
And about a 1:14 for Firefly, it looked like.
CIA's looking good. Coming around. Apex right behind. Great roll by CIA. And Apex as well. Let's see how the back hills go.
And I'm a little curious about Apex because I'm just kind of noticing their wheels, and they look a little different than ones that I've seen before.
And it looks like Apex did maybe make up a little bit of ground there in the transition into Hill 3. A little sloppy 3 to 4, and this is going to come down to those pushers, and maybe here that A team versus B team makes all the difference. 3 to 4 transition there for Apex, still about 3 or 4 buggies lengths behind.
And if you're new to Buggy, this is a great camera shot to prove that, yes, there are, in fact, people inside those buggies. You can see both drivers on this angle.
Yeah, the sun's coming in.
It's not the Pike SDC style.
Exactly.
Tinted
yeah.
windshields.
Both these teams.
We've got a race on Hill 5 here. They're only a couple of seconds apart. This is A versus B.
Let's see, a little bit of a tumble right there on the Apex handoff. CIA-B's Hill 5 looking in control right here. But again, this last hill is so difficult. It's all just, cardio and blasting and just having enough energy to keep going across that line. But it looks like CIA-B pulling away a bit and coming to the finish line, 2:55.36. Very nice time.
Solid time out of CIA-B.
And then let's see here, Apex A, a 3:03.20. So that's going to move both of them to the top of the leaderboard, 1 and 2 respectively. And just a nice, clean race right there.
Yeah, but minus that start for CIA, that was a little shaky. But Sophie, I'm curious because you drove a buggy. I don't know if that sort of thing ever happened to you, where a pusher kind of pushed down on the push bar and then sent the front of the buggy going up. If you've ever experienced that, I imagine it's unpleasant, but.
I've actually probably experienced the opposite. Sometimes at push practice, you'd have like a driver try and push a hill, and they actually are so short that they'd push up onto the push bar, and your nose would hit the floor, and you'd feel it scrape. And it's like, thanks, but it's no big deal.
I know that when I was on Fringe, that was something we warned our mechanics about pretty heavily, because I remember a couple of our drivers said it was uncomfortable, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, it's not the end of the world, but it's like, my chin's not gonna, it's gonna feel that later. No big deal, though.
So just quickly, this next heat that we'll get into in a few minutes is Spirit A versus CIA-D. So CIA-D, CIA, one of the 2 organizations this year rolling out D teams. It's usually, the women's team is usually mechanics and drivers, sometimes dressed in formal wear, various things.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if CIA pulls the suits back out this year.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is a anniversary year for Spirit, isn't it? I can't remember the year,
So Spirit, well, I don't remember what year Spirit as an organization formed, but Spirit Buggy debuted in 1985, and I've got a fun fact for that. As we see the leaderboard here, CIA-B in that heat, the first women's team to break 3 minutes today. Apex also second. But so with Spirit, they started Buggy in 1985, and they bought a buggy from ZBT, who had last raced in 1983. They bought what they believed was ZBT's buggy called Pegasus. And they raced it that first year as Pegasus. It finished dead last in the men's, but they managed to finish 6th in women's. Spirit won women's in their second year with buggies that they built. It turns out that the buggy that they bought from ZBT was not Pegasus. It was actually a buggy named Prophecy, but we've only discovered that in the last 3 weeks. It turns out the ZBT brother who sold the buggy to Spirit was a sophomore who had never done. ZBT had stopped doing buggy by the time he joined, and he just assumed it was their buggy Pegasus, which is a different buggy that I think was no longer working. And it's just from digging through photos that we've learned.
And it'll be interesting to see Spirit, always one of the most exciting teams out there. Had their fair share of challenges in the chute, but always really, really talented teams. If they're able to get through, they're always able to potentially make some noise there. And then CIAD, as mentioned, I don't see quite as many shenanigans, at least for the Hill 1, Hill 2.
We're getting a big X from the Hill 2 pusher.
So, all right, they're the serious CIAD team. They're going to be pushing Equinox. The driver is Julia Liu. Hill 1 is Nisha Bargava. Hill 2, Janet Lee. Hill 3, Grace Connard. Hill 4, Hannah Shane. And Hill 5, Amy Gerner. And in lane 1, Spirit A, they're going to be pushing Seraph. The driver, Cynthia Zhu. Hill 1, Mame Kundua. Hill 2, Divya Srinivasan. Hill 3, Anna Ayakoka. Hill 4, Mia Constantine. And Hill 5, Teresa Mirthil.
I will say it looks like Spirit's fielding all experienced drivers this year, which I think will help them out. Obviously, your first race day is a...
I think Spirit actually has 6 drivers this year, but because of the lack of roles in the spring, I think only 3 were... They only had enough roles to get 3 qualified for race day. We may see 1 or 2 of the others in an exhibition heat if we have exhibition heats either later today or tomorrow. Not totally sure about that.
Okay, I don't know if so sweepstakes was one of the exemptions that non-qualified drivers could roll in exhibitions this year.
It may have depended.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I'm sure if you put some stipulations like no wheel heating with new drivers, it'll.
And here we go, Spirit ACIAD. Wow, that Hill 1 came blasting out. Really nice push to start.
I mean, I think we talked before about the difference between an A and a B team. This is an A versus a D team. And again, I just recognize the name of CIA's pushers. I think most of them are drivers. So you'll notice they are pretty short as they're pushing Equinox.
And obviously
Spirit a little bit sloppy there on the 1-2 transition, but still a lot of momentum coming into the Hill 2 trade-off. CIA fair bit behind, so let's take a look here into that free roll. Nice release.
And then you have the Spirit and CIA contingencies running up the hill behind the follow truck as CIA finally lets their buggy go.
Seraph just gliding there.
And this should be a relatively spaced out heat. I mean, Seraph is a 2004 build, so it is one of the oldest buggies on the course, but it's still a pretty fast one. Spirit has the buggy itself may be the same, but there've been some updates to it. Wheels, the wheel base.
And a 106 past the stop sign. Really nice time. No momentum lost as they're heading into the chute. CIAD just a ways behind.
Coming to the chute flag. Coming in fast, nice turn. Great job, Spirit. Looking forward to the back hills.
A lot of celebration up here at the finish line too, as we watch on the jumbotron.
And you can see that's the best rollout we've seen yet today.
Oh yeah.
That's going to be maybe 2 or 3 shoves. CIAD clean through there. Let's see where we're looking here with the 3-4 transition.
Coming up here. A minute 50 on this transition. Spirit A flying through here. I have to say, I have to give a shout out to all of the pushers here who are pushing in short sleeves and shorts, because I am freezing right now.
I am wearing a jacket and shivering right now.
Yes, I've got a jacket and a sweatshirt, and yeah, it's a chilly weekend here in Pittsburgh.
And 4 to 5 transition. Spirit looking to put up a really, really nice time here.
Definitely looking like the top time of the day so far. Looking, in the 240 to 245 range, most likely.
And Teresa here on Hill 5. Ton of momentum from that buggy, keeping up on that back hill.
And CIAD, I mean, I think reaching the 4-5 transition now, they're hanging tough. I mean, obviously a D team probably not going to take a top spot, but
Yeah, but let's see
here we
where
go.
Spirit's crossing here at 2:45.20. Hand on the push bar.
Very nicely done. That'll definitely be the top time of the
Yeah,
day
it's
so
taken
far.
about 10 seconds off of CIA-B right there. Maybe not a winning time, but definitely, potentially in the top 5 or so. Spirit seems to be pretty happy there. Always, one of the best just team energies you'll ever see out there. Always chasing and following the buggies. CIA-D, 3:14.
And I gotta say, that's pretty much in line with Spirit's truck weekend time. I think if you take their strongest women's front hills, free roll, and back hills, you were coming into the 2:49. So Spirit's got to be really happy with that.
3:24 right there for CIA-D.
Which puts them, I think, 9th right now.
So we
No,
got.
sorry, 8th right now. There's an exhibition heat in this.
So we are halfway through these women's rolls here. And, I think there was a lot of speculation, at least on my part, were we going to see sloppiness? It's really been pretty clean racing so far, 5 heats down. That one smart break, that little bit of a hiccup, CIA starting out there. But otherwise, it's looked good, getting some replays from that one up there. But I've been impressed with what I've seen from everyone.
I think coming back from 2 off years, right, and having so many drivers who've never raced in a, not wheel to wheel, but a heat with another buggy, I think it's really crucial the job that Sweepstakes did, making sure everyone got rolls and then reinforcing that braking as needed is absolutely acceptable and the right choice.
Yeah.
So I think we're seeing the results of that now.
Yeah, and I think, one of the things, and we don't know in the booth, but, one of the things that the teams often do is heat their wheels, which, make the buggies go faster and probably faster than they have throughout the rest of the year. We don't know this year if teams are heating their wheels, which teams are heating their wheels, which teams aren't. In 2021, they prohibited wheel heating for safety reasons. So this year, I believe the teams were allowed to do it. But again, because of the lack of rolls in the spring, some teams may not feel as comfortable doing it.
Yeah,
So,
I'm sure they're using it pretty sparingly.
Exactly.
And real quick shout out for y'all. If you're hungry, check out the alumni tent. They got donuts and coffee. Also, Berg Bites food truck is here for all kinds of delicious Yin's flavored food. So definitely check that out. And here we go. Second half of these heats, seeing a lot of these contending teams. Pika B, Fringe A. Obviously, Fringe maybe a little bit down historically, but, they have great buggies. So let's see what they can do. Put up a time here on this one.
And this one, we're going to see their new buggy, Burnout.
Yes, we are.
Dia, I'd love some insight from you on really all of the Fringe buggies, because actually Baltic was, debuted the year you were Sweepstakes?
Well, yeah, it was Sweepstakes, yeah.
So-
So I actually have not seen in 2 of the 3 buggies they're rolling this year, so I can't tell you a whole lot about Baltic or Burnout, really.
Okay.
Bumper was one that was built while I was head mechanic, but all Fringe buggies really have the same design philosophy, so can't imagine there, except for Bumper. But you laughed when I said Bumper. That tracks.
Look, Bumper's a great buggy. I mean, look, I don't know what it's like from the inside, and it's definitely not the fastest Fringe buggy out there. But I don't know which came first, the idea to put like bumper stickers designs on it or the name, but it's a perfect match for the
They
buggy.
were hand in hand. So Hunter Rideout, who was the previous head mechanic and former Sweepstakes chair, had been trying to get a buggy named Bumper since his freshman year. So I guess he finally wore us down, but it's a fun build.
And go ahead and announce these teams. So in lane 2, we're going to have Pika B. They're in Cleona. The driver, Juju Nieto. Hill 1, Kendra Wong. Hill 2, Isha Nambisan. Hill 3, Aaron Westberg. Hill 4, Sam Glowaski. And Hill 5, Carrie Stewart. And in lane 1, Fringe Women's A in burnout. The driver, Ihita Mandal. Hill 1, Ashton Jones. Hill 2, Neha Joshi. Hill 3, Elizabeth Carney. Hill 4, Vivian Boudon. And Hill 5, Erica Chiang. Also, to correct myself, I got a correction. The food truck is actually free, hot dog and a drink. So if you want a free hot dog, they got veggie dogs. We'll do that. But right now, a couple dogs in the race. Fringe A, Pika B.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
Here they are. They are off.
As we reach the back half of the women's heats, and this is where things start to get interesting. You know, the top 5 teams probably, you know, certainly these next 5 heats, you know, you're competing for those top spots and you know, racing tomorrow. Knock on wood.
Well, let's see, big separation there between the two buggies. Really nice transition there by Fringe. That was pretty seamless into the hill too, and she is soaring up there.
I gotta say,
hill 2 shove.
It's a nice shove.
I was excited when I saw Ashton and Neha on the front hills. I think they've been pushing together hill 1 and 2 since they were freshmen. So may have played into that smooth transition. It's really good to see.
Yeah, Pika B, a fair bit behind, but nice pushing to them. But this burnout is looking really pretty right there in the chute.
And you know that you were saying with the transition there. I mean, that's one of the things you lose over the last couple of years is the teamwork. A lot of these teams, like, it'll be the same pushers 3-4 years in a row. You kind of sync up. You know those transitions like the back of your hand.
Minute 8
and
stop
when you
sign.
don't practice that, it's hard to do.
The other thing that I was
Pika got a little wide there coming in the stop sign real quick here as we get to the chute.
All right, Fringe is down here. They're getting hype. They're
can hear
cheering.
'em.
Burnout looks real pretty. Good job.
Oh, that's clean.
Nice clean roll. Same with Pike. And they're through.
Yeah, I gotta say that's one of the things that I was worried about on the topic of wheel heating is that's another thing you lose after race day is timing.
And
When you
look at that, some momentum is getting made up right there.
What a
getting
rollout.
Close. Wow.
It's a solid roll out of Pike.
Though you can see there's a little bit of duct tape kind of flapping in the breeze on Cleona there. I wonder if that's going to cause some aerodynamic strain.
Let's see, they transitioned a little bit earlier on Pike from the 3 to 4. Fringe still holding out a bit ahead, and looks like their Hill 4 pusher maintaining that distance, but it's still a little too close to comfort here. It's going to come down to those Hill 5s.
But here it looks like you're starting to see kind of the difference between an A team and a B team pusher as Fringe is putting a little bit of distance on Pika there.
Yeah, let's see. It looks like they doubled their lead a little bit, but here we go, the 4 to the 5. And you gotta be terrified just knowing there's another team breathing down your neck like that coming there. The Fringe A Hill 5, she seems unfazed though. Getting some good separation here, and that's the second time we've seen the second buggy get kind of close in the Hill 3, but then the top pushers just really make the difference there. 2:49.06.
Yeah, but that's good. I mean, that goes back to and Pika here at 2:57.88. It looks like. You know, that again, we were talking about heating wheels before. Pika is a very experienced organization with a lot of alumni support too. So like. You know, some teams may struggle a bit in knowing the technology behind wheel heating. Like that, I mean, one of the reasons why Sweepstakes wanted to make sure that it would be allowed this year is so that that information gets passed down. Because again, seniors have been to race day, but no one else has. So you don't want to lose that knowledge.
One of the things that I was thinking that you really don't appreciate unless you've been a mechanic is just the amount of coordination it takes to get a buggy out on the course, especially when you're heating wheels. I was worried we were going to see some 5-second rule DQs this year because getting that timing down and getting your mechanics practiced at floating, dropping, getting away from the buggy when you need to. If you haven't done it in a couple of years, it's
I have to say, it's not even a heating wheel thing. AE Pi, my organization, got DQ'd, I think, 3 years in a row for a 5-second DQ, and we don't heat a wheel. I mean, the heating the wheels is we have a space heater that is near the wheels.
That's so funny.
And it's interesting, too, to look at the times. For whatever reason, they didn't have as good a rollout, maybe Fringe there, or maybe Pike just had a great one, but they're in second place right now, 4 seconds behind Spirit A, so Spirit A is holding on to the top spot. 2:45.18. And then Pika B, they're 2:57. That puts them at fourth place. So both those teams jumping up a fair bit.
Yeah, and you know, I think the stuff we've heard, kind of the rumors are this is probably a down year for Fringe generally. I think, you know, again, part of that recruitment issue that teams have had over the last couple of years, it's been harder for some teams than others, and I don't know that Fringe has I mean, they certainly don't have the manpower that they've had in past years. You can see they only have a C team this year. I don't think they got about halfway qualified with a fourth team.
Yeah, I think it's been tough getting drivers qualified, getting people recruited, and then on top of that, actually, a little bit of insight. The shop renovation that happened in the East Campus garage, I know that CMU may have thrown away some critical buggy supplies of Fringes. They've had, the mechanics have been working real hard to get everything back together to where they were this year, and I'm really proud of the effort they've put in. I think they faced some unique challenges, and it's really good to see them putting up a 2:49. Obviously, it's not their record, but it's really good to see, and I'm proud of that team of mechanics. It is a bit smaller this year, but yeah, I think I'm excited to see how the team comes back.
Well, it's an interesting thing, too. I was talking with some of the folks on the race day preview, and, you know, a lot of years, independents have somewhat of a recruiting advantage because you can get anyone. But I think kind of in those pandemic years, the issue was, you know, kind of what can you really do as an independent if everybody's virtual and it's like, you know, what are we going to really do Zoom buggy that we can't, where it's like at least a fraternity or sorority, it's like, okay, I get this concept, like, you know, there's a community. So I know the Pika chair was saying they've actually seen the house grow a lot over that time. So I think it's a weird disadvantage maybe some of the independents have had there. A couple independents going to be rolling here in this Heat 7, Apex B and SDC B.
And I think this is going to be our first, you know, legitimately competitive SDC team. You know, SDCC. There have been years when SDCC has been a top team, but again, it's a little tougher to get the recruitment yet. So, but their B team is definitely going to be competitive. They're going to be competing for one of those top 5 spots.
Yeah, SDCB on the men's side especially has put up top 5 times for quite a few years in a row, right?
Yeah, well, it feels like sometimes it's SDCA and then SDCB on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
I think there's a year or two. Apex B, they're going to be in Solaris. The driver is Maggie Blair. Hill 1, Sydney Prescott. Hill 2, Annie He. Hill 3, Eleonora Stoney. Hill 4, Yuna Choi. And Hill 5, Isabel Vala. And then SDC Women's B in lane 1, they are driving Bane. The driver is Chloe Hess. Hill 1, Lila Rukanas. Hill 2, Sabrina Sukin. Hill 3, Olivia Tom. Hill 4, Ellie Bruh. And Hill 5, Julia Way.
And Bane, of course, the 2019 winner. So the last race day, and in fact, I think the 2021 winner as well. So Bane is the most recent winner on the course.
I think that's another interesting story, and obviously we're not there yet. It's good to see Inferno back on the course this year. I'm interested to see, because Inferno's last race day would have been 2018, maybe even 2017.
Yeah.
2018.
I think is what I saw in the research. And what?
Okay, so we just got some news. SDCB is actually waiting at the starting line for 15 seconds. This is not Bane. This is Havoc. SDCB has been roster DQ'd. The driver of Bane, unfortunately, has COVID.
Okay.
Oh.
So they are, in order to still compete, they're going to roll Havoc here, which was the SDCC team. But in order to space things out, they are giving Apex B a bit of a buffer here, so that's why you'll see some pretty big spacing, and that's the reason for the weirdness at the starting line.
Gotcha, and that's such a bummer for SDC right there.
Yeah.
You know, working all year to this, and you know, it's part of the reality we live in. Apex there into the free roll.
Yeah, and you know, for in front of us now, we've got Havoc coming up at the 1-2 transition. Again, the time for SDCB not really going to matter here. But Apex B, it will matter. So they're still competing for a spot in the finals. Solaris, one of their more recent builds.
Solaris is a pretty build. I gotta say, I love Solaris.
It's a nice paint job, too.
I'm a big fan of it.
123 there at the stop sign.
I think that puts them solidly in like that B level category. I think those first few heats, the DGs, I think SIGEP was around that time. So this should be, this certainly could be a day 2 time. The top 10 men's heats, the top 10 men's times and the top 10 women's times each advance to final the second day. So really, you're just trying to get one of those top 10 spots. This year, because of potential weather issues, we don't know what's going to happen for tomorrow. So you may be trying to go even higher, but that's the key.
I think the other interesting thing for me, at least watching this, is you kind of got to rethink what is a good time in 2022, right? Because we have some really unique circumstances where I think everyone understands that we may not be seeing the speed that we're accustomed to on the course, but seeing 240s women times, I'm still very happy with that.
Yeah. And Sophie, I apologize. I think I cut you off as the buggy was going through the chute. I don't know if you have thoughts.
Both looked good. Nice job.
And it's interesting to see how much space SDCB has made up, even with that 15-second head start given to Apex. It looks like they're going to be giving them a run for their money on those back hills, especially with their B team pushers. And SDC always has elite athletes. And coming right here, it looks like, wow, even with the 15-second buffer, let's look at this 4-to-5 transition. SDC may be passing. They might have needed a 30-second buffer. Oh, my word. Wow.
And you can see the strain on the SDC pusher's face, on the Hill 4 pusher's face there. Like, she was going all out.
If there's one thing we know about SDC, there is no half measures for them. Everything is full-on intensity. It's great to see this team, even if it's not going to be a time that's going to count, right? This race day has been a long time coming. They're going to take that 3:25.48 and at least be able to say, you know what, we got it. We rolled, we ran around the course, and Apex coming on a little bit after that. But a little bit excitement there at the end.
Yeah, still putting up a pretty respectable time with the 15-second delay.
Yeah.
Sophie, I feel like I got to get you talking about, you've seen a lot of action in the chute in your day.
Yeah.
Kuda's not rolling this year, is she?
No, I think they were trying to get her out, but roll counts or something like that. I'm excited to see the others, though. We got our senior driver, Emma Coren, coming in with Kraken. We saw her in women's. We'll see her in men's. Some action I wanted to talk about today, actually, was I wanted to compliment the stop by Fringe, actually. It just shows their artistry by their mechanics. Having a stop at that speed actually is really hard to do safely, so the fact that they could break that smoothly going that fast, I just want to give compliments to their mechanics.
And in general, right, it's been some good driving through the chute. Is there anything you're noticing in terms of what's working for teams or something to do with the course? Because it's been really clean and smooth, it seems like, down there.
So in general, you want to hug the inside of the chute and take a more inside line, and everyone's been doing that. And, no messes down here. I'm really proud of everyone.
There was a brief question about rosters and specifically the SDCB driver there. Teams do submit, the roster is set about a week in advance. Teams are allowed to put alternates for each of the positions, including having an alternate driver. However, again, there have been so few rolls this year. Most buggies only have one driver qualified to race in it. Each driver buggy combo needs to have a minimum number of races in order to race on race day. No other driver is qualified in vain. So
it is interesting looking here at these last 3 heats too. I'm just really excited because I think SDC hypothetically everybody's favorite to win or whatever, but kind of with the time off, who knows what's going to happen with CIA, Pica, and SDC, and the times we're seeing today, there's a lot up for grabs here. Spirit B CIAA too. I think this is going to be an interesting heat just in terms of kind of the quality of pushers coming up to that top hill.
Yeah, I got to say I'm excited to see CIAA. I think they're one of the favorites to dethrone SDC. So I think these next few heats are going to be interesting.
Yeah, and then, I don't know how often CIA has their women's team push Emperor as their A buggy, but they're doing that this year. So, Emperor, I think, is CIA's fastest buggy, but it's got larger wheels that make it a little harder to push. So oftentimes you'll see Emperor as the men's A, but maybe a buggy more like Equinox as the women's A.
So that was an interesting thing about Bumper, is that we saw that it made a bigger difference to our times when you put it on a women's team than on a men's team.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I got to say I pushed Bumper for women's D a couple of years, I think, and it's a good women's D buggy, and it's a fun one to push. I think the small wheels make a lot of a difference.
Sweet. So let's go ahead and run out these teams. In lane 2, we're going to have Spirit Women's B. The driver is Gloria Moon. Hill 1, Katrina Darms. Hill 2, Joshna Yengar. Hill 3, Noni Shelton. Hill 4, Chloe Wen. And Hill 5, Mackenzie Vanderhagen.
They're pushing Zook.
They're going to be pushing Zook and CIAA in Emperor, the driver, Janet Lee. Hill 1, Oriel Barnett. Hill 2, Victoria Nguyen. Hill 3, Abby Brightfield. Hill 4, Kelly Yu. And Hill 5, Riley Starda.
And CIA Women's A was always top of the pack for women's back before COVID hit. So
well, they're the last team to beat SDC.
Yeah. They obviously have graduated a lot of their 2019 team. I think almost all of it. But
Ooh, Spirit B with a little hesitation there at the start. I don't know, maybe potentially worried that there was a false start, so stalling for a second, but now everyone's away and rolling like normal. CIA coming up here.
CIA getting a bit of separation here. A lot of momentum and speed in that 1-2 transition. Nice pickup. She's coming around here into this hill. Spirits made the transition. Nice shove off into the free roll. Maybe a little bit high.
Maybe a little bit, but still, she gave her full momentum to the buggy, so it
looked like a solid
shot. Too bad of a free roll. And one of the benefits here, we mentioned the large wheels before. One of the benefits is that they hold momentum a little bit more than the smaller wheels. They're a little heavier. It takes a little more to push them. But in the free roll, they tend to roll out farther. And I think CIA Emperor had had some of the fastest free roll times throughout Truck Weekend.
let's see, I have CIA free rolling 61.3 for women's on Truck Weekend, which is one of the fastest times that we saw.
CIA's coming in hot. Nice turn. Nice line. Great job.
Spirit just behind.
Recovered. Good job, Spirit.
Yeah, that looked like a bit of a fishtail there maybe for Spirit.
Really nice deep pickup right there for CIAA. Only a handful of shoves there. That might be the best pickup I've seen out of the chute so far as they transition 3 to 4. Spirit B coming up behind, but a good bit of separation with CIAA, looking probably like they might get the top time of the day if everything goes well for them here with 4 to 5.
Yeah, they're working hard and obviously putting even more separation on Spirit B here. It's coming up at the transition here. You're looking, it's going to be close. They're going to be pretty close here with Spirit. It looks like they should have the lead after this hill 5, but it is going to be a pretty close time. With Spirit A, I should say. Spirit B making the 4-5 transition now.
Let's see, completely motoring here on the hill 5. It's all about effort. It's about drive. It's about power. Trying to come across, get that top spot of the day. Hand on the push bar, 240.95. That's going to move CIA up into first place. Spirit B still on there, looking maybe to get a day 2 time, 253. And hand on the push bar, 255.93. So that put them in, I think, 5th place.
Wow, that's a
once
that's a
everything
great
goes through.
showing.
That's a really nice time right there by Spirit B. Good job by CIAA. You probably want maybe a sub 240 if you're them, so I'm not sure how they're going to feel about that absolutely, but it's definitely going to get them to day 2, hoping there is a day 2.
Again, I think Dia was saying this before. We don't really know. I mean, 2019 and earlier times, how well you can really compare to 2022. And first of all, it's a cold day. It's getting colder. I don't know what's happening, but I'm
yeah,
shivering.
let me tell you, I don't
now.
understand what's happening. I guess maybe because we're sitting here, but this is like 5 degrees colder than it was at 7 a.m.
Yeah, it's literally gotten colder over the course of the day. I was fine earlier.
The sun is actually, you can see the sun. There's starting to be maybe a little more cloud cover, but you can see the sun, and yet it keeps getting colder as the day goes on. But yeah, I mean, with that, we talked about the wheel heating and just not having rolls this year, and not having races over the last 3 years. I think you're not. My guess, you're not going to see anything close to like the SDC 223s that we've seen in the past. I'm not so sure it will be a sub 230 time that wins this.
I think that, even in 2019, 240 is a solid time. That's a top 5 time.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's really good to see that. It's showing that we haven't lost too much, right?
Yeah.
Even with all the extraordinary circumstances the students have seen this year. So I don't know. I don't think I can say it enough. Just giving props to all the students who made this happen this year.
And we can see that leaderboard there. CIAA sitting in first at 249.3. Spirit A holding on there with that 245.18. We still have yet to see Pika A, SDCA, Fringe A in third place, CIA B fourth, Spirit B fifth, and Pika B in sixth. Again, the top 10 will move on to a day 2, presuming there is one. SIGAP A holding on that 10 spot. DGA, it'd probably take a couple disqualifications and chaos, but that would be crazy if they made it to day 2.
And it looks like CIAA and Fringe A both dropped about 15 seconds off of their best truck weekend time, which is, again, really good to see. I think a lot of it is the race day adrenaline, right? And maybe teams have tuned in their wheel heating a little better for this weekend. So it's good to see that kind of improvement. Hopefully drop another 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, and looking at this leaderboard, and I think you said it before, DG currently hanging in at 9th.
Yeah.
There are, 2 teams coming up in the last 2 heats that you expect to be top 10 spots.
You get one DQ and DG's in there.
Exactly. Exactly. And actually, no, I was going to say the SDC one, but they are lower than DG currently.
Do we have any DQs on the board yet that we're aware of?
I think just SDCB.
I believe just the SDCB roster DQ. We haven't been told about anything else. It doesn't mean that there aren't ones. We also, as a reminder to people who either joined us late or just forgot, Fringe B is likely getting a reroll for stopping after potentially needing to pass. And for safety reasons, stopping in that DG heat. So we don't know what their time could likely be. We'll find out. We'll get more information about when that reroll, if there's a reroll, and when that reroll would occur either today or tomorrow.
Yep, and Brian.
Oh, that's me. Look at that.
Is that you?
That is me.
Of you. Yeah, but History of Buggy this year, big honor. Obviously, Tom Wood unable to be here, so you're the guy. You're giving History of Buggy. What can people expect?
Yeah, it's going to be just a quick overview. Again, Buggy's been around for over 100 years now. It's going to be a walk through the past 100 years.
And
Brian, you gonna
here
try
we are, real quick, the next to last heat of the day for women's. Pika A is going to be going. Obviously, big ambitions for them. In lane 2, though, we got CIAC. They're in Kingfisher. The driver is Tori Safilkas. Hill 1 is Isabel Murdoch. Hill 2, Maxine Louis. Hill 3, Sona Markuyan. Hill 4, Sunjana Kulkami. And Hill 5, Emma Benjaminson. And then in lane 1, we have Pika A in Emperor. The driver, Janet Lee. Hill 1, Oriel Barnett. Hill 2, wait, hold on. Didn't I announce that team? Double checking these rosters real quick. Okay, cool. I thought, yeah. All right, sorry. Pika A.
9, 8,
not going to have an opportunity to read it. They're getting set here. It's Banshee. Katie Zapanta is going to be driving.
2, 1, ready, set.
And here we are. They are off. Pika working so hard these past few years trying to play spoiler to SDC. The door is open there. CIAA had a nice time, but definitely an opportunity for Pika to grab that top spot. They look dialed in, but CIA really
Hanging
nice
tough
on
there.
that hill one. There's not a ton of separation.
And
1
you
to
know-
2 transition from Pike.
You know what? We didn't get to. We'll see how this Hill 2 shove goes from Caitlin Clendenin on Pika A. We unfortunately didn't get to read through the rosters. We're dealing with some technical issues on our end when it comes to the roster, so we apologize for that. But the Pika roster has 3 women's basketball players on it. Hill 2, Caitlin Clendenin. I think Hill 3, Sophie Chow, and Hill 5, Megan Matsko. It's funny. Back in the 1920s, originally the first few years, track stars kind of dominated Buggy. So in the mid-1920s, they eliminated, they barred varsity sports players from pushing Buggy. That rule changed by the late 1930s, and nowadays most
Really nice
a lot of
stop
top
sign
teams-
time real quick there
Yeah.
by them, under minute 10.
Yeah, and so now a lot of top teams have like basketball, football, soccer pushers.
Katie Zapanta coming through, ready for a trophy this year.
Katie's absolutely fearless. It's
Nice
great to see her
line.
race again.
And
Also
Katie
by CIA.
playing some crazy double duty this year, a co-chair of DG, Pika's head driver, and coming out a little bit
Great
of
pickup.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice pickup by Hill 3.
I gotta say, CIAC here is putting up an incredible run. I did not expect them to be anywhere near as close to Pika as they are, and they are. I don't know if that's Kingfisher flying in the free roll, but they're putting up a time.
right? Because Pika's been putting up a good time. We
Yeah.
do see that separation, Hill 3 to 4.
Yeah.
And Catherine Orr, just absolute beast there on Hill 4 with that separation. 2 minutes, 12 seconds. So it's going to be tight here on that 4 to 5. CIAA going to try and hold up to that top spot. Going to have to be a fast Hill 5. Transition goes to Megan Matsko.
Yeah, Pika coming up here. Katie, Will mention is both the co-chair of DG as well as the head driver for Pika. She has promised not to share any secrets between them.
Yeah, no, so that was actually when
And
DG.
wow, it's crossed over 240, 243. They may even be coming into third place here. Let's see, hand on the push bar, 246.98. And if that time holds, that's going to put them in third place, it's looking like, behind both CIA and Spirit. And
CIAC cracking 3 minutes.
That's a
I am
phenomenal time for a C
shocked.
team.
I mean, well done, CIA. You've got 3 teams sub 3 minutes.
And Pika, interesting there, not necessarily the time they wanted. Having them in that second to last heat, you'd think they'd maybe have the second fastest time, but they are a full almost 2 seconds behind Spirit A. Spirit A in second with the 245, CIAA sitting in first with the 240.93. And this gets interesting where obviously tomorrow, hopefully we have a race. You're able to really get those finals, but if not, today ends up being the final standings.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why there's always that question when there's a threat of weather for the second day. Ooh. Oh, we've had dog cam before.
Yeah, where's dog cam?
I think they've shown a couple of dogs, but this is one you don't see every day. Deer cam. In fact,
We need goose cam.
getting out here, I was out here at 6 this morning, and there was a family of deer that were two of them had made the leap from Hill 5 onto Flagstaff Hill, and the third one approached the wall and kept getting scared, so kept backing up to get a running start, but kept slowing down and ended up back on campus. I think he went the long way.
No squirrel incidents so far.
Yeah, that's always promising.
Yep, bodes well.
And it was a nice pickup there by the Hill 3, but it looked like she did get burned a little bit. She was able to recover, and I wonder if they lost a little bit of momentum there.
Yeah, it's you know, it's a little confused. You know, it's a little disorienting. I don't know what the right word to say is because you're watching them take on another team. The time is right in line with those other top teams, right in line with those other CIA and Spirit teams.
So we see there CIAA sitting in first place with one women's heat left to go. That is going to be SDCA coming up here against Fringe Women's C. So the question is CIAA going to be able to hold on? Again, the top 10 times from today move on to tomorrow. Weather permitting, they're going to battle it out for who's going to be the actual sweepstakes champion. And if not, these are going to be your final standings. So pressure is on SDCA here, wanting to get a first place time. And a great showing, too. Shout out to Spirit A holding on to that second place spot.
Yeah.
Really nice from them. You know, they're always in the mix, but I was thinking maybe top 5, but not necessarily top 3. So excellent stuff from them.
Yeah, and you know, we've said it before, but if you're new or haven't been around for a while, SDC is the dominant team of the 2010s. On the men's side, they have an active 8-year winning streak, which is their all-time record. On the women's side, not quite as long of a streak. I believe they're on 3 years right now. But they're plus 2021, which you know maybe has an asterisk, maybe doesn't. Who knows? But they haven't lost in a long time. So they're looking to continue that here, but with you know a new team, a team that wasn't here the last race day.
Yeah, brand new team, 2 years off. It's really who knows what could happen at this point. I think it's going to be a really exciting race day in that sense. Maybe a little slower than past race days, but I think we're going to see some interesting shakeups this year.
And so here we are, about ready, 1 minute away from the final women's heat here at qualifiers. Race day 2022 in lane 2 is going to be Fringe C pushing bumper. Their driver, Annika Ramachandran. Hill 1, Madeline Huang. Hill 2, Isabel Gloria. Hill 3, Ria Kaura. Hill 4, Erin Zhu. And Hill 5, Clara Wang. And in lane 1, the defending champs, SDCA in Inferno. The driver, Suzanne Nee. Hill 1, Haley McDonald. Hill 2, Anna Yu. Hill 3, Anna Engel. Hill 4, Erin Maggot. And Hill 5, Cecilia Dietrich.
I think that's one of the other stories of this year is seeing Inferno back on the course. Obviously, they had a couple years off, and my understanding is that's because it's such a small buggy, right?
Yeah,
they had a couple years they couldn't fit a driver.
It was built specifically for Annie Black, who I saw back this year.
Oh, yeah.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And here we are, the final heat of women's prelims. SDC coming out hot.
One push and they're already ahead.
Yeah.
They are just flying. That's a really nice Hill 1. A lot of separation you can see.
Haley McDonald coming up here, looking at a 22 second Hill 1. You know, definitely competing for Queen of the Hill there.
Yeah, and a really nice shove to Hill 2. That was a deep pickup. And here we are now, SDC into the free roll.
This is a very deep shove.
Wow.
I mean, there's a question like, is that too deep? Because maybe you're slowing down the buggy in order to hold on to
yeah,
it.
it felt like there was a little
later.
bit of a wobble even when she was kind of doing that last shove. So let's see how that affects them.
I'm trying to remember, we were sitting at like a 108-ish stop sign
I'd
time.
say, yeah,
I think
the fastest
for
is
this
about
time.
108.9. Yeah.
So as we're approaching the minute mark here with Inferno.
And there, ooh,
Wow.
104. That's spicy.
That's
just flying here as they reach the transition flag.
and obviously having Inferno back is huge. With Malice, it looks like officially in retirement.
SDC, I'm sure Suzanne's feeling the heat. Right on.
Now it's just a matter of getting to the finish line.
Still waiting for Fringe C to come through. I see him.
And that buggy came through really fast.
There
a
we
little
go,
bit of
bumper.
an awkward pickup. but managed to get it. Good momentum there in this transition from 3 to 4, going real fast.
Just a small separation down here. Just kidding. Great job by both teams.
You can see,
Wow,
you can see
Hill
Bumper
4
reaching Hill 3 now.
It's just...
Oh yeah, Fringe is gonna have to cheer on that Hill 3 too.
Yeah,
That's a rough pickup.
yeah, that didn't quite reach the Hill 3 line. Meanwhile, SDC at the 4-5 transition at 2:09. You know, this is going to be closer than I might have thought. It looks like they got the edge, but CIA is hanging in there with this time. CIA with a 240.93 is the time to beat right now for SDC to get back on top.
And it's looking really good right here, over 230, coming up real close to that finish line. Hand on the push bar, 234.41. So that's them well in first place. I did just get word we're gonna, I guess, get a replay of the start. Apparently, it was close to a 5-second violation. So we're gonna take
on
a look
SDC?
at that. Apparently, that's what the voice in my head tells me. Not my own voice in my head, but the man on the.
Well, we'll get a
speaker.
replay of that.
So we will see. Yeah, Fringe C still chugging up the back hills. That was tough right there with the
Pick up in the chute.
yeah. Yeah. I do not envy those back hill pushers.
No. I've had to push a Hill 3 like that. Not enjoyable.
And looks like gonna have about 10 minutes till we're getting into men's. But again, we'll look to get that replay on the 5-second. Again, not exactly sure what it may be, if there is a potential violation there, but
I think the final call on that probably won't come through until chairman's this afternoon.
Yeah.
So.
yeah, so they're saying it's close enough to look at. So we're going to go ahead and get a view of that. 334.92 for Fringe C. And
that's every team.
That's not for women's. That was awesome.
That's
Job
19 clean shoot turns
Yeah.
and one stop beforehand, but
Only
a controlled
a couple
stop.
passes.
All right, so let's see. We're going to get that replay up here on the screen. Trying to get that audio.
Oh,
That is close.
that was, the number 5 was sad.
That is going to be very close.
That
And for a
is.
team like SDC, I mean, again, this goes back to the not having 3 years. I mean, SDC has it. It's a choreographed dance that SDC does in terms of when to put the buggy down on the course and the timing for that.
Yeah, so if that stands, SDCA going to be in first place going into tomorrow. But I see Frank running by. That's going to be a fun afternoon for him in sweeps. Going to be doing some slow-mo replay with that.
yeah.
CIAA in second place. Shout out Spirit A in third. Pika A fourth. Fringe A in fifth. CIA B 6th. Spirit B 7th. Pika B 8th. CIA C in 9th. And Apex A rounding out that leaderboard in 10th. That being said, Fringe B will probably, hopefully at some point get a reroll. Just not sure about the timing for rerolls, but absolutely deserve one for some smart driving. We're going to be getting underway pretty quickly with men's at 9:20. Again, trying to get everything we can in before the weather. So I think we're probably going to swap out broadcast teams in a minute, but I guess just any final thoughts from the three of y'all about what we just saw there. That was a really nice, pretty clean race day.
I mean, honestly, my highlight was DG.
Yes, 100%.
Just getting through the course. I'm super excited, and I'm super looking forward to next year as they hopefully build a new buggy. And and look, they're currently sitting in 12th, and
Yeah.
we've just talked about SDCA maybe with the 5-second sort of thing. They could make this. They could make day 2 this year.
Yeah.
And that and just clean racing. That's my takeaway so far today.
Yeah, huge props to DG. Obviously, it was great to hear that podcast episode with Sophia and Katie, and I think that I'm forgetting their head mechanic's name, but Sophia and Katie were the chairman when I was sweeps chair, and it's just their whole chapter really showed up for that team. It's just huge props to them, their entire chapter, for making it happen. It's not easy to get a new team started this year.
Yeah. Sophie, any final thoughts for you down on the chute?
I'm a happy girl down here. I saw great driving, safe driving. Couldn't ask for much more. So I'm going to pass off to Mark Estes. I got the Signu and Pike alum as my entourage, so I'm going to peace out.
There you go.
Awesome. Well, thank you all very much for hopping on here. I hope we're all doing this again tomorrow morning, weather permitting. So thank you very much, all three of y'all. And I think we're going to swap out to our men's broadcast team here in just a minute. So 9:20, things are getting underway, and we're keeping it rolling. We're going fast here. Okay. Copy that. Will do. Yep. So we got a little video package we're going to go ahead and throw on here, kind of celebrating the 100 years of Buggy. So go ahead and direct your attention up there. And then we're going to be getting to the men's races at 9:20. Exciting first half with the women's.
100 years of Buggy history in 246.8. 1920, Buggy begins with 4 wheels, 2 getting swapped, and 2 team members who swap pusher driver duties. 21, a fish, a trolley, and a rickshaw lose to a skeleton. 22, it's a tie. 23, 4 pushers. 24, we start at Maggie Mode. 25, a Capsig Dynasty is born. 26, 6 finalists compete. 27, 5 pushers with their hand on the push bar. 28, Fruit Street appears. 29, so long, Campus Week. 1930, Spring Carnival and a Wednesday race. 31, DTD sweeps Pit. 32, Beta's 3-wheeler. 33, Sub 250. 34, Capsig Copycat. 35, Sabotage. 36, Capsig's Final Reign. 37, Our White Whale. 38, Pika's 12-foot Ladybug. 39, 4 in a row. 1940, Sorority Baby Buggies. 41, Capsig makes it 6. 42, Jalopies. 43, 44, and 45, World War II. 46, we're back as Capsig gets taken out by Pika. 47, Flying Pork Barrel. 48, DTD by a nose. 49, DTD by another nose. 1950, 2 Buggy Heats. 51, Brakes. 52, 240 no more. 53, B-Teams. 54, Frozen Bearings, Thrown Wheels, and Spinouts. 55, The Golden Goose is born. 56, Track Champs take Buggy. 57, Tau Delta Phi crashes hard. 58, a Tuesday 6th for ATO. 59, pacing and timing errors cost ATO a 7. 1960, Beer Kegs on the course. 61, SAE's bike takes 3rd. 62, the Golden Goose wins one last time. 63, Beware the Shark. 64, 4 wheels are better than 3. 65, consolation finals and a buggy book. 66, the Curse of Beta Sigma Rho. 67, formal rolls begin. 68, collusion. 69, independence on the fringe. 1970, flying doors in April. 71, buggy safety changes forever. 72, Little Sister. 73, here come the Russians. 74, Copy Bookie gets booted up. 75, angry mobs in the rain. 76, sweepstakes chairwoman. 77, who let the dogs out? 78, goodbye consolation final. 79, women. 1980, D teams. 81, Black Magic Sunday. 82, the 3-wheel era begins. 83, B team shenanigans. 84, the battle of the basement. 85, sabotage again. 86, fire. 87, race place win controversially. 88, the king takes a leap in the snow. 89, the king is dead. Long live 3-wheelers. 1990, noses apart. 91, Pike and Spirit again. 92, so many rerolls. 93, the crash. 94, it's Schadenfreude for Schadenfreude. 95, Pika's rules advantage. 96, a mix of finals DQs causes blowouts. 97, explosions and protests. 98, cow stealth and a phantom transition DQ. 99, Wonder Boys and Sunday Joys. 2000, pneumatic chisels are a basket case. 01, Fringe's clean sweep on Zooters. 02, Pika starts a streak. 03, Beta and Fringe go 10 rounds. 04, KKG and Pika B. 05, flips and curve push bars. 06, a Pika double. 07, green wheels. 08, epic duels, records, and Pika Buggy. 09, swap wheels while SDC ROM. 2010, watch your propane. 11, 49.7. 12, a new Apex. 13, when is a race not a race? 14, Buggy Slalom. 15, Superman and Centipede. 16, CIA's women's double. 17, 202 and 223. 18, no malice, no problem. 19, 8 in a row. 2020 quarantine.
Awesome. Yeah, we're going to be getting underway with the men's heats in just a few minutes. But first off, want to shout out our race day sponsors. First off, GM Gold Level. They're sponsoring the design competition as well as showcase. So thank you so much to GM for helping make race day possible. And then number 1, Cochran, Go One Better, for sponsoring the lead and follow trucks. About 3 minutes here till the start of this first men's heat. And I'm going to welcome now in my broadcast colleagues for this race here. We have Andy Borick, Linda Griffin, and I think Mark Estes in the chute.
He was down there. He's present. He's alive.
So sweet. So things are moving fast. We're going to get into this SAEA Pica C in just a minute. But any quick thoughts? Good morning. Welcome, everyone.
Hey, thanks for having us.
I'm not doing that. I don't know who's having us.
It was a beautiful day down there. The chute is actually nice and clean and flat, which is interesting. That the buggies you're able to get through pretty smooth. There's not bumps. There's not potholes. There was a bunch of gravel that Dave Conley had to get them to clear out. But right now they're running pretty smooth. So the course looks like it's in really good shape. It's a matter of making sure everybody can get through and follow the rules.
It's definitely going to be an interesting race day today because we've been off for so long, and we're probably not going to see those record-setting heats that we used to. However, I am really excited to see the tour de force that all of these teams who have worked so hard for the past 2 years to keep this sport going can put up.
Yeah, and it was awesome just seeing on the women's side there, super clean, good driving. I think we're all a little worried that it might be chaotic with that big of a layoff, and it was really well done.
Yeah, it's funny. I expected more. Actually, my over-under was 3 missed push bars. I expected 2 to 3 start violations, maybe some lane violations. We didn't see that, which is good. But there's a lot of uncleanliness on the hills. There's transitions that are kind of weak. There's some pushing techniques that's not great. But they're still getting through with clean runs, so it's probably the best we could hope for.
It really is, because we only had about 2.5 days of practice for spring rolls.
All right, so we have our first race coming up here, SAEA Pica C. So in lane 2, we're going to have Pica C. They are in Raptor. The driver is Eleanor Toloman. The Hill 1, Alon Abudi. Hill 2, Aaron Marmolejos. Hill 3, Jared Santa Maria. Hill 4, Derek Kim. And Hill 5, Max Adams. And in lane 1, SAEA. Eileen is out there. Lovely to see. Carly Cusick is the driver. Hill 1, Nick Alvarado. Hill 2, Alec Hissa. Hill 3, William Ganger. Hill 4, Spencer Bowman. And Hill 5, James Kramer.
So crazy for Pica. That is the fastest Pica buggy ever. Has our speed record in the house.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
They ended up hooking the wheel there as they were putting it down. So Pica has to do a little bit of an adjustment there.
Great job on the driver and the pusher combination there for adjusting for the course.
I'm surprised he didn't freak out. I would have.
This is
I
very
did up here. And this is really tight on the Hill 1, neck and neck.
Wow, he must have had some adrenaline. That's an 18-second Hill 1 for both of them.
Wow. And it looks like Pike might get up over Hill 2 first. See the shove coming down, and this is going to be an interesting shoot right here.
I am expecting Raptor to pull away from Eileen.
Would think, right, Eileen's going to be a little bit slower in the free roll.
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, that's not their best buggy, but the wheels are pretty good. They're kind of just made for that one that they're using, and I expect the treatment of it. But it is an 18 buggy for SAE.
Mm-hmm. Eileen isn't anything to be messed with either.
It's definitely hanging close. It looks like it's a closer heat than we've seen in any of the women's races so far.
And right at about 59 seconds on the stop time, 1 minute for Pica C there, and it's going to be funky in the chute, isn't it, Mark?
It is. So they're rolling down. I'm not up in the tower like I normally am, so I don't have quite the vantage point, but they're coming down pretty close, about 5 buggy lengths between them. Both got the flags. Nice turn so far for Pica. Good turn for SAE. Although I think there's going to be a little bit of a very close on Hill 3 here because Pica definitely didn't have the zip coming through the chute.
And they're turning really wide down there on 3.
Yeah, it looks like SAE took a little bit of a tighter line. That's pretty simultaneous and deep pickups for both.
Yeah, I mean, those small wheels aren't going to roll up that well, so SAE is going to get the advantage just by the wheel design. But then with Pica, with that wide turn they're taking there, it opens up the inside lane for SAE to take that.
And pretty much simultaneous 3 to 4 handoffs here. This is just about who wants it more on the back hills, who's the better athlete. And right now, SAE looking to be potentially that better athlete with a little bit of separation here, which you'd expect, A team and a C team, but this is tight.
Yeah.
Let's see this handoff. Kind of early handoff for SAE.
Oh, Looks like a hamstring went away. Hill 4 pulled up gimpy.
Yeah, but it looks like SAE making that separation here. So some excitement through the middle of this race, but SAE pulling away. It's really nice to see them back out and rolling and putting up a pretty nice time. 2:28.19 SAE A. Pica C still coming there, 2:33.9.
Not a bad heat to start the day.
Really nice stuff from all of them. Obviously, Pica 2, really great recovery by that Hill 1 and the driver after that the wheel got caught. I don't know if I've ever seen that on a race day. Yeah, we got that on the replay here.
Holy cow. That pledge needs some extra training. I mean, that's kind of the stuff I would expect to see with the lack of practice they get. I mean, just, one day of truck weekend is going to give you that inability to really think.
Yeah,
I mean, the crazy part is he's trying to avoid the 5-second violation and has to pull the strap out. Very ugly.
Yeah, there's going to be some interesting review on that one. The fun thing about Raptor is that it's just so light as a buggy. That is a really well-constructed shell there.
It's just humongous.
Yeah, it's just enormous.
I mean, I was joking yesterday, design like it's your training buggy because you can stick almost anybody in that thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's fairly reliable. It's to your point, Lena. It's well built. Somebody was explaining to me how the bottom pan is very well built. So I think it's the kind of thing they'll have for a long time, which is it's good to have buggies that still work.
It's always what you want to see.
So here we are checking out the schedule here. We're going to have a total of 13 men's heats. The second of which coming right up, Spirit B, Apex D. Interesting matchup here. Great showing from Spirit on the women's side, showing up top 3 there, and then depending on what happens with that 5-second with SDC, maybe top 2 time even there. But here, Spirit B, Apex D. Pretty impressive seeing Apex rolling out a D team this year.
And that's really hard. I mean, just to get 20 pushers is hard enough, let alone to organize 4 buggies and prep them all and do that. So, kudos to them to do it.
Yeah, and to qualify 4 buggy driver combinations.
Yeah.
And not to mention, we have seen difficulties with making sure that everybody is following COVID safety protocol and is staying safe during these races. So even having that team and maintaining it up to race day is a challenge in and of itself in these times.
Right.
Right. I mean, even it was a shame to see with SDCB, right? Their driver tested positive and, unfortunately not able to make it out for her race day, which is a bummer, but, you got to do what you got to do to keep people safe and all that.
Well, race day rules being what they are, there is a clause that says you can sub a driver in the same buggy if that driver is qualified. But the difficult part about that is really you have to qualify 2 drivers in the same buggy, and there's a big limiting factor there in that you have to get them all out to spring rolls. And like we've talked about, these teams are running under the condition of only having 2.5 rolls for spring this past season.
There's an argument you could make about similarity of buggies that could maybe make that qualification a little bit shorter.
Especially with SDC.
I mean, I haven't seen inside their buggies, so I've seen inside the Sigma News buggies, and I think they're pretty similar for their steering mechanism. So one drives like the other. The 2 Pica buggies are A and B for men's. They look like twinsies.
Right.
So I'm sure you can make that argument, but it's still the driver has to be comfortable. And I talked to the guys about it yesterday, and they said that they actually do drive differently, which is they look identical, Cleona and Banshee, the STC buggies, but I hear the steerings are different, and I'm sure the STC have that same thing. You can see subtle size differences too, so I'm sure it feels different for the driver.
It feels different, and no matter what you do, however you construct your steering mechanism, it could be the same thing, but there's going to be subtle differences between them just in how they get aligned prior to race day.
Right.
And we're almost here into this second heat. Things are moving fast and furious today in lane 2. We're going to have Apex, their men's D in Solaris. The driver is Maggie Blair. Hill 1, Jason Zhao. Hill 2, Junhan Chen. Hill 3, Christoph Gafford. Hill 4, Sam Green. And Hill 5, Tanner Akins. And then in lane 1, Spirit, men's B in Seraph, the driver, Cynthia Zhu. Hill 1, Jeremiah Cochran. Hill 2, Sebastian Bernal. Hill 3, Carlos Armendaris. Hill 4, Ebi Indiamoe. And Hill 5, Adam Assad. Just 1 minute away from this. I love these new angles that CMU TV has the buggies getting out there, and you can just see kind of the chaos getting onto the course and how close everything is, with the timing and the heated wheels and all that.
I him buttoning up the Apex driver. It was cool as heck. I would never let him in a Pica truck. That cameraman would stick a thing in it. That's definitely a punch to the face, but it's cool as heck.
Apex has always been a bit more proactive with sharing a bit more about what goes on behind the wheel, behind the magic,
Apex,
Let's
back,
go.
Apex, back up.
Apex, back up.
Teams getting set under 30 seconds here until the start.
9, 8, 7, 6,
Gentle.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
Me too.
I wouldn't expect it to be close at all, but it'll be interesting to see what Spirit B can put up of his immense time. It'll basically be the indicator of how deep their team is this year.
Pretty good there. What are we at? About a 19-second Hill 1?
It's a little slower than the previous heat, which is surprising.
Relatively light shove going into the free roll.
Yeah, it's funny. Some of the women's teams were shoving early. It looks like a lot of men's teams are trying to shove late, and you get that light bump because you can't keep up with the buggy as it's rolling away from you.
Yeah, for newer people pushing Hill 2, it's kind of a difficult game because if you wait to shove too late, you end up hooking your hands around the buggy instinctively, and that slows the free roll. But if you push too early, you might not get the same amount of momentum going through.
About a 57-second stop side time, so about in line with what we saw before.
Marcus, something dragging on the nose of that thing?
I can't see anything dragging, but it's...
No, it's the reflection of the bike lanes.
So rolling down, make nice shoot turn, very smooth. Oh, that's one of the best Spirit turns I've seen in a while. It's a very nice line she drove there.
That driver had a really nice women's line, too.
Oh, yeah. And then here comes Apex.
Hill 3 getting a little smoked on the back hills for Spirit.
So Spirit was 30 seconds to the crosswalk, so good for a B team, but Amens would be about, good Amens would be 5 seconds quicker than that. So see what kind of time they can put up.
Yeah, they got some good speed here on the back hills, though. Hill 4 with a lot of momentum carrying him through. We cross to about 2 minutes here as we get the transition from 4 to 5.
I'm really impressed with Spirit's doing as an organization. They're really solid these days. Like I could see them winning at any race day coming up. They get their drivers, they're well trained, their wheels are good. They can put it together. So it'll be interesting to see how they do this year.
Current first place time is 2:28.18. Spirit looking to take the top spot here pretty easily, 2:21.35. Nice time right there from a B team for them.
I am going to want to see a replay of the Hill 4, Hill 5 transition. I didn't get a clear look at those lines, but
it was deep, yeah.
Yeah.
An Apex D motoring up.
So I've seen some fun outfits today. Like the sun has now gone away, and so now people are mixing in pants and sweatshirts and stuff. I love the tank top.
2:48.41. So nice job by them, and both teams are clean and through. Again, not flawless race by any means, but both teams got through looking pretty good. So
now all that's left is to pass drops. So if you're just tuning in, you don't know what drops are. Drops are this thing where we have to test to make sure whether or not the buggy can actually brake properly. It's usually done during rolls, right before the races, rolls. However, on race day, it's done after the races, of course. You need to be able to stop at a stop flag within 15 feet and then stop again as well to make sure that your brakes could work routinely.
And it's interesting, typically that happens in front of what used to be Skibo Gymnasium. For people who may be, just tuning in, it's a very different looking course this year, just in terms of Skibo's mostly torn down. It's turning into the Highmark Wellness Center or something. I don't know. Scaife has been torn down. Yep. We don't have any of those spectators on what would be that east side of Tech Street. Let's see here. We're getting that replay on the 4-5. But it is a nice turnout here today. It is really cool to see people here on race day.
They've been good. It looks like he was behind the line. It's funny because I think the rule is based around the buggy, but historically we've interpreted to say as long as the pusher stays in the transition zone, they're fine. Mm-hmm. So the buggy was almost all the way out. He shoved it before he had left the transition zone, and that's what they've been doing for most groups.
Mm-hmm.
So Spirit B sitting in first right now. Obviously, a lot of teams still to roll. This next heat's going to be interesting. It's just DG.
Super excited. Just the fact that there's a sorority, a bunch of dudes pushing for him is cool as heck.
And if you listen to the podcast, they actually have a lot of football players pushing for them this year as well. So I'm really excited to see what kind of time that they can put up.
Yep.
Well, and I think that's why they're by themselves, because they just have these hosses, who are their push team, and it was kind of a thing where their buggy's not that fast, but it was hard to put them into a heat because it was going to be so close on Hill 1. Because I guess there's a new fraternity, Alpha Sig, who a lot of the football players are in, and they didn't have their own buggy team, so DG managed to get them kind of for their push squad, and awesome to see that they, got a full time on the women's side.
Yep.
Hoping to see that as well here on the men's side. And yeah, for the shameless self-promotion, do a podcast with the Buggy Alumni Association, shoot
scatological reference.
Yep. And a really, really great interview with their chairs of DG, just dropped a couple days ago, but really worth a listen. Awesome to hear, what these women have done. They were meant to be debuting 2020, with this team. We all know what happened then. So it's been 3 years in the making to get this buggy team for Delta Gamma. Only the third ever sorority to have a buggy team. And just really awesome to see that buggy coming out and the fact that they're really out here doing it.
And they look like as a group, they're super committed to it. It doesn't look like it's just a handful of their members doing it. They have enough momentum in the house that they can support that. And I just think it's a great way for them to come together. And for sure, it sets them apart on the campus.
Absolutely. I think another thing that was fun was hearing them talk about how it's a great recruitment tool on the podcast as well, because they are the only sorority on campus right now with a buggy team.
Right.
And if they build next year, which they have been talking about, they will be the first ever sorority who has built their own buggy on race day.
So we see them getting lined up here. They're in Brazen, former Fringe buggy. The driver is Claire Chen. Hill 1 is Evan Roper. Hill 2, Jimmy Nguyen. Hill 3, Garrett Doherty. Hill 4, Keith Boyle. And Hill 5, Chase Marshall. So really excited for DG here. One thing that's interesting, they aren't having anyone else in the heat. I know some teams like that kind of for pacing. Some teams don't like it to have the space. I don't know if you have thoughts on that.
I mean, the race, I would think the race is better with competition next to you. I think it just adds a little bit more excitement to what we're doing. These aren't time trials. It's a race. You're competing against other teams. In this case, it makes sense because you're right. They're sort of, we don't really know what they're going to roll. They're on untreated zooters. I don't think the free roll is going to be that clean. I expect it pretty good up and over.
Good luck, Claire. I love you. You're doing great.
So here we are, getting set here. Delta Gamma's first ever men's roll. Already saw history this morning on the women's side. And under 30 seconds until they're able to make it here, hoping to get around the course.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And here we are, they are off.
And the little improvement on our timing system this year, they linked it directly, so that's the direct feed to the actual time, so we can actually get your Hill 1 times right from the screen.
Oh, that's fantastic. And this is looking to be a relatively competitive Hill 1 time.
And it's about a 17 and a half.
So probably our fastest Hill 1 yet.
Hill 2 as well is just zooming out there. Little funky into the shove, but they got some pushers, that's for sure. If they get these guys coached up.
Somebody get these guys some wheels.
Right. I mean, from what I heard, they specifically didn't want to have hot wheels because they just want to complete the race and get through, which is interesting. They don't actually want, their goal is not to win this year. It is to be competent, it is to do really well, to be clean, establish themselves, and then my guess is next year with a build, they would probably go for hotter wheels.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting to see. Let's check out this stop sign time.
About a 101, so a little slower than the top times we had seen there, but, again, within kind of the ambition of this DG team.
Taking the top transition flag, definitely not. They're rolling as fast as stock suitors will roll, which is about like this. A little glacial, but solid to see. Man, they had some beefy guys on 1-2, so let's see what the back hills look like. Very smooth turn.
You better get deep down there.
Yeah.
You better come down and get it.
I feel bad for their hill 3 at this moment.
Yeah, that's a deep pickup.
Yeah.
Look at that guy. He's a linebacker, man. He can do it. He's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, coming with a ton of power and momentum. That did not look like he picked it up that far.
Yeah.
He is chugging. It looks like he's losing a little bit of steam.
That's a long hill, man. It's pretty steep,
I don't
too.
blame him.
If you've ever had to pick up a buggy that deep in the chute, it stinks.
Yeah.
But he made it look easy.
Just crossing over 2 minutes here. Buggy getting a little bit away from Hill 4 right there.
Yeah, he's not having a good time.
No.
I do admire them all being out there in tank tops and shorts. It is chilly,
Yeah.
at least up in the booth.
It got cloudy now, and the breeze is picking up. It's definitely getting cold.
So at a 2:24, but looks like they are set to go. Just got to make sure having that hand on the push bar going across.
Patrick Mahomes on Hill 5. He's got the flow going.
Damn it.
Let's see, over 2:38.
Hand on that
Hand
push bar.
is on the push bar.
Awesome.
2:40.37.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Delta Gamma, getting across on both men's and women's. Probably not a day 2 time, but awesome to see it. And, a long time coming to get to this point for them.
I mean, it's no easy feat. You'll see groups like STC, Pica, Spirit, who've been doing this for a long time, and they won't get buggies out on time. They'll screw up the wheels. They'll mess up a start. And DG just ran 2 clean heats, women's and men's. Congratulations. It's really just a testament to a well-run organization. And if you need any help, give me a call.
And especially, too, the chair, co-chair, Katie Zapanta, is a Pike driver.
Yep.
And a chair of Delta Gamma. Obviously, co-chair along with Sophia, particularly, who I think is also actually a Buggy legacy. But in any case, kind of crazy double duty on the day off of
Nice
driving
up and over.
for a contending team.
The Hill 2 guy was running past the buggy.
It's too fast, too jazzed out there.
So, I mean, this is the spot where you can see where the untreated wheels are going to hurt you. So you're just not getting top speed, and it's fine. They get through. They're clean. Man, that's a long Hill 3. That guy gets a beer. Oh, by the way, I did get a message about the SDC men's B team. It'll be in the same condition that women's team went, where they'll be allowed to roll, but it won't. I don't know if it doesn't count. I'm not sure what the whole deal was, but it won't be like a competitive men's B team because of that driver situation. I mean, come on, that's Pat Mahomes right there. Look at him. That guy's got good hair.
Yeah, he does. He wore the sweatshirt though.
Yeah.
He kind of killed the vibe.
A little bit.
Part of the 100 Years of Buggy is there's lots of different things here on campus celebrating this awesome anniversary, which is finally here. The longest 100 or whatever. We're 103 years. It's been 100 years for 3 years. I don't know how to talk anymore. It's been a long morning. But Nuts, Bolts, and Wheels 100 Years of Buggy, really awesome exhibit going on in Hunt Library. They've got old buggies. They've got photographs. They've got all kinds of stuff from the university archives. So if you're interested in Buggy and want to learn more about the history, a lot of great stuff being put together. So go over to Hunt Library, check it out. Opening ceremony is Friday at 1 and it closes at 6, open 8 to 6 on Saturday.
one of the kind of disappointing things in this 100-year celebration is there's somebody who's been here for like 50 years. That's Tom Wood. And Tom can't make it this weekend because he had a heart attack. And he got 6 bypasses. And God bless him, like he really wanted to come and he couldn't make it. But, a big shout out to Tom, who's been here for half of those 100 years and just is really helpful. And we miss him terribly and hope to see you soon, Tom.
There's not one person on this course whose life hasn't been touched by Tom Wood.
Yeah. Best thoughts out to Tom there. A bummer he won't be doing his history of Buggy Talk this year in very able hands, though, with Brian Arsham, who was on the broadcast earlier this morning.
And he was spitting facts after facts.
He's a machine.
Their project with those pictures was unbelievable. Like, they went through thousands of pictures. He was there last weekend still pulling like 900 new photos out of the archives.
Oh, yeah, they've discovered stuff that Hunt Library never even knew about. So they've been able to dig deep into those archives, both him and Jeremy Tuttle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say another good podcast episode is the one they did talking about their project with that. It's like forensic people or whatever. They're doing...
that was a great one.
Yeah. What's that thing? My brain is really shutting off right now. But the level of research they've done is great. CIAD Pica B, this next heat right here. CIAD going to be in Equinox. The driver is Julia Liu. Hill 1 is Ethan Rosenthal. Hill 2, Nate Klein. Hill 3, Ivan Bergert. Hill 4, Thomas Garrison. And Hill 5, Zemo G. And then Pica B in Cleona. The driver is Juju Nieto. Hill 1, Morgan Hawkins. Hill 2, Colin Daniel. Hill 3, Morgan Yang. Hill 4, Alex Petrick. And Hill 5, Jack Son.
You guys got your picture with Tom, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks,
Photo
man.
last
Awesome.
night.
We see the buggies now coming out onto the course.
30-second warning.
It should be an interesting one. Pica B, you expect, probably going to try and get on to day 2. CIAD, nice to just know they have a D team out there. It's like he just rolled out of his bed and
now, guys,
stood on Hill 1.
When you put this buggy down, make sure the straps come out. Don't put the straps under the wheel.
Yeah, there was definitely a conversation in the truck after last time.
This should be a good indication of how well Pica is ready to do their 18 under. So you should see good treatment. You should see good effort.
2, 1, ready, set.
An interesting, Pica's actually in lane 2 there. I imagine that's a team choice.
It was actually. I asked about that, and it's a driver technique and how they drive. There's some spots they want those drivers to avoid, and lane 2 is better for this driver.
Mm-hmm.
Clear separation between the two teams.
Look at that buggy go.
It's pretty good. That's about a 17 and a half to an 18 in there.
So CIAD, not to distract from Pica B, it seems to be running an outfit.
It's the PJs. You could jump in there.
It's the pajama pants. I could.
Ooh.
Mine are more 70s oriented,
Yeah,
though.
those are sweet pants.
That no one can see.
That is
stand up.
looking really good, Cleona, there in the free roll. Pretty good shove into it. Ooh, I like the little the accent with the yellow lines on there.
Oh,
Right?
the green
Oh, the
lines?
green's
Yeah,
been there for a
green.
while.
Very controversial at the time it was painted.
And fast stop sign time, about 55 seconds. So it's going to be the fastest by far today.
Yeah, they were hauling. They were 27 seconds to the stop walk, crosswalk. Yeah, so they're moving. These are the bigger wheels. The previous buggy kind of died in the chute with those little wheels, but this nice, little bouncy, but otherwise pretty good turn. And they're taking it very wide here over by where the potato chip used to be.
That's actually the tightest one they've taken so far, Mark. Still wide, but tighter.
Yeah, tighter, but yeah,
That's a pretty good roll up. You can see the Hill 3.
He was kind of waiting for it though. He should have been a little lower and hit it a little harder.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what happens when you don't get more than 2.5 days of rolls.
Good recovery, though.
Yeah.
Oh, he's pajamas with a jacket back there. Yeah, I was talking to Willie about it last night too, about how hard the Hill 3 pickup is, and we expect the Hill 3 pickups to be really crummy today because the time is just off. It takes you like months and months of practice to get it. Like Willie said, it took him years to get it right, and without having that much practice, it's just not going to be. It's not going to be clean.
I'm not
A little funky there in the 4 to 5.
That's rolling pretty good away from him. He just finally bumped it.
Looking to be a nice competitive time here for Pica B as this Hill 5 nears the finish line. Let's see where we're at. Hand on the push bar, 2:18.47. It's a pretty good finish from them. CIAD, several seconds behind.
Those are slacks. Those aren't pajama
Yeah,
bottoms.
but perhaps further ahead in the style game.
They kind of lost the plot at Hill 4.
Yeah, I don't know who the costumer, the designer.
Well, I think that what they're doing is they're making a commentary on a standard day in CIA where you wake up out of bed in your pajamas, you have breakfast on Hill 2, maybe you move into your casual pants on Hill 3.
What a narrative.
You have
That's
a
lovely.
semi-formal event for dinner, and then you have your fashion clothes for your evening out.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Oh, there we go. It looks like that's a 2:18.46, so it puts them about 3 seconds ahead of Spirit B for Pika B right there as we're cruising through these heats. Also, just shout out to all the teams and sweepstakes. It has been moving so efficiently this year. Obviously, you know, the concern of getting everything out of the way with the weather, but always props to sweepstakes for all the hard work they do. But this has been a very tight run ship, so good job.
Yeah, 7-minute gun to get in before the weather. There is a little bit of weather on the radar that might come through. It looks like if it does, it's going to be a small shower. 8 minutes gun to gun, thank you.
But
it's still a shortened gun-to-gun time because standard it's 10 minutes, but we're trying to beat the weather here today.
So pretty clean run there. We're replaying the Pika free roll. You know, I just seen some things that I think should be cleaner. That Hill 3 pickup was not clean. I think the girls are driving a little bit wide. I still think the Spirit drivers really look good. One of the STC drivers, when I was down there, did kind of a ratcheted turn, you know, from the flag, and that's just what I would expect with the experience that they have. But really, I think right now Spirit looks the cleanest of them all, and it'll be interesting to see how they can do. My guess is somewhere around a 2:08 to win today.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to be record speed today to win.
No.
I think we saw that on the women's time, or women's side too, right? But
I think there's also the argument that, you know, maybe if you don't have the same level of experience as, say, some of the drivers did in 2019, not just with rolls, but with prior race days, this is the first race day that a lot of these drivers are experiencing for the first time. And it's unlike any other day of rolls because you have the crowds, you have the cheering, you have suddenly being dropped right before your race starts if you're getting treated wheels. And so some of these drivers are going at speeds they've never experienced before today.
Which is scary.
Yeah, it is.
Like in the past, I know as a chairman, I would always give them at least one heated day a semester. Try to give them full race day speed. They haven't had it. So these poor drivers are out there at speeds they've never hit. So they react to that second flag, and they're hitting the turn in a condition they haven't ever done before.
And that's why we might be seeing maybe some wider lines at this point.
And real quick, we got that up here. If you can't get enough Buggy talk, miss your Buggy friends throughout the year, Buggy Alumni Association runs really, really lovely, lively Discord. You can check it out, cmubuggy.org, cmubuggy.org/chat. I think will get you there as well, as we're coming up here to this next heat pretty soon is going to be CIAB Apex C.
Mark, I think you had something you wanted to say?
Ooh, you shut him up. Nice work, Lena.
Wow. Rare to hear.
Mark has fallen off the
speechless.
tower, and he's writhing around on a hay bale.
Currently in the lead is Pika B with Spirit B right behind at 2 seconds.
Yeah, if we start hitting these A teams, it'll be interesting to see where they break out. I still think Sigma Nu could pull out a really nice time.
I'm excited to see where that goes. Sigma Nu has been experiencing a bit of a resurgence this year, and it's exciting to see.
Yeah, they'll be coming up soon. Right here, though, we have CIAB Apex C in lane 2, Apex C in Molotov. The driver is Tianzin Zhu, Hill 1, Robert Petruska, Hill 2, Everin Canuck, Hill 3, Harsha Vakaria, Hill 4, Alan Gallardo, and Hill 5, Evan Shee. And in lane 1, CIAB in Kingfisher, the driver, Tori Sifolkas, Hill 1, Michael Crotty, Hill 2, Leo Nicolsi, Hill 3, Sam Thompson, Hill 4, Alfred Chang, and Hill 5, Ethan Long Chungus Husted.
What?
I just read what they put in front of me.
I'm glad you do it, not me.
Somebody knew what they were doing.
I had a second impulse, but it's a meme. It's fine.
Buggy's on the start line. I'm still questioning how they knew what the start line was, because the start line used to be the end of the gym, and then the other 2 lanes would be offset a couple of feet from there. I don't know how they pull the lines out.
Usually there's older lines that have been painted over,
Right.
and you can still kind of see them.
I'm guessing someone just took a wag at some random Tuesday night, like, that looks pretty good.
See, both Buggies out, Apex is down. CIA still hanging up there.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
All right, so here we are underway with this heat. Again, nice to see the depth in both these independents. CIAB, though, I think, like you say, Andy, will be telling just how deep their program is this year based on their B team.
It's funny because their buggies are so different. It's hard to compare what their B team or A team could do differently because they're just not in the same style of machine.
And a little bit slower Hill 1 than what we've been seeing, closer to like 19, that looked like to me.
Yep.
As they shove there down into the free roll.
Barring something catastrophic, I wouldn't expect to see any kind of passing here. But CIA has also been very consistent in their buggies. There was a year there where they were going to be contenders to win, and it just feels like they're maybe not that intense right now, but they are consistent. Like, they get through, they don't have troubles. They're committed, they have depth in their team.
Yeah, and they have a wealth of knowledge that they can definitely pull from since they've started building year after year after year. That was something that they started maybe a decade ago. And as you start building more often, you start getting more and more knowledge because every single mechanic has had their hands on a build at some point.
Let's see, not sure if we have SDs on there in the chute. Looked like that was a pretty nice clean turn, though.
A little deep, but it was definitely clean.
Good roll up. Nice pickup by the Hill 3.
That was smooth, like a shaggy dog.
Coming in at 3 to 4, and you can see they've made a good bit of separation between themselves and Apex. Apex up out of the chute. CIAB looking to be in contention with kind of all these other B teams that are stacked with these times around there.
Yep.
And they are just flying.
Yeah, it seems like they I don't know if we have any of the splits with the free roll, but I think they had a really good free roll just given where their time is at here, because they didn't look super great coming up to Hill 2.
So normally I would get my splits from Tom Wood, who is not here at time. And it's funny, we actually were kind of lamenting the fact that there's no other pikes around. We used to do time with the Brotherhood too to see how other folks were rolling, so I don't have any times with those guys.
Let's see, we got a 2:20.10 right there.
It's good for second place.
Yeah, got to put him in
Very good.
second right behind Pika, just barely ahead of Spirit. Apex C chugging along. That's a great paint job.
That's Molotov, I believe.
Molotov, there you go.
I agree.
239.54.
When we had our truck weekend back in '94, to your point of like the green stripe and the paint that you saw on that Pika buggy, I used red primer on my buggies, and people lost their minds. They were
They
like,
thought you were
we
coming
had
out with a
designs
colored
on
buggy.
these things, and there were different geometric shapes. People were like, what is that?
That's not a pike buggy.
Right? It was hilarious. And then they all went black again.
Not sure where Mark is. I hope we're able to get his voice back here soon, because Sig New is up in the next heat. It's going to be Fringe C, Sig New A. And, as you were mentioning, a bit of a resurgence this year for Sig New. Apparently, whatever crop of brothers they have, a bit more dedicated to really kind of making things happen with this buggy program, which is nice because they were, one of the teams back in your day or whatever.
Apparently, the Sigma Deus sometimes have some late motivation, and they usually come out right before race day. And that happened again this year, but they're looking good. Like they have, from what I hear, a decent push team, and that buggy is just solid. It's not heavy. It's well built. The steering they have is really nice. That gets them clean through the chute. So, again, if they put it together, they're always there.
There is something wonderful to be said about Bungarist Crate and how long it's been around. They did start mentioning during their Meet the Chairman interview that they wanted to put LED lights at the bottom of it, which I think would work really well. But they actually do have a build room. It's located in Ohio, of all places, but they're planning on building a new buggy.
Sweet.
Within the next year.
Sweet.
Which is great
That
news.
is really good to
I
hear.
just really hope that they can continue this motivation that they experience here on race day into fall rolls of next year.
It was funny. I
going to be the key.
was talking to Dwayne last night about that design they have. So they were competitive with the standard trike for a long time, and they would win. They went to the reverse trike, and they had two versions of the same buggy. It's called Big Jama and Little Jama, and he actually had to rebuild the entire top of it to make it a little smaller, which I can't possibly imagine how you could take an existing buggy and make a whole new massive hatch that essentially was the front end and do it. And he did say it probably took about as long as building a whole new buggy.
Yeah. A BAA Indy 500 webinar coming up. If another thing coming out, can join us via Zoom for a webinar with Beth Peretta, who's a member of Team Peretta Autosport, and talk about her experience as the first women-led racing team to compete at the Indy 500. So very exciting stuff, and talk a little bit about her buggy background and all of that. cmubuggy.org/Indy500 to find out more with that, or scan the QR code up on the screen.
And if you miss the QR code up on the screen, there is a flyer over at the BAA tent.
And I think that link is actually on cmubuggy.org too. I think a couple of days ago they had that news article up.
It's also on the Instagram.
I would
made
love
it
to see this again, by the way.
very easy for you to find it.
About 2 minutes here till the start of the race. Again, we're going to have Signu and Fringe C. Fringe C is going to be in bumper. The driver is Annika Ramachandran. Hill 1 is Shaitesh Tavamani. Hill 2, Stephen Wu. Hill 3, Rohit Pandey. Hill 4, Evan Lone. And Hill 5, Conwoo Kim. And Signu in crate. The driver is Sienna Fess. Hill 1, Ricky Gao. Hill 2, Jasper Lisohowdy. Hill 3, Sam Fingston. Hill 4, Liam McDowell. And Hill 5, Flacco Edwards.
Flacco.
1 minute warning. 1 minute warning.
About 1 minute till the start of this one.
Oh, look
Kinda
at the
like
guns
this
on
standing.
Sigma New Hill 1. You go, boy. Yes, flexing down there. So you'll see some new wheel covers on crate, and if you check out their cool psychedelic sort of iridescent wheel covers they have too, you'll see them kind of change colors as they roll on their crazy green compound.
In their Meet the Chairman interview, they actually did talk a lot about how this year they just wanted to have a lot of fun with things, which I think is really important, especially when you're kind of rebuilding the culture of a team. A lot of people underestimate how much effort goes into building a buggy team, especially one that's in a rebuilding year. And you have to create your own culture. And so in order to do that, you've got to have the right figureheads and the right support. So great job to the brothers of Sigma Nu.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
And interesting to see too, Signu chose lane 2 as well to start. Off to a pretty good start there. Can
Yeah, the
see
one-
some separation and a good-looking push team for them this year.
If they get like a 18 or 19 Hill 1, which they're getting close to about a 19, I would expect their up and over to be pretty good, and then their free roll to be outstanding.
Yeah, Fringe a little sloppy on the 1-2 transition there. Buggy slightly got away from Hill 1 on the handoff there, lost a little bit of speed, but Signu looking good in the free roll.
Yeah, they're way out in front.
I'm really excited to see how well Crate rolls because Crate on Truck Weekend had 6 of the best shoot free roll times.
It is a nice machine. I was able to go into their house 2019 and kind of poke around at it. It's really well built.
As a safety chair, I can confirm.
Like you can't really say anything. But since I'm just some deviant that just walked into Sigma Nu and gave them their little People's Choice trophy or whatever they got.
And wow, that passed the stop sign pretty quick.
Yeah, I didn't quite get the camera angle on the stop sign time.
Me
But
neither.
30-second-ish to the crosswalk. But they're rolling pretty well. Nicely turned in. Oh, yeah.
Tight.
Through the chute. And that's really the ship of Theseus, that buggy. It's called crate, but very little of it's left of the original crate. It has gone through some massive renovations.
Many changes over the
Wow,
years.
that's a nice Hill 3 rollout. And here comes Bumper doing the Bumper thing at the speed of Bumper.
Yeah, that was a quick Hill 3, maybe 3 shoves overall before he transitioned over to Hill 4.
Hill 3 for Fringe needs to get down there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, as good as Signu's was, Fringe's was somewhat lacking. But a nice showing here from Signu. Looking to be in line with most of the times we've seen.
It'll be
about a
about a
2-minute transition there.
Yeah, it should be about a 2:20. Now, I've seen some of the pushers not really seem like they're super into it. This dude is so invested. Look at him. His face, his determination, he's hauling.
I mean, it's hard pushing out in this weather and all that. People still kind of getting up for race day, figuring out what's going on. And a 2:22.75.
That's good for 4th right now.
4th place. Great to see Signu out there.
Want a bump?
And let's see, interesting push technique there from Fringe C, just using kind of the one hand on the side there.
Because he's big, he only needs one hand.
Yeah.
You can always tell the difference between a pusher that's been coming out to rolls consistently and a pusher that was like somebody found 2 weeks before race day and was like, you, over here. Because you have a really good form, you know exactly how to push the buggy. Especially for some hill ones, it's very, very easy to tell who hasn't been pushing buggy for a long time. Because occasionally what you have is those guys who will push down on the push bar as they go up, and that will send your driver skyward.
Yeah. Well, did you see that on the women's side? I think it was CIA B or C. Mm-hmm. The pusher accidentally kind of did that, pushed it down on their new buggy, and like you saw the tip just like whoop.
Yep.
It was a little scary.
Well, it's funny. The Sigma Nu Hill one tends to always give a little bit of uplift. They're so pumped up, and they always get that back wheel off the ground. But the rest of the pushers are pretty good. But I'm glad to see that Lena is taking over from like the cynic of Andy Bordick. So I think my work here is done. You got it. Knock yourself out.
We'll get some replays from that. We are cruising right along at about the halfway point. There are 13 men's heats today. That was just the 6th, so we are getting the 7th. Parade of A teams coming down here in a minute. SIGEP SDCC going to be next.
So when you see the ESP on those Sigma Nu shirts, is that because they're really into, extrasensory perception, or what is that about?
I don't know. Maybe Mark could enlighten us.
They're hieroglyphs, clearly.
Copy that. Gotcha. And it's interesting, one of the team coming up next, SIGEP SDCC. SIGEP for a few years there in kind of the mid-2010s was really, really making a push.
Yep.
And it seems like it's kind of fallen off a bit there. It's so interesting how culture exists within buggy teams, and you can be right there, and then you get a new class, and it's not as much a priority.
It is super hard. So, we've seen a couple teams that stay there. Pika fell off. I mean, I think the Fish Club was probably the dark times of Pika. But like SDC has been doing it for like a decade now,
right,
and been super competitive. That's really hard, and that's like SIGEP is a symptom that shows how difficult it is, because as people come and go, it's hard to keep the momentum and the knowledge and the care that you need to put together an organization and a buggy system.
That being said, they still have a really good buggy. They have some of those builds that are left over that still are good machines.
Oh yeah, Kraken is great, and Hydra, they had a bit of difficulty the first year Hydra was out, but after that they were able to rework it a little bit. Now that thing has a shell that won't quit, so I'm just expecting that to come back out, say maybe next year if possible. It really depends on the motivation within the fraternity though.
I didn't see their truck weekend times for the SIG A, but I didn't hear anything really that would threaten them to be in the lead. But let's see.
Again, in a good way, not to jinx anything, a lot less chaos than I think we might have expected this year. Because, they were one of those teams you'd think, if someone can finish, if there's going to be, a lot of chaos or whatever, maybe they have a better chance. But it seems like everybody's racing pretty well, pretty smart.
Yeah, I kind of missed the days when there were 3 buggies in a heat, and I think that made a lot more chaos too because there was more chances to pass. This year it's all just 2 buggy heats, and I think that makes it a little smoother too. And it looks like Sweepstakes and the groups did a good job of separating to not make these races too close for girls to have to really, focus on driving technique and avoid crashes and passes and stuff. So I think that helps with the cleanliness of the races.
Yep. So we're going to have SDCC in Havoc. The driver is Eunice Lee. Hill 1, Henry Yi. Hill 2, Chris Hyun. Hill 3, Xiaofeng Gan. Hill 4, Eric Cheng. And Hill 5, Ryan Flammer. And in lane 1, we're going to have Sig Ep A in Kraken. The driver, Emma Corin. Hill 1, Matt Adatula. Hill 2, Cheney Price. Hill 3, Carl Young. Hill 4, Ryan Guess. And Hill 5, Nick Mulzianski.
Good Polish name. I'm saving my Polish Empire shirt for tomorrow.
So both buggies out there.
Lena, what color is that buggy? Because it looks like a Malice, but it's Havoc.
Yeah.
Or is it?
Did he take the black?
I think Havoc's just a really dark green.
Okay. I thought it was really dark.
Sigat X is what they have.
That's a tall dude
right
there
there
for Sigat.
Yeah.
Oh, there's your technique, Lena.
Yeah, a little wobbly right there with their Hill 1.
Yep.
Starting to get some separation, but SDCC is giving
him
a run for his money. Pretty much simultaneous handoff right at about 19 and a half, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And especially here with the SDC driver versus a SIG Ep driver. Let's see what happens in the free roll.
Not just that, that's going to be SIG Ep wheels versus SDC wheels.
Right, I'd expect a pass. Interesting to see, too, that SDC is going with 2 different compounds on the inside and the outside outrigger.
You can already see SDC kind of plotting a line, but who knows? It looks like Kraken's actually kind of pulling away there.
They're holding their distance there.
Well, it did see, too, it looked like SDC did try to shove to get them a line around the outside, and it may have cost them a little bit of speed. 57 seconds at the stop sign, about 59 for SDC.
Right, so they're coming down, and actually there's been very little movement between the two. The gap has been about 2 seconds since the push-off. Nice entering. A little wobbly here for the SIG Ep turn. Definitely a multi-point turn, but they made it through cleanly. Much cleaner turn for SDC, although a little bit of understeer at the critical junction.
Great
nice
Hill
pickup.
3 pickup.
That guy's motoring.
He kind of grabbed a little, but we'll forgive that. Not as good of a pickup there with SDC. Again, experience and not having any practice makes Hill 3 very hard this year.
And not a great roll-up for SDC, huh?
No. Well, I think they ate a little bit here, right at the this little weird pavement stripe, but uncharacteristic for them not to have gobbled up some of that lead.
SIG Ep is motoring.
Yeah, I would say if anything, SIG Ep's been increasing the lead coming out of the chute there. Their back hills have looked lovely. That's a lovely man there on Hill 5. He is large and just
He is quadricephalicious.
Yeah. Wow, you talked about people not looking that intense. This guy's got the intensity here.
He's fired up.
Yeah.
This might be a sub 220 time, too.
Let's see, getting real close. Hands on the push bar.
Nice.
219.36. Nice showing from SIG Ep.
Puts them in the second place.
SDCC, about a 228.76. So a good showing from them.
Yeah, that all-around good effort there from SIG Ep. I saw a good Hill 2, and there have been some bad ones today, and I saw a pretty good Hill 3. So the parts that technique matters, they had them. So They got to be happy with that.
Well, what's funny is their front hills were, I'm not going to say sloppy, but like the hill 1 pusher like slipped off the push bar like 2 times.
Yeah.
Like I think they could probably, if there's a day tomorrow, I could see them easily taking off 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And interesting heat coming up here. Fringe A, all alone. I don't know exactly why they separated it out like that, but should be interesting to see them with a clear course.
Yeah, he had several issues pushing. He also picked the rear end of the buggy up right at the start, so it's definitely room for improvement there. But this is a nice hill too from both pushers here. But this guy, you think he's going to get away? It's going to get away from him, but he actually gets a good piece of it.
That was a nice hill too.
And then the SDC pusher really didn't seem to get much in terms of the shove, and that may be why this gap didn't shrink as we would have expected.
It looked like he was maybe trying to angle it and gave him a little bit of pause as he shoved it there.
Yeah, with a hill 2 push, you just got to send it at the right time, and that just takes experience pushing the right buggy.
It is getting colder and colder.
Yeah, it is. Welcome to Pittsburgh.
I noticed on that roll that the SIG-up buggy seemed to be kind of wandering a little bit between the upper transition flag and the chute. I'm not sure if that was a mechanical thing or if the driver was just feeling.
I saw
out
that
there.
too, and I didn't like. I don't know if you felt like it did anything to their performance.
Well, certainly it has to slow you down, right? Because your rolling resistance goes up as soon as you start turning, and so even little turns like that take away from the energy you have, which is you don't have a motor, so. It robbed them of something, right? So if that was a mechanical thing that they can fix, or if it was just driver trying to feel out how her wheels were doing, there's certainly room for improvement if they get to roll tomorrow. Although, given how the skies are darkening, I'm not going to take the over on that. Yeah.
Yep. So we will see, trying to get these rolls in here. Obviously, it is chilling out a little bit. If you see up there on the screen, CMU Buggy, Buggy Alumni Association, always needs help. So if you're feeling inspired or excited or whatever and want to be more of a part of this, so much great stuff goes on all year long with the Buggy Alumni Association. So they're actually having elections for board positions happening in May. So if you want to run for something, contact us. Officers at cmubuggy.org. But there's lots of other stuff too if maybe you don't want that full of a leadership role. You can do all kinds of activities and communities, things like events, social media, website, helping out coach new teams. Lots of really, really great initiatives there. So shoot an email, officers at cmubuggy.org. Just check out cmubuggy.org. Tons of great history, all kinds of really, really great stuff as it's wind's picking up a little bit here. We'll be interested to see how that affects some of these teams in these later heats.
The wind is coming and going down here in the chute. Right now it's very calm, but a few minutes ago it was probably 5 to 10 mile an hour.
Yeah, and this one, it's just going to be Fringe A. It definitely an interesting year for Fringe, right? Maybe not at the full top of the leaderboard there, but a beautiful new build. They're going to be rolling here, it looks like, in Baltic. They're going to be all alone in this heat, not exactly sure why, but the driver there for Baltic is going to be Melina Imamura. Hill 1 is Andrew Thrasher. Hill 2, Brevin Mixon. Hill 3, David Cohen. Hill 4, Maxwell Jones. And Hill 5, Jason Chadwick.
I'm lobbying the BAA to make a new position for me. I want to be the DK, the designated knucklehead. They haven't really agreed to that thing yet, but I think I'm perfectly fit for it, and it'll move the organization forward really well.
I think you would have some competition with McHugh.
McHugh wins that one. I want to be the bartender.
There you go.
BAA bartender.
I'm somehow on the BAA. I don't really understand how it happened. I have been for several years. If anybody wants to be in charge of broadcast, free me from this prison.
The prison of the booth.
Dude, you love the sandwich with the color commentators on either side. Look, you got the jacket.
I know, right? You see that as monogram? You get a monogram jacket if you join BAA, so that's cool.
You're a fancy man.
And you get your own B logo, the unused new course
right.
logo.
So here's Fringe bringing it out. they had a very chaotic truck weekend, and sometimes chaos brings out the best, and we'll see what happens here because maybe they will have.
They have a lot of tape on that thing too. Look at that.
Yeah, well, they're not going to lose mass this time.
4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
So here we are off with Baltic, trying to get these heats in. We do have the potential maybe for a delay coming up, but they are getting this race in. Andrew Thrasher thrashing on that buggy.
He's moving.
Yeah, best looking Hill 1 I think I've seen so far. Little funky in that transition, pretty late.
About a 20-second, so not blazing.
No.
Well, it's weird, Mark. He bumped it. The buggy hit the transition zone, which I was doing for my timing is 18 seconds, but he didn't get the push off until late.
It looked, yeah.
Like they looked like 28 to the crosswalk, so quick, but
not amazing.
Baltic
rolling very strong here, though.
Baltic being one of their COVID-era buggy builds, really great job on Fringe for just continuing to build despite the conditions over the last 2 years.
Yeah, about 50-second stop sign, so good, but not great.
I think 58-ish. I didn't see 50.
Oh, there it goes.
No.
Loss of mass.
Uh-oh.
Boom.
That's too bad.
I don't know if that was the flag making contact or if it just fell off.
It just came off.
No.
Bummer.
Tape doesn't work that well in the cold.
Need to make sure you get the good
They
tape.
have good tape. I should send them a roll.
So that'll be a disqualification.
Yeah.
It's a bummer to see for Fringe A. But hopefully they can at least finish out strong, get some good pushes from their back hills.
The bummer would be if they're like second place and they get DQ'd. But it looks like they're not at that pace right now.
No, they're looking like a 220-ish pace from what I can see here. But he looks like he's fast.
I mean, to put it in perspective where we are right now, the STC record buggy would have already been on Hill 5.
And they're just getting out of that transition right about 2 minutes. So really in line with, the teams we've seen at the top of the leaderboard so far. But you would think in these last handful of heats, we're really going to see the times quicken a bit here, looking somewhere in that 220 range.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the impact of a cold day of races, plus a very short season for trying to get up to speed.
Yeah,
combining to slow people down.
2:20:10 there. That's going to have tied maybe with CIAB in third, if that is the exact time that ends up getting posted.
It's unfortunate too. Their back hills are actually quite clean. The transitions were good. Their form was good. The Hill 1 let his bump go a little deep into the 1-2 transition, but the rest of the push team actually looked pretty good.
It is amazing the parity of kind of these teams that we're seeing right here, these B's and A's, where like Pika B's a 2:18:46 in first place, and then Signu A is in sixth with a 2:22:72.
Yep.
It's only about 4 seconds, and even between first and fourth is about a second and a half.
So that Fringe A time was a 2:20:07, which puts them 0.03 ahead of CIAB. So they're technically in third place with that.
Sitting in third, I know they are monitoring weather. I think there may have been a drop or two of rain, but I believe we are still proceeding as planned.
There's something coming, but it looks like it's going to blow through short.
I got water on me down here. It's not quite raining, but it's definitely misting.
It's not Dwayne drooling?
We have a few umbrellas right in front of us here at the broadcast booth.
Yeah, I see an umbrella up down here. Two umbrellas. 3. They're coming up.
So let's see, no word yet from production if there is any delay or if they're going to try and keep it moving. After that heat, that was the 8th of 13 men's heats, so 5 more to go. Next one meant to be coming up is Spirit A, Apex B.
I mean, the difficulty with the rain is that there's going to be difficult. Once you have a buggy going down there, buggies don't have windshield wipers. You're going to have decreased visibility, decreased traction on the wheels. So even with just the few little droplets we're getting right now, it could affect some times, and especially with Spirit A and Apex B coming up next.
And it sounds like we just got an announcement. Rolls are delayed.
It looks like there's one cell coming through. It's moving pretty quickly. It doesn't look like it's going to rain long. My guess it's going to rain for about 8 to 10 minutes and be done.
Wow. That is the most detailed forecasting I think we may have ever had.
I'm an expert.
That is great. Indeterminate amount of time on the delay.
A little known fact, you know, Andy actually is one of the weather girls on Telemundo.
Sí, muy caliente.
So, you know,
wish it was
urethane
hotter.
tires, which is what everybody's running these days, are terrible in the wet compared to the old school rubber tires would have shrugged off a little bit of dampness.
Yeah, you can see that the fairing cover was already a little loose by the time it got down to the
Oh,
free
was it?
roll. Yeah.
I just saw the Hill 2 guy at the transition. He like whiffed on the push bar.
Yeah.
And that's a bummer for them because that's probably a day 2 time we're looking at.
Yeah, certainly was good enough for day
Yeah,
2 if there was
there it
one,
goes.
or definitely top 10. And no.
Did Mark, did the Buggy chickens pick up that fairing?
I don't know. It's so far away that none of our chickens can even run that far.
Oh, yeah. The over 60 crowd has trouble getting up that hill, huh?
You're not going to learn too much from the fairing.
Well,
This isn't a
it's
wheel
fun.
coming off.
yeah, I mean it's a tribute to Bondo. I think you would.
Is it a tribute to Bondo?
I think it is. I could be wrong.
I don't know. The reason why Fringe has these fairing covers is for the wheel treatments and for secrecy. And so the interesting part about it is that seemingly we need to make sure that whatever tape we're using is either better or the security of it is much better as well.
I'm a big fan of mechanical fasteners. I never liked the tape. The tape is not, if you really want to get down to laminar flow, it's not going to help you with that. I mean, it's
No.
not a big deal, but I would still think that a mechanical fastener is more reliable and a little bit better for your airflow.
They make tape that the Formula One teams use to hold hatches on at 200 miles an hour. I suspect that would hold a Fringe wheel cover.
We had 500 knot tape on the airplane. Like the ordnance guys would put on tape that was good to 500 knots. So wow, they make stuff like that. I'm not sure you get it off.
The
I think
many
your paint job is
adventures
toast.
of Vandy Bordick, pilot, weather girl, fashion model, and Hill 2 alumni pusher extraordinaire.
I will tell you about the time I drove a dump truck and hauled dirt too.
The
It's
return of
actually
dog
less
pan.
wet down here than it was. Like literally, it's still spitting, but it's spitting at a lower rate, and the road actually looks drier than it was about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Appreciate it.
Hill 2's got a little dampness to it, but it's funny that breeze is going to help.
And
Yeah, there's definitely a
take
breeze. Definitely a breeze.
Take a minute here. I think we're going to get a replay of the women's final heat there, kind of go over that as we are in this weather delay. Really nice day of racing on the women's side. Pretty much everyone got through.
Just a message to whoever's controlling this delay. Right now, it's dry down here. They could run.
Yeah, is there anything falling out?
Is there any dampness on the course itself? I think that's another indicator of when the time delay will end.
Sure. Yeah, it looks like actually Chairman Frank is here. Give a quick update.
My heart just got so much bigger.
Hi, everyone. I'm Frank, the sweeps chair. Thanks for coming out. We are planning to do one more reroll heat for the women's Fringe team, and then we'll be taking a pause for the rain. Do not leave. We are planning to try to get back on course, at least a 30-minute delay to the rain. But first, Fringe women's reroll. Let's go.
All right, so we got Fringe B.
That's not a woman.
It's a dog.
That's a man, baby.
Why won't this
All right,
wig
so let's
come
see.
off?
Are we? All right, so it sounds like from Frank, they're switching things up a little bit to make sure they can get the full women's schedule in. So if you see the scoreboard there's your top 10 as of now, but Fringe B does get a reroll. They had a really, really nice decision to break what could have been a kind of sketchy pass. SDCA sitting in first, but there's going to be a review. They were very close to a 5-second violation. Second place CIAA. Third place Spirit A, who we're hoping to see there on the men's side, but it looks like we'll see them after the delay. So depending on what happens tomorrow with weather, with that disqualification, these could be your final standings.
Yeah.
It's definitely dry enough that they could be rolling right now.
I think they're lining up that women's team, and like right now up here, Mark, it doesn't feel like it's raining.
No, it stopped. It's not misting. It's not raining, and the wind has definitely dried it. So, I mean, they got to give the people time to prep the buggies and get them to the line appropriately, but they should be trying to accelerate that. And certainly they should be lining up the rest of the men's heats to follow without much of a delay, because they should roll.
And
no reason not to.
As much of a stickler I am for the rules, Will, I think like this year, I think every team should get one mulligan, and I think the STC should use their mulligan on their women's team and just let that time count. I don't think it impacted anything. That 5-second anti-piker rule, I think, is a good intent. I think most teams respect it, and I don't think that they did anything that impeded anybody else. So let them stick. They work too hard to get DQ'd for a 1-second thing.
Yeah.
Right, a
But
fraction of a second.
That's all it takes, really, at the end of the day. I mean, we could say that about a lot of things. Like, no, they work too hard to let like a small toe over the transition line. But at the end of the day, like, it's up to sweepstakes, and there's going to be some backdoor conversation, like some closed-door conversations about whether or not that is a disqualification.
Mm-hmm.
Every sweepstakes is different, and at the end of every race day, they sit in a hot room and discuss each and every petition by the teams.
Why is the room hot?
It's because we're all heated.
Yeah, some years are much worse than others. This year has had very little controversy so far. So
I was telling somebody last night that if you've ever been a safety chair, you know what it looks like when somebody is walking towards you to give you a piece of your mind, or give them a piece of your mind. And so
like, here it comes.
Yeah. Oh no, that person wants to talk to me. I gotta go. One thing I will say, this has been a spectacular race day as of now, weather permitting. I wanted to give a quick shout out to not only the support teams, Radio Club and WRCT, CMU TV, absolutely, and especially sweepstakes and the teams themselves. This has not been an easy year. Weather has been chaotic, and getting the clean rolls that we have been getting today is an achievement in and of itself. I'm very surprised with how very few delays we've been experiencing, and the fact that the only delay we've experienced thus far is because of weather. That's a good thing.
I, for one, am shocked.
Yeah.
yeah, I was expecting a lot more carnage down here in the chute than we've had. The drivers have been excellent down here in the chute, and this is the place where it's the designer of the buggy can put the wheels and the weight distribution where they want, but the person who has to deliver down here is the driver. And given how few chances they've had to practice, the driving has been excellent this year.
Especially practicing with their with the actual rosters. Because you only really are able to get those rosters by truck weekend. So all of those rolls are pretty much everything you're going to get.
About 5 minutes here until we get to this re-roll, and then I guess depending exactly what sweepstakes decides, maybe go into a bit of a delay for the storm to pass. But
I got a tinkle.
Things changing moment by moment.
Looks like the lead truck has been lined up.
Yeah, the voice in my head said I think we're about 4.5 minutes or so now.
Is that a voice in your ear, or is it one of those voices in your
Voice
head?
in my ear, thank you.
Okay,
that's the term.
voices in your head, I don't want to know what they're saying. I can't even imagine. I don't want to go to those dark depths.
Yeah, let's not.
Okay. But it's funny. So, the university's been excellent at rolls for the past 2+ years, and there's little things on race day that I think they just don't know or they forget. I was standing by lane 1 on hill 2 and waiting for that first tribute heat to go, and the guy's like, "Hey, you got to back up." I'm like, "No, I don't. I'm in the right spot." Now, fortunately, Ethan, the course marshal over there, had spoken to me earlier, and I'm like, "Hey, can I stand here?" He's like, "Yeah," but like the students, they don't know what a race day looks like,
right?
And like they don't know, well, how close can you get? Like the rope wasn't up yet, and there's little things like that. We're like, well, what's good about it? Where do I stand? Am I up here with the jumbotron, down the chute? Like, it's just interesting that the student body doesn't really have a great understanding of what race day could be, and this is going pretty good.
Yeah. It is crazy. I think we vamped on it, but 75% of students haven't had a proper carnival, which is
a tragedy.
Just wild, yeah. So, shout out to the students. Hopefully y'all are having fun this year, getting to enjoy safely carnival for the first time.
I take great pride in having an improv
I think it's also a testament to kind of the involvement that some of the alumni have had when bringing up and helping provide like information or where there might be knowledge gaps,
Right.
and support where needed, because these teams work day and night on top of classes and what other extracurriculars they're dealing with at the time. It could be a second job. And so the fact that they're here at all, putting on a race day that us as alumni can come and appreciate, is an achievement in and of itself. So no matter what you might hear on the Discord, you guys are doing a great job.
Carnival's the best. Buggy's the best part of Carnival.
So
Get
let's
off
see.
my grass.
Yeah, apparently they added a old men shouting at clouds channel to the Discord.
That's very appropriate for right now.
Isn't that what the whole thing's about?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, cmubuggy.org if you wanna get involved. Lots of fun stuff there. Also, shout out Brian and Jeremy, especially for their work on Buggy 100.
Word.
So much depth of research that they've done to kind of chronicle this sport. You can see some of that at in Hunt Library. They have the exhibit up there as well. Brian is giving the history of Buggy Talk this year.
That's today.
Unfortunately, Tom Wood is not able to be here. That's right. That is today. So that'll be indoors and dry and warm. Should be coming up pretty soon here to this Fringe Women's B re-roll. Again, what happened earlier is they had an opportunity potentially to pass DG, I believe who they were up against, and decided to put the brakes on. It's a good decision. It would have been a pretty tricky pass, so give them a clean, free run here.
Rubbin is racing. Get out there.
Yeah,
Back it around.
Their initial instinct to go around them to the right proved ill-advised, and they realized it, so they stopped.
They stopped, yeah.
Because they were about to get pinched off against the curb, and that's not a good way to go.
Yeah, passing is always difficult. None of us up here at the booth can really talk from the perspective of a driver, but there's also been some difficulties just with the scheduling trying to get pass tests this year as well. So there isn't going to be as much experience.
Well, I was just saying, I think they just didn't do they removed the requirement.
1 minute.
Yeah, they started doing them, but it quickly became apparent that they would rather get more experience of people going around the course than getting a few pass tests done. So they waived it.
So you're going to have Fringe Women's B coming up here, closing out the women's races, so we can at least have a full slate there. The buggy is Baltic. The driver is Melina Imamura. Hill 1, Rachel Yuan. Hill 2, Olivia Corodi. Hill 3, Susanna Britton. Hill 4, Tanvi Bargava. And Hill 5, Rita Piaxal.
Doing a classic float right there.
I don't see any wheel cover on
look, they got
outside
smart.
of that buggy.
Just take those things off.
Yeah.
We're not going to risk it.
Well, they may not have gotten it back yet.
They didn't get it back. They kept the other one on.
Oh.
Oh, no. That's just sad.
And here we are, re-roll underway for Fringe B. Hoping to get to a day 2 time.
What do they need for that?
They need to beat a 3:03.19. That would knock Apex A out of day 2.
Totally doable. For a B team?
Definitely doable.
Yeah, their
Conditions,
disadvantage
I feel,
here is
are-
that they're not racing somebody up the hill.
Right.
So the pressure of someone running next to you is not there. Pretty good transition, though. I like that. That's good.
There's also pacing rules keeping somebody from racing with them as well.
Mark's going to pace him around the track.
Yeah, well, there's still a divot on Hill 5 last time I pushed.
The Estes pothole.
I just love that Mark face planting while pushing that buggy is now a GIF.
It's the GIF.
Oh, it's so awesome.
I met the new Sigma Nu chairman, and he said, are you going to push one? I'm like, I don't think so. He goes, well, yeah, we've all seen that. We've all seen the GIF. We've all seen the GIF.
And they're looking pretty good here in free roll. Coming up with that stop sign right around a minute 12 there. That's in line. It's going to be tight to see if they can make the day 2.
Yep.
Yeah, so taking the upper transition flag.
There we go.
You know, that paint in that area, it may look like just lines. It's about 1/8 of an inch thick. It's rough.
It does run some interference on those lines.
So nice turn in, pretty solid. Oh yeah, that's a beautiful shoot turn.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so you have to wonder what aerodynamic effects not having that cover have, because it's suddenly now you have a sort of a gaping hole in the side of your buggy, but we'll see. It's an interesting approach to picking up, coming clear across the road to get it.
That's how she measures the angle, right?
I'm also not good at trigonometry, so.
It could be that she knew exactly where it was going.
Yeah, well, it looked like it. She nailed it.
So here we are.
It's not weird technique if it works.
It's got to be about sub 1 minute here to get to day 2.
This is gonna
it's going to be tight. The time to beat again is a 3:03.19. That's where Apex is sitting in 10th place right now. So the question is Fringe B got to have a top 10 time, move on to potentially tomorrow, or if these are the final standings.
Hill 5 warming up.
They're going to be right at 3 minutes.
It should be. I mean, that's up to this girl and how well she can do. She can do a sub 30-second. It's in there.
So let's see. She's trucking with it.
No pressure or nothing.
Well, she certainly looks like she's running versus jogging, so I'm thinking that she's got it.
She's got the tape around the knee. She knows what she's doing.
Crossover 250, and it pivots. Oh, this is going to be
so
tight.
Close.
Hand on the push bar.
Well
257.19. There you go. That moves probably up into about 8th place. I think that's going to top Pika B by about half a second.
Nice job. Nice job. It's hard to get organized for a reroll sometimes, so it's excellent work by French to get that done.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're doing top 10 for women's now, right, for day 2?
Yep.
It's still dry down here, guys. So.
But are you, Mark?
Hard to say. It all depends. Adult undergarments.
All right, so looking with that, we'll wait for the official time to be posted, but looks like that should put them in about 8th place. So, sorry, Apex, getting knocked out of day 2 right there, but a really nice, especially the back hills right there, but all in all, pretty good race right there from Fringe B.
And on Baltic, too. Great redemption for those mechanics.
Well, can you run down the women's top 10 as they stand?
Yeah, sorry, what was that, Mark?
Never mind.
Cool.
So they're showing this run was very clean. I mean, it wasn't blazing fast. It's a women's B team, but I think their Hill 1 passed the Lina test, and it was someone who looks like they know what they're doing, and the pushers did a fine job. It just looks like a B team.
It's also difficult because occasionally what you'll have is when you have a race up against another buggy and another team, it looks a lot faster, even though the times might be the same. So we just got word that they're running one more men's heat as of right now.
Yeah, they're just it looks like they're just trying to get in as much as they can.
Good news is that one little cell that's coming seems to be diminishing a little bit, but it still looks like it's going to rain any minute.
Or snow at this rate. It's cold.
It's funny, Mark. It was snowing before, and those snow showers have turned into rain. So nothing like a nice 40-degree rain in Pittsburgh.
The wintry mix.
You remember when heat times were scheduled so that you'd be later in the day, so you'd get it nice and warm? It's kind of done the opposite here.
Yeah, well, it works out like 95% of the time, but then there's days like this where
I love a nice temperature inversion.
Cool.
There we go. There's
so
the top 10.
There we got the leaderboard. So first place, SDCA 234.40. Second, CIAA 240.93. Third place, Spirit A 245.18. Fourth, Pika A 246.95. Fifth, Fringe A 249.05. And the bottom half, CIAB 255.29. Spirit B just behind 255.88. Fringe B 257.18. Pika B 257.85 and CIAC 259.72.
Look how tight those B teams are.
It's
255 to 257.
Right? But look how far apart 1, 2, 3, and 4 are. Like every team has to make up 4 seconds to jump a spot except between 3 and 4. Like it's not even close. Like CIA's got to pick up 6 seconds to get the first. Spirit's got to drop 11 seconds. It's not even close.
Yeah, that's a difficult part about it. It's a matter of like having for some teams to look behind the curtain, if you will. There's a lot of different things that go into like what we're putting money into this year. And sometimes that's wheels, sometimes that's a new build, sometimes that's in recruitment for some of those beefy pushers you like so much, Andy. And, you know, it takes it takes a lot of effort and it takes a lot of time. And so that big discrepancy, that big change between 1, 2, and 3 could be a difference of getting a new set of wheels, learning something new about those wheels, or just having one really solid push team.
And you put SDCB in this mix, and you would have nothing but A and B teams here from how many organizations? It would be covered by 5 organizations would have 2 of
Yeah,
each.
right there. All their top A's and B's. Again, if we do have racing tomorrow, you know, those standings are just going to be their order in terms of how they go in those 5 rules. If it's rained out, SDC is your champion again. So we will have to see what goes down tomorrow. I'm hoping we get some finals racing, just because it's great to have finals racing. Men's heat is going to be coming here. We are going to have Apex B and Spirit A. You know, shout out on the women's side for Spirit A, holding into that number 3 spot. Really cool to see that from them there.
And they had a very strong role with their women's A team. It looked one of the better women's roles we saw down here. They certainly had the speed. I think the discrepancy on that case was it wasn't the buggy and it wasn't the wheels. It was definitely the push team is the gap that they need to close in that example. But they looked strong.
Also,
and tomorrow I think CIA on the women's side is going to be very busy if we have it tomorrow because they have 3 buggies in the top 10, and that's going to be a lot of work.
We're about 2 minutes away from the men's races. Also, just a reminder, there are free hot dogs over at the Bird Bites food truck. Also, free donuts and coffee at the alumni tent. So if you are hungry, you can do that. All right, let's go ahead and get you these rosters here for this men's heat, trying to jam in as many as we can. Lane 2, Apex B in Nova. The driver is Leah Restad. Hill 1 is... Wait. Okay. Is that right? Sorry, some of these rosters I'm going to...
Oh, you're in the women's end.
While he's looking through it, we're getting a couple drops down here. It's not wet yet, but it's definitely spitting a little bit.
Are they your teardrops because I'm not standing next to you, Mark?
Yeah, I miss you, Andy.
All right, sorry, Apex B. All right, here we go. It is Nova. The driver is Leah Restad. Hill 1, Alexis Jacques. Hill 2, Harry Wren. Hill 3, Rohan Patel. Hill 3, Chris Seiler. And Hill 5, Mark Dunnand. And in lane 1, Spirits Men A pushing Kingpin. The driver, Chloe Lenker. Hill 1, Seth Setsi. Hill 2, Alex Shepard. Hill 3, Arship Beppo. Hill 4, Jacques Moy. And Hill 5, Patel. A little bit under 1 minute to get this heat. Again, slight drizzles may be coming, but looks like they're going to roll it. We'll be interested to see how much more we can get in. This is the 9th men's heat of 13. 4 more remain.
Yeah, will this be one that breaks that 220 cluster? Because it's all within a couple seconds there. This is the first real team to have a shot at making that gap.
Yep.
All right, so here we are, Spirit A, flying out the gate.
Look at that beast. Holy cow.
You're just excited because he's not wearing a shirt.
He's got the flow. He's got the pecs.
And let's see, that's a fast Hill 1, about
That's a
16 and a
17-second.
half.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
He's the king right now.
Smoked his own Hill 2 pusher.
Yeah, Hill 2 had to really play catch up there. Let's see if that affects him.
Oh,
Bit of a wobbly shove off into Hill 2.
That was a great Hill 1. I mean, really, it's the best we've seen today. He just went at it.
With the conditions of the course right now, I'm interested to see how this free roll goes. So keep us appraised of whatever you see, SDs.
Yeah, it's starting to rain pretty hard down here, actually.
It's pretty gusty up here, yeah.
Yeah, it's wetter than I would be comfortable with.
And
it's definitely, it's like real rain. It's
How's
not
the
mist.
road?
About 50 seconds at the stop sign there.
That's a great stop sign.
Or sorry, 56 rather.
Yeah.
All right, you're coming down.
Yeah, we see the rain.
This is interesting. We'll see how it'll affect
this
their
is an
shoot
act
turn.
of bravery right here. Oh, spun.
Yeah.
You hate to see that.
Come on, they got to put in for a reroll.
I
If it's
wonder
wet,
if
forget
you
about it. It doesn't even
reroll
make any
with
sense.
Urethane in the wet is just not a combo you want.
Yeah. Is that Buggy clicking?
Apex B did make it through.
Yeah, they were. Apex B had something going on there. Their buggy sounded very odd.
It sounded like it's got like playing cards in the spokes.
It's entirely plausible that they may have hit the brakes going through just a little bit. I wouldn't blame them because the road conditions are getting worse as minutes and seconds go by.
Yeah, there was nothing with her line through the chute that would have made me suspect that on a dry line she would have been through.
Right. If I would advise Spirit of one thing, hey Spirit, ask for a reroll.
You hate to see that. They've had a history with spins in the chute, and especially as you're saying there, Mark, seems like that's not really anything of their doing, but just unfortunate timing.
You saw the wheels start to scrub as they went into the chute as well. So
yeah, there was definitely.
Someone texted me before she even got there and said she's going to spin. Yeah. And sure enough.
Yeah, and there's enough black stripes you have to cross that are uber slippery when they're wet. So it was almost a foregone conclusion.
Yeah. Apex B did make it through. They're coming up.
What?
They're trying to finish there. Let's see. Apex B across at a 2:50.15. Respectable time for them.
Man, the radar looks like we're just going to get the edges of two little tiny cells, and then it should be done.
the risky part about that is making sure that the course is dry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're checking to make sure that the driver is okay. EMS and safety doing their utmost. Somebody's even got an umbrella down there to protect the driver. These drivers are honestly incredibly brave, especially going into this. I hope that the driver is okay. It looks like she's getting unloaded and checked on right now.
Yeah, there was no real impact. I mean, she mostly lost, I'd say, the vast majority of her speed out before she contacted the bail. So it would be surprising if there was an injury. Yeah, she looks like she's getting out okay.
All right.
Clearly
awesome.
disappointed, but
I hope she gets that re-roll.
Yeah, that's a real bummer to see. You know, the stakes this year. You know, the stakes are always high, but especially just with not having a race day for 2 years, and I'm not sure if she's a senior or not, but in any case, just finally being able to go out there and then having that spin that's not really your fault.
Does she have to recave? No. Right.
So
it's
let's
safe,
see.
right?
We got a little replay here.
So the rest of that, I mean, the camera work is just whatever, but to Mark's point, the turn was fine.
yeah, she was smoother than the camera work so far. And right about here, you start to see the
Yeah, the push bar start to slide away from her. I saw a bit of scrubbing at first, a bit of an overturn, and then it just looks like she may have tried to recorrect. We just got notice that there's an indefinite pause due to weather. At this time, if there's anybody with a leaf blower.
That's a really interesting technique he's using there. I'm not sure what that is. I think it's the Siberian handshake.
So if you haven't ever seen, I don't know if you ever did it in your time, where you start driving the course.
We did that once.
Yeah.
I think it was race day of 2017. We got all the drivers in the back of the lead truck and drove them down and said, huh?
Well,
And
we just, what you do, if you start driving the course with vehicles, it'll dry the course.
Yeah.
So, like, believe it or not, the kind of the heat from the wheels and that friction will do it. We used to sit there, there were like 10 trucks and cars driving around the course to dry it after a rain delay. Like, if somebody wants to run down to the Wyndham and grab my truck, man, get them up here. I'm rolling on 35s, man. We'll dry up some course quick.
Yep. It helps if your car is really horribly misaligned. You get a lot more scrub.
I can put in a four-wheel drive and it'll bind up the whole time. I get new tires.
So yeah, just to notice, people, we are on an indefinite delay. We will get a 10-minute notice when things are going to be going back, but just waiting for the weather to pass, waiting for the course to dry out. But, we will be back. Looks like it's not too heavy of a front, so we are hoping to get all these men's rolls in today. Just 4 more left, so do stick with us, or if you need to seek shelter, by all means, go get warm. But we will be coming back with these races in a little bit. For those of you tuning in, WRCT, CMU, TV, light rain out here on the course, but definitely not good driving conditions.
It's almost stopped. Just a few drops. Like compared to where it was, it's way less than half. But it just came at the perfectly wrong time for Spirit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, real bummer right there for Spirit. So hopefully we are able to get them a re-roll, you know.
But it's funny, back to kind of what I was saying about the Spirit drivers and how they're consistent. Their buggies, they were designed for pneumatics. And when they went to the urethane, it took them a couple of years to figure it out. I mean, they were like, you know, Spirit would spin almost 50% of their race day rolls. And they've gotten their drivers to be so competent in handling that compound that they're on the edge all the time, but they still get through. There was an earlier women's heat for Spirit, and she slid a little bit, recovered it really nicely. But their buggies are right on the edge of that all the time. And all it takes is a little bit of a decrease in friction from the water, and they're off to the races, which is the biggest testament to the group and the drivers for what they're doing, because they're on the edge all the time.
There's a lot to be said about having buggies that have shells and equipment that doesn't quit, and being able to like replace some parts in between the years, make sure it still keeps going. If the shell starts to delaminate, it's over. But
Right.
if your shell is solid, you can almost guaranteed, depending on your build, replace everything that you have and make sure that your buggy keeps rolling. And so I'm glad to see that Spirit has hit its groove with these new wheels.
The Signu drive. Around the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
Oh, man.
We have our very own Sigma Nu driver up here. Why don't you introduce yourself once you feel comfortable?
Yeah, so my name's Sienna. I'm a physics major, and I just joined Signu this year. Used to be a part of SDC and got the opportunity to drive, and now we're going for it.
Nice, nice. So what would you say is the biggest difference between, and as much as you can tell us, driving for an organization like SDC versus driving for Sigma Nu? And that this is a tricky question, but I have to ask.
No, it's a hot take, though.
They're definitely on opposite sides of the spectrum, but there's definitely really great things about both of them. One thing I loved about SDC was, the attention to, the work that has been put into the team for years and years and years before. And Signu has that same attention, but it's definitely sort of a lot more laid back and fun in terms of, inspiring people to just put out their ideas and giving them the opportunity to put out those ideas and get involved in every way possible. Whereas you kind of have to work up to it at SDC.
Yeah, you have to gain access.
Yeah.
As you would. So, do you feel like anybody could come in to Signu and be able to throw out a wild and crazy idea?
I think so. Yeah, they're very welcoming to ideas. I think they're also very excited about. We had discussions about even building a joke buggy again. Something just for fun that looks really fun that maybe a larger person could drive. And so we throw out ideas like that, and we get excited about pursuing that in the future.
That's fantastic. So, what would you say, you guys, post this race day? What are the plans for the future? Everybody should have a 3-year plan.
Well, I think we certainly talk about how to improve. Buggy's about the times a lot, and we have lots of thoughts on how to improve. We have our next driver, Dylan Bonanno, is going to be driving us next year. So we're excited to get him ready. But we also have a lot of discussions about how to, inspire and do some fun things. And I know you mentioned earlier possible LEDs on the bottom of the buggy just for fun.
I saw that interview. I would think that's a fantastic addition, especially for early morning rolls.
Exactly. Just a little bit of fun in there.
So tell me about driving crate. Describe that whole experience as you're, getting shoved downhill too and driving crate.
Yeah, it was certainly something to get used to. I was really nervous on that first run that I did, but certainly more on the second one. We had switched out our wheels for some faster ones, and I was really cooking. And it took a while to get used to the steering. It's a little bit different, and it took a little while to get comfortable in the buggy.
Standard trike versus reverse trike. Do you have a preference?
What is that?
So SDC with the one wheel in the front, Sigma Nu with 2 in the front.
I don't really have a preference. I just kind of saw what it was and decided to learn it the best I could.
Really?
Yeah. I actually, there's one thing I really like about it is I can be very like subtle and gentle with the steering rather than
right?
having to really like put a lot of effort into turning.
So
yeah.
Brian wants to know about your experience during truck weekend. How long were you in that thing?
I was in the buggy for about 3 hours and I had a 5-minute break. But the
Did they
team,
give you snacks?
Yes, they bought me snacks. They got me hot chocolate. They took very good care of me. They checked in, every minute, every roll. Gave me the opportunity to skip a roll if I needed to.
But it's pretty big. I mean, you're not like packed in that thing, huh?
I would say that Crate is probably the most comfortable buggy, and I am a bit large of a driver, so that's where I got the opportunity.
You're just
to
kind
drive.
of tall. What are you, 5'1"?
Actually, about 5'4". Yeah,
What are you guys
5'3",
doing?
4'4".
Well, nice job today. Like, it was really smooth. It was just
Thank
fun
you.
to watch. So
Thank you very much.
yeah,
I
it was
appreciate
terrific.
it.
I'm rooting for you guys. If Pica can't win, I'd love to see a Sigma Nu win. So,
Thank you.
I'm a big fan, and we actually were hanging out. There's actually right now there are Pikes and Sigma Nu guys hanging out in the shoot turn together. It's
Wow.
crazy.
That is great. That's good to hear.
That's something that we haven't really seen too much of, that sort of competitive rivalry between Pica and Sigma Nu. I'd love to see that come back.
I'd like to see some more competition come back for sure. I mean, some more cooperation come back for sure between teams. The competitive nature is very high. I noticed that from freshman year on out.
Mm-hmm.
So as you go through your free rolls, do they tell you what they're going to do? Like, do you say, hey, today we're going to go hot. I want you to try a different line. Do they film you? Like, how does that go around?
So when we were doing our free rolls, I was tending to be in front of the buggy I was racing with, so I wasn't able to get a lot of film on the lines. But it was the second roll of the day. We were aiming to get 14. We said, let's just push this speed as much as we can. So they checked in with me, asked me if they wanted to, take the bags off, if they wanted a larger hill 2 push, and we worked it up as much as we could.
And you feel pretty comfortable? Like, you feel like you can move that thing and you're one with the buggy now?
I'd like to push it more than I did today.
All right.
Yeah.
It's funny. I had a driver, her favorite term was, I just want to go faster.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah, I definitely do.
Tell them, hey, I want to go faster.
If we get another opportunity to roll, I think we'll push it a little bit more.
Any trouble like being in there and pushing it and doing like? Do you have any qualms about being in the buggy? Any worries or fears?
Honestly, no. I was nervous for this race until I got in the buggy, until I was on the ground, and then I felt really excited and really ready to go. And like I said, Crate is probably the one of the most comfortable buggies to be in. And 3 hours was a bit tough.
Do you
but
talk to yourself? Do you make any noise in there? Are you
oh
quiet?
yeah, I talk to myself a lot. Yeah, just to remember, all the little details of the turning and the lines.
We should do a mic drop.
Right. So if there's a microphone in there, what would we hear?
Ooh, I was telling myself over and over to be subtle but deliberate with the steering.
Excellent.
To remember to really focus on making my turns, but to not freak out about it, because you do it a little bit too hard and that's a spin.
That's right.
Telling myself to take some deep breaths at first, but then once I said I was on the ground, I felt ready to go and a lot better.
What do you think on the back hills? Like, what's going through your head? So, like, you're through the shoot turn. That's your biggest stressor. Now you're on the back hills, and it's all the push team. Like, what's going through your head?
Well, the first time I was pushed on the back hills, I actually flew to the back of the buggy a little bit. So I was definitely focusing on kind of like bracing myself a little bit and keeping my arms strong to keep the steering from wiggling as they're pushing me.
Yep. So you're thinking like be steady, hold a good line?
Yeah, hold it straight line, be steady. I'm trying to look out for any cracks on the road, any sort of bumps, and avoid those. Although through course walks, we were able to find how to avoid those ahead of time.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
So we're still on a weather delay, although it looks like it has stopped raining.
It's a little bit sunny. I don't know. I see a slight bit of brightness. I feel slightly warmer. It was nice going inside for a couple minutes if you need a runoff.
I will in a second. Thank you.
Cool. I can, I don't know, just tell jokes or something. Again, we are in an indefinite weather delay when we know there's 10 minutes till the start of the next race that will be announced.
I have some dad jokes.
Oh, that's good.
Why does a chicken coop have 2 doors?
Why?
Because if it had 4 doors, it would be a chicken sedan.
Ooh. Oh, wow.
I'm here all day.
That's good. Yeah, for better or
Thank
for
you.
worse.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it does look at least, see slight signs of drying on the course. That's always the hard part with rain in Pittsburgh, is it's just
I mean, Pittsburgh weather is just terrible. It's funny. I brought my kids, like I think 3 of the 4 of them, and we came and it was the most amazing buggy weekend ever, right? So we get here on Thursday, and we hang out a little bit. We actually went to a Pirates game that Thursday, and the weather was beautiful, and they went up the first baseline, and the outfielder threw them 2 baseballs.
Oh, wow.
So the kids go to a game, and they get 2 baseballs. Beautiful day. Then we go and have race day, and it was a beautiful day of races. The kids are down in the chute. It was amazing. The weather was great the whole weekend. We went to the Carnegie Science Center. My kids think Pittsburgh is like Disneyland, you know?
I mean, when
I'm like, it's never like this. It's never
great,
like this.
But no, when it's like this too, it's just always so slow to actually dry because it's moist in the air and there's no sun. I got another guest here, Josio, past safety chair.
Yeah. Am I talking? Okay.
Yeah,
Hi.
just pull the mic in nice and close.
Yeah. 2018 safety chairman, former chairman of Apex before that.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, cool. Thank you for joining us. How are you feeling about race day today?
Less good now, but I
Fair
was
enough.
having a blast at the beginning. It is nice to be back here without the responsibilities of sweepstakes.
Right. Is this? No, I guess you would have been an alum at 2019. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but still, even after all these, pandemic years and stuff like that, it does feel good to see them racing. Anything really jump out to you about the races that you've seen so far that have been impressive or exciting?
I mean, I was really impressed with just the performance of all the women's heats.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess like being here as not a student, I've had more time to really just enjoy the races early on. It's been great. Very impressed. I was so excited to see DG out.
Right. That is so cool that they got around on both, and pretty solid times. Like,
yeah, they were doing really well.
Not the slowest on either men's or women's, which is cool for a first-time team.
Yeah, incredibly impressive. Really happy I got to see that.
And then, I guess putting your safety chair hat back on, if you were dealing with kind of like a weather situation, like what kind of conversations are happening right now?
Because even if we're not seeing any more rain for the rest of the day, roads are still wet. We're talking about teams trying to make day 2 times at prelims. Even if we roll right now and teams are going to be pushing for rerolls again anyway, blaming the weather conditions, which is a valid.
Yeah.
So the question is, even if we do roll, is it worth it if those teams are going to want rerolls again tomorrow? It's a very hard choice. I'm very glad I didn't have to deal with big weather issues like this. It is rough.
It is. We had, when I was doing this right at the start, I think my first 5 years or most of my first 5 years, some sort of weather-related stuff came up, and it was bad. And then we had like 3 or 4 really, really nice years. Mm-hmm. And now we're back to this, because I think the other consideration, which is tricky and annoying, is the fact that we might have weather again tomorrow. So, it's kind of like, well, even if you don't have a good time, you want to get a time. The forecast looks kind of similarly like maybe. So.
Yeah. When it comes to weather, any decision you make is going to be the wrong in someone's eyes.
Right.
So.
No, that's a good way of putting it. Sweet. So you can see there, down more in the chute, it looks a little bit wetter there than it does necessarily up here.
Definitely.
I think we're getting boarded back here. Not much, just hanging out, talking about it. It looks worse. We were just saying up there on the screen in the chute than it does up here. I don't think so. I think we're still on. We can take a break if you want. Okay. Okay, so no leads over. Gotcha, cool. Okay.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, Andrew, how are you?
It is so great to be back here after a pandemic time that we haven't had sweepstakes. Can you tell us a little bit about what it's like to be back in the saddle? You heard it here first, folks, with our VP for Student Affairs and much, much more. This is Andrew Wilson for WSCP Public Affairs. We're to back you up at top of hill. Thank you.
Hey, we are still in the indefinite rain delay, but I got another interview up here. I got Isabel from Apex, going to talk about Nova, their new buggy. Sorry, real quick. You just move it a little closer. Yeah.
So Nova kind of just came about because we had to take advantage of the fact that we couldn't build last year due to COVID.
We're pretty much ready whenever. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so COVID-19 happened, so we couldn't really do any builds last year, so instead we decided to like use the budget and resources that we had to just do a lot of research with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so with that, we basically like there's a class in the makerspace called basically just inventive projects where you can just use the makerspace resources to do whatever project you want. So we decided to just prototype a lot of like different like manufacturing methods for our shell. So rather than like what we normally do, we were able to find like a new like shell fabrication method. And then we were also able to like create new like mold methods instead. So like we were able to move from like a male mold to a female mold, and then also move away from wet layup. So we were able to get like a really strong, really stiff shell without like any extra weight as well.
And so you used all of that time to conduct a bunch of research. I also noticed that you switched from a reverse trike to a front trike this year. Could you speak to that?
Yeah. So I can't talk as much about that because I wasn't as much on the steering end. But basically, since we had the time and we had like full summers of just Zoom shop hours and online shop hours, it meant that we were able to just like do a bunch of CAD, do a bunch of trialing with that. Like, the primary reason why we switched to forward trike was just because we tried a bunch of different steerings of reverse trike buggies with all of our past buggies, and we were like, we can try something new. A lot of the fast teams are doing forward trike, so let's just try it and see how it goes for us. And so far, it is going quite well.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
So I imagine wheel alignment's a lot easier.
Yeah.
Just one.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about what Apex, a little bit about leading up to this race day. I was about to say retail. Sorry.
Like retail? What? It's been a day.
Tell us about what the conversations have been like in Apex. We know you guys have the mechanics and the experience now. Happy 10 years, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that really?
Yeah.
Wow, I feel old.
Yeah, 10 years was last like October or something.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So tell us a little bit about what the culture is like in Apex today, and what's your 3-year plan?
Oh yeah, so pretty much everyone on Apex, like all of our active members, except for one driver, has never seen a race day before.
Wow.
Like all of leadership, except for our head driver, is all juniors. So we kind of just went into this not really knowing what to expect. So we had to get a lot of help from them and just be like, please walk us through what truck weekend would look like. Please walk us through what like a race day would look like. But like all of our recruits and just everyone on the team has been really, really enthusiastic, and like they're willing to do so much stuff for us. Like we're like, oh, can you go out at 3 a.m. and watch some bales? And they're like, sure, why not? We'll do it. But like everyone is really enthusiastic about it, and like we have Nova, and we know what went well and what isn't so great about it, and like we're already talking with like mechanics that we think might be like leadership in the future about like what we can do better, how to improve and like make a better Nova. So a lot of that is going to be, we have buggies now and we're competitive, and it's just going to be optimizing what we currently have.
Excellent.
I am curious kind of to that as well, coming out of the pandemic, like what has recruitment been like, and like how did that work, kind of getting these people with very little frame of reference from Buggy, but even as you're recruiting them, like I don't really even know what we're going to do, but you should try it with us. Like how did recruitment go this year?
So recruitment, we actually got a lot of people this year. So like usually you tend to get like mostly freshmen and the occasional other straggler, but like recruitment in the fall was a pretty even mix of freshmen and sophomores because people weren't really on campus last year.
Right.
And we couldn't really speak on like race day and stuff, but we did try to make like shop hours very interesting, like and roles very interesting. So we really pushed that. And we also tried to just push like the social aspect of Apex and like what makes Apex unique.
That is really interesting. So I would say that like recruitment especially has been a huge challenge for teams. I'm sure you're well aware of this. So what is your strategy moving forward? I know that there is a lot of still uncertainty with the pandemic occasionally. Every so often we get another wave. But Did you pick up anything Did you pick up anything that you started during the pandemic that you think you're gonna keep doing as a team?
I definitely think that because like over pandemic we had a lot of like game nights, like just virtual game nights and stuff like that, and they actually did work out really well, especially at the beginning when everyone was like starved for human contact. Right. But like even now there's still like game nights and stuff. They're a lot less formal. Like we have a Minecraft server set up so that people can like play.
Aw.
We have like a lot of different like little groups of people that are all gaming. So like just smaller virtual things like that where it's like not necessarily the whole team but it's still different groups so that everyone can feel like they belong is really great for like recruitment and stuff.
That's awesome. And I do think it's cool, I don't know, charting over Buggy history, like different team cultures and all of that. But like Apex seems to have been very consistent over that decade of like, welcome in, you know, let's show you what we're doing. Let's make Buggy fun. And it's cool to see how that persists.
Yeah.
You're talking kind of some of that new stuff with Nova. Are you planning a new build next year, or hopefully? Or?
Hopefully. We'll have to talk to like next year's exec and stuff like that. But like we do have plans for a new build. It's not going to be as grand a scale as Nova because it's not going to be everything we're doing for the first time again.
Right.
But like we're probably going to build again.
Awesome.
So there was a bit of a gap between building every year, which is what you've done in the past historically, and you took the time during the pandemic to do all of this research. So I can only imagine it's going to go up from here. But sticking with front trikes, it sounds like.
Yeah, we're most likely like next build is most likely going to be a forward trike again.
It is a bit easier for maintenance.
Yes, it is. Like assembly and steering stuff, like a steering assembly took so much less time. Because we like had at first planned out like a whole week for it, and we're like, a day.
That's awesome.
And especially that also saves you time, I imagine, on race day.
Yeah, because we didn't have to worry about like wheel alignment or anything. It was just wheel, it self-centers.
Yep. It's here.
Yes. I might have to head back.
Yeah,
that's okay.
all good.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for chatting. It was very interesting.
Yes.
And the course is looking promising. We don't have any updates yet on anything, but drying quicker than I would have thought. Sorry. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, so we're just looking around the course a little bit here. Again, still in this indefinite delay, hoping that we are able to get these last few men's heats out, showing some different sides of the course here. But still no official update from Sweepstakes on when things are going to be back up and cooking. But you can see there the free rolls looking pretty good. Again, not sure how much exactly, moisture is on the ground.
The road is
damp still.
Yeah, you can see it here and on Hill 5. The road is not dry. So it's not raining. There's no more precipitation falling, and the breeze is blowing, which is good, but I'm guessing another 20, 30 minutes for the road to dry. We'll see how it goes.
Then my question with that is, how does that work with the permits? Because it's almost 11:30.
Great question. So speaking with the folks last night, so they used to get the permits till sometime in the afternoon. I think they have them till 1 p.m. today and tomorrow.
Okay.
Now, they also have them for Sunday. So if we don't go today or tomorrow, there is a chance for a Sunday. And for those who don't know, you have to get a full set of rolls. Here's the weird part. The women's could be set. Mm-hmm. And we could actually, and they've done this before, just run a men's day. Now, what they'll sometimes do is if the weather looks good, they'll run women's and men's. They might just try to squeeze men's in somewhere and just have the women not roll. It can be very wonky that way.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
There's also going to be a bit of what stinks is if you aren't able to have all of your prelims on the same day, there's going to be different weather conditions, different road conditions as well, which you can't get a re-roll for that, and there's just no way. But at the end of the day, there are different conditions that you're racing under, which means you have to kind of treat your wheels differently. You have to prep wheels differently. And you have to also prepare your pushers differently. I'm sure as you've seen some of these heats getting lined up, there have been pushers running up and down the course. You got to activate those muscles before you start pushing, because if you start on cold muscles, you're not going to get the same performance as if you warmed up. That's just basic facts. And so the colder it is on the day of, the more warm-ups you need to do. And so timing really is everything, both with your pushers and with your wheels.
Which is why I think the re-roll is probably the hardest thing to do ever, because you've warmed up, you executed, and you got to do it again, and it's a nightmare.
Oh yeah, and as you saw, Baltic didn't even get the chance to get their their fairing cover back. So
right,
there's certain limitations to it.
I mean, I guess it is at least good, because it's interesting on the men's side, right? We're about halfway through. Luckily, kind of
we're more than nice 4 heats left.
4 heats left. That's right. It ended up being a fairly even split. I imagine Spirit hopefully will get a re-roll, but it's kind of like all the A teams now are yet to go. So it's kind of like at least all the B teams were kind of in the same conditions. And then hopefully if we can get the men's or get the rest of these rolls in, all the A teams will be in similar conditions, hopefully.
And I've never been a sweepstakes chairman, but like I've coached many, and I've armchair coached a whole bunch. As I look at it, I would recommend we push today as long as possible. We go right to the end of the permits. Heck, we ask for an extension, if that's even possible, to get it in today to make sure it's set.
Right.
Because tomorrow looks like snow and Sunday looks like snow.
Yeah.
Because it's Pittsburgh.
Because it's Pittsburgh.
Because it's Pittsburgh.
Yeah, the difficulty there is getting those permits. Legally, we lose the police at one point who help us block those roads, and then it gets so much more difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we had a situation like that happened 2016 where we didn't actually have police on race day, and that was risky.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember because there were people, since we didn't have police presence, we had like these sophomore students at the outside barricades.
And surely they'll stop everybody.
Oh, yeah. Everybody respects the authority of an undergraduate.
I used to say we get a DG's push team, and I wouldn't be driving past those guys.
Yeah, just put DG's push team on the exterior.
Spirit Hill 1.
Yeah.
Get him out there, too.
No, he needs to stay because hopefully they get a re-roll.
Oh, right. They better get a re-roll. Like, I can't pitch anything. I hold no authority whatsoever. But, man, Spirit A's got a re-roll. That's straight up garbage.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for a reroll there, but once again, that makes it 5 heats we still have to get through today, which means we might be running on a reduced gun-to-gun time. It's already at 8 minutes. I'm sure it's even less now, which is going to be a nightmare for some of these teams timing-wise, and I'm sure there's rapid discussions happening in trucks right now about what the timing might be, especially if you're somebody like SDC who's running 2 teams, just 3 heats apart.
Yeah.
The CIA's got 2 in there, too. CIA's got a C and an A back-to-back.
Yeah, I can imagine that the C team will probably not get the same attention.
You think? I've had that like in a finals, and I'm like, sorry, guys. Your buggy will be set like 20 minutes prior. You're just going to get what you get.
Yeah. Hang out there. It'll be fine.
That's right. But, no, it's a good point of thinking about they still do like a chairman's meeting where sweepstakes chair will grab these 8 groups and say, hey, here's what we're planning. Can you do it, or what can we do to make it move forward?
Mm-hmm. So there's difficulty because not like sweepstakes can only do so much. There's also problems like if there's a stop in the chute, sweepstakes isn't necessarily down there all the time. Or if there's an issue with, say, the health and safety of a spectator, that happened in 2017. You have to wait on official fire and safety to come back
But
to you.
she's in charge of what happens down there. When things go differently, if there's a wreck, she's in the truck to move that.
Yeah. She's on the spot.
But it's funny, I didn't know, that she's in the lead, so
She's in the lead truck, so
she's kind of judging it, but
she's also harnessed into the lead truck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got harnesses this year.
they didn't harness me when I jumped in, and I'm like, I think they don't care about my health and safety.
I think you signed a waiver, and the fact that Tisha is in there for every single race, they were probably like, here you go.
Well, the funny, if you ever talk to Mark Estes about, he was a videographer. We used to have a video camera in the lead and follow truck. And in 1994, we rolled my 18 buggy first. Like, it was the first heat of the day. It was my women's B team. And to have him tell the story, I saw the video. The buggy is like literally about 6 feet from the back of the truck. He's literally leaning out the truck to film the thing. And so those truck positions are kind of precarious. Like there's a lot of people in there. They used to have a strap going on the top for the follow truck so you could stand and hold on and watch. I'm not sure they still do that or not.
I think they made it less okay to
Yeah.
do that.
Okay, so getting an update here. There's potentially a drizzle coming in about 10 minutes. So we're going to hold for that to pass by. Depending on what happens there, we'll wait for it to dry and make an assessment. Maybe something magical will happen and it'll miss us, but we're going to wait for about that 11:30, 11:40.
Yeah, so the
But
chute
the
right now
goal
is drying a little bit.
Yep. The goal is, sorry, go ahead, Mark.
It's probably dry enough that you could roll, but you would want it to be drier to be optimal. It's definitely much drier than it was when Spirit ran.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, in either case, probably going to wait the next 10, 15, see if that next spot comes through, and then from there make a call based on the speed it dries. But the goal at this point is to get all the heats in today.
Right, you have to try, because you might not get tomorrow, right?
There is no tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes.
Right. And if it ended right now, my prediction of Sigma Nu coming in 6th would be very prophetic.
But to be clear, just so everyone knows, like all the men's heats have to happen on the same day.
Right. Although I will take the moral victory.
Is it the moral victory, or is it just the victory by default?
Does Sigma Nu have morals?
I don't. That's a good question. Yes, but questionable might be the adjective you're looking for.
So, for better or for worse, the women's slate, their heat section is done. They don't have to go again. This could be what we have. The men's, because they haven't finished yet, essentially, if we don't roll today, the rest of the men's heats, what rolled today is invalidated, and we have to go back and get a full men's race day in one day.
And that might happen at a later weekend.
It might happen that later weekend.
Which reflects the wisdom of squeezing in that Fringe B reroll.
Yeah.
That was a wise move, because now that you can tie a bow around that whole women's race.
That's
and
right.
go, yep, we've
Women's
got
set.
enough
That's
data
right.
here.
Yep. Yeah, so it's crazy because like I'm looking at the weather and it's like tomorrow was a 40% chance of precipitation with light snow, and I'm like, damn you, Pittsburgh. And then it goes through to Sunday, but to the point that if we don't go this weekend, they can pull permits for next weekend.
Right.
Yeah.
I live in Pittsburgh, so.
I may have to fly back out.
Yeah, right.
I will
Wait,
not
that was
be
like
here.
you don't want me to come
No,
back
no,
out?
no. That was great. That's wonderful.
Unfortunately, I can't make it next weekend.
I was just.
Plane tickets are kind of expensive right now.
You're from California, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. Travel's bad right now. No, I was just gonna do impressions of you and Estes and pretend you guys were here.
Two little sock puppets.
So she's
No, that seems wrong.
riding smooth into the second chute flag, a little wiggle there. That's my
Looks
mark.
like they're
Estes.
taking a crew of Spirit and CIA over in the lead and follow trucks.
Taking a tour. Mark, get out there and blow some hot air on the chute turn, would you?
Yeah, sorry. But Andy, speaking of that, I used to film from the lead car. It was insane. Some of those rolls, like I was always convinced that the driver of the lead car was in cahoots with Pica, because the buggy was literally drafting.
That's not a good thing. You think a driver feels good about looking at the tailpipe of an
No, she wasn't looking,
F-150?
she couldn't see the
inhaling those
tailpipe.
fumes.
The tailpipe was too close and above her head. She was literally almost under the truck.
I don't like
And
that.
you would pound on the side of the truck to try to get the driver to go faster. And I suspect they interpreted that as go slower, which was almost a disaster.
Have you heard the story before?
No.
The buggy's right there.
It was literally like I think if I had fallen out of the back of the truck, I would have landed on the buggy. It was that close.
Wow.
It was a different time.
My driver told me that she was struggling with the idea of, do I pass the truck? Like that was in her head.
I like that attitude, right? That is the attitude to have. Up there's some trucks down here in the chute. People are going to touch the ground ceremoniously and make like opinionated faces.
Are you recruiting
Well,
buggy
you're
chickens?
saying too, it's CIA and SDC in there, so those would be the next two teams up in the schedule.
Hello, welcome to Brixton.
Are you having tea?
I don't know. You gotta keep it interesting at this point. You
It is
know,
the
it's
great
a lot of
British
talking.
buggy off.
Cheerio.
No soggy bottoms.
Wait, who are the qualified track evaluators?
I don't know. There's a whole bunch of people out there looking around.
Mark, get out there. Let's go.
I can tell you from right
we've
here.
got Frank.
Look, a man on the scene.
Frank coming up.
The chairman is coming up.
It's damp, but it's not wet anymore. They could roll. That's my opinion. And if it gets any drier, they definitely could roll.
Oh, sorry, real quick. Checking in with Frank.
What was that?
Who are the track evaluators that are in the shoot turn?
I see a bunch of drivers, and I see.
You see these people here, or
a couple guys who are too tall to drive?
What are they doing?
They're getting stimp meters down there. They're checking the hardness of the putting green.
Well, I can tell some of them are drivers because they're wearing their driving harnesses and wearing a Piker Racing hoodie. I suspect that might be a Piker driver.
Have they sniffed the road yet?
She's touching it.
Have they licked it? You must taste it to know. You must be one with the road.
And there's McHugh on a scooter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my God. That's the most McHugh thing ever. For sure, I rescind my lobby for the designated knucklehead because I think McHugh has it in perpetuity.
Yeah. Was there really any doubt?
I'm sorry. I had an overinflated knuckleheaded ego, so I have to let that go.
Well, we can still become knuckleheads. It
How
will
about
take a lot of work.
Can I be the ringmaster of the Clown Shoe Circus?
I prefer just being the bartender.
You're good at that. That's fine for you.
It's a good spot. Well, all the spectators, I'm gonna shame them for being lightweights because they've all left except for we have Sting and Trish, who were when did you guys 87?
The former lead singer of the Police?
No, the other Sting.
Oh, the wrestler?
Steve Ing, who was safety chair. What year? 88. Chairman, Friends chairman 1 year, and Trish DeMarco, now Trish Ing DeMarco, who is also safety chair.
Oh, Trish DeMarco Ing.
Yeah, they're down here hanging out, keeping me company. Everyone
Back
else
when
has left.
The university was good. These things didn't happen.
Yeah, and imagine like two safety chairs getting married, and still being married. Like, God, like 20-some years later.
Do you think they use protection?
I mean,
they're safety chairs.
That's the question. Protection. They're
Bardick,
nodding.
no.
They're nodding.
It says color. I'm color.
So, little known fact, he managed to push C team for Sigma Nu. Steve did.
Sigma had a C team?
We had a D team, brother.
Figure that.
Wow.
Look, I know these things. These young kids don't know that.
Sure did.
Sigma Nu used to care.
Oh, they cared a lot. We lived for it.
Hey,
Something
I
about
was-
the hat that said ES.
Those ancient hieroglyphs.
But that being said, it seems like they care this year. That was a nice showing by them.
No, I'm very happy. They're like, they got to a point where they hated Buggy because the alumni were down on them for like not participating and being less than excited about it. And they have turned a corner. Like this, they actually talk about how it's fun, and they're having fun. And this year was sort of like much like DG. They wanted to have just sort of a layup year, show they could do it, and then now they're talking about building for having a Buggy come out in the fall and maybe building a second one after that. And so they may be back. Maybe the fire has been relit.
Well, that's awesome. It is interesting to see these ebbs and flows. The evaluators moved on.
Now they're doing a drum circle without drums.
Okay, cool.
So it might be actually a drum oval, but yeah, they're talking, they're nodding heads.
Having some chit chats.
Actually, they're voting. Bordick, you are the knucklehead. They've concluded.
They determined he hopped off the headset for a moment, but I'll congratulate him on his success. Yeah, someone was saying in the Discord, is McHugh trying to dry the course with a scooter, which is, if that's his intent, that's up there for Knucklehead.
Love to see an alumni exhibition heat on scooters right now. If I could manifest that.
I had this vision of doing actual Zooter scooter races, me versus Bordick, because we could put whatever wheels we wanted on there and splatter ourselves all over the chute.
Oh, I would cheat like you read about. I'd be like throwing like spikes at you and stuff, and
Mario Kart
oil
style.
slicks. Oh hell yeah!
There are two. I'm not encouraging anybody, but there are two spin scooters, at the top of hill too.
Oh, wow.
You could make this happen. You could.
Yeah, but they have motors. I
not
wanted
saying you
the
should.
raw power.
Oh, you wanted just the like Razor kick scooter deal.
The actual original Zooter scooter is the required platform, and then put whatever wheels you want on it. I personally would talk to my friend Dwayne and go, "Hey, Mr. Goodyear, hook me up with some of that juicy rubber stuff," because we're seeing these urethane wheels, which are fabulous. But I will tell you that he and I had wheels for the Soapbox Derby race that would absolutely fly all the way to the chute, and then they would fall apart.
We had wheels like that too.
Oh, you had them too, yeah. I remember that.
Huh?
Oh, Tisha wants to come.
So just that guy who I just said hi to, by the way, I smoked my first and only joint with him.
And Andy was never allowed near an airplane again.
No way.
Oh, they've left the chute. They've concluded something. They're heading back up to the top of the hill. And it's getting drier by the moment down here.
Yeah, it's looking good. I'm hoping.
And so is your humor.
Yeah.
I have miles to go, though, don't I?
Yeah. Yeah, you're pretty savvy.
Have you ever figured out why the Pika pushers dressed as mimes that one year?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
No.
Not
you.
Can you pantomime it?
A game of charades.
First syllable. Marceau?
It's legal.
It is legal to dress as a mime.
So let's see. We do have that truck coming back up there. The course is looking better. Still no official word, but I don't know. I saw Frank briefly. He seemed to be smiling, so I don't know. Take that as a good sign.
Is that Frank's last name? Briefly?
No, it's Frank Smiling.
Oh, okay. Is it hyphenated, smiling briefly, or briefly smiling?
So do you think we can get the university to put like stands right there? Wouldn't it be great to actually have like bleachers?
Actual
to sit,
bleachers would be so
nice
cool.
chairs.
Oh, if there was so you know how in amphitheaters they do those concrete steps?
Yeah, right.
That would be fantastic.
It's a perfect spot right there. Like they're not going to do anything else with that location. Put something like that. How about like concrete with grass? You can kind of recline a little, almost like a Roman dude with the grapes and stuff, and like sit right there and just like casually watch 1 and 2 go. About 10 minutes.
All right, and great news, everybody. We have word. Going to be getting underway in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Going to be resuming race day 2022, trying to get these men's heats in to make sure we have some results. So that is very, very exciting news. This race coming up, SDCB, CIAC, SDCB, always, one of the top teams out there, even though they're a B team, can beat a lot of A's. And
aren't they having that protocol issue for their B team?
Oh, you are right.
That's right.
You are right. Thank you, Mark. Their driver actually, unfortunately, tested positive for COVID. So the B team driver is unable to drive for this. So they, therefore, do not have another driver qualified in that buggy. So they won't actually be able to have an official role. They are, I believe, going to push a different buggy just to get their push team able to be out there and pushing around, but the time will not count. CIAC in their new buggy Roadrunner, which I love. Might be my favorite color scheme out there this year. It's a delightful looking buggy.
So such a hard thing to do. So the wheelman, if I think back to my friend Eric Shapiro, who was our wheelman, and I think it was 95, and how hard it is to have a delay like this and be able to maintain the preparation of those wheels. Now, the heat is one thing. And so, like, Eric loved to, like, dunk the stuff into, like, all kind of crazy chemicals and things and, like, hose it down. And the idea of waiting this long with wheels that are in a truck, we actually would go to the house and, like, keep wheels there and move throughout the day. Like, it was that hard. The wheelman would go back and forth, Eric would run back and forth, and make sure that they were treated and heated right up to the time you want to roll. And this delay is a nightmare.
Yeah,
Nightmare for this
this
year.
it is because the more you delay, the more there's certain elements that are getting changed. The chemical composition of some of these urethane wheels are changing as we speak.
Right.
And that's a very delicate process, especially if you've got like the one chemistry nerd and the one person who's running whatever magic brew you have in the it's not in the truck. That's another thing too.
Can't be.
It can't be because that's against the rules.
Right.
The fire marshal will kick out your entire team.
Ask
so,
STC about that.
Yes. You would have to. So it's like you said, you have people running from across campus to hand deliver wheels that have been treated. And if you're just joining us, it sounds like we're starting in 9 minutes or less, 8 minutes now. So if you are one of those people who are taking shelter, make sure you
come back,
locate a window.
And we would like to thank our race day sponsors this year for making this all possible. So amazing to have race day back. So thank you so much to GM, our gold level sponsor, sponsoring design competition and showcase. Then additionally, we would like to thank number one Cochrane, Go One Better. They are sponsoring the lead and follow trucks
So cool.
this year.
They've done it for such a long time. Like,
They
hey,
have.
drive a truck around. Like, that's awesome.
They've been sponsoring us. Oh, it seems like we're back on an indefinite hold, ladies and gentlemen. Cochrane has been helping out and offering lead trucks forever. So long so that when I was a safety chair, it was around the time when they switched what the bodies of trucks were made out of into mostly aluminum. So they were ready and set to go with these magnets that had all their advertisements on the side of it.
Come on!
Slapped them on, and they all fell off. So. That's how long they've been around. We tried to reuse some of that marketing.
That's fabulous.
Didn't work out.
And so it sounds like there slight delay again. No word exactly on what that is, but hopefully we will be getting races going any moment now. It does look like some folks,
cool,
SDC and CIA, are in the truck looping back around, so maybe one more check of the chute to make sure that looks good for them.
Yeah, I would also, if I was going to reroll, I'd make sure my chute flagger and transition flagger were in position because they may have wandered off.
Right.
But it's still dry down here. It hasn't gotten any wetter, and seems to be getting clearer. So who knows what this delay is, but good to be prudent. So
Yeah,
I'm
of
not
course.
complaining.
There is, I have noticed that SDC is wearing pink sweatshirts and pink shirts this year. Is this an omen for the hot pink buggy of my dreams, Lust, to finally come out?
Oh, really? I thought they just had white sweatshirts they washed with some red stuff.
I was gonna say because they're
One
kind of doing
Inferno shirt
they're
got
kind
in
of
there?
doing the millennial pink, I think is what they call it. But that would be sick if they had like hot pink.
Millennial pink is a thing?
Millennial pink is the name of the pink.
Yeah, like
Really?
That's
I'm a
millennial pink.
millennial. I have a millennial pink water bottle because I don't know.
I'm old as
It's in
dirt,
the
so I don't
rules.
get that.
It's just the pink that millennials like.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell you. It's biological.
I think Pantone was like, yes, we have decreed it so.
So
it's all marketing.
It really is.
I didn't know millennial pink was a Pantone color, but I'll start using it.
Wind picking up a little bit here.
But like it looks fine. I don't know.
We don't know what might be going on with sweepstakes.
Well, there's another junta of people out touching the road in the middle of the chute, so I don't know what.
Junta? What are you, like, on the African continent?
Well, I'm running out of adjectives. So.
We have been talking for a while. We're getting deep into the bag of words.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's fine. There's nothing on the radar. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, we have live radar cam.
Andiamo, vámonos.
And look, Saks is having a sale.
Saks is having a
Mach
sale.
schnell.
Wow. We cannot. They're not a sponsor.
Zoba.
Okay, so we're that little blue dot in the middle there, I think.
Oh, that one piece is exquisite. Oh, I like that little bottom one for the thong, too. That's nice. That would look great on me. What is that thing?
Oh, yeah, it would.
And there that goes. Oh no, it is back up there. So we are really right on the edge.
It's a difficult call to make because if you have a storm cell like this, and your sweepstakes making that call, do you say, yes, let's go and run the risk? Or do you have a heat like what we experienced with Spirit A, where it starts raining the moment the buggies come out? And like we said about wheels, that timing is everything. You can't just say, all right, everybody just get on the course now, we'll run it, because you won't have the same amount of preparation, you won't have the same amount of safety measures in place, you won't have the same amount of wheel treatment either, which that can be a 10-second difference, and you're at the end of the day.
Faux show. Yeah. I just so my thing is we had a countdown ready to go. If the team's ready to go, it looks like we have probably at least a 20-minute window to get two more heats in.
My interpretation is it looked like in the truck they did have CIA and SDC folks going to the chute there, so I'm wondering if they just want one more check of the ground to make sure it's good.
It definitely looked like 2 buggy driver-sized people and 2 not buggy driver-sized people. And they're getting back in the truck. And I don't know what they concluded. They're not sharing their intel with me down there.
You used to be way better at this, man. Make some effort. Get down there. Get in the thick of it, man.
Yeah, but the headset's only like 3 feet long. And I'm not up on the tower. I want to be on the tower. I want to see the chute turns from above like a bird.
Is there a tower?
Can somebody fix him? Can someone rewind Mark SDs and make him right again?
Guys, he needs his big boy chair.
Yeah, I need to be up there in the big boy chair. I'm standing down here on the ground. I have the same viewpoint as you do. I'm watching most of the race on the Jumbotron. It's not the way it was. It's not the way.
Kids these days.
So we use Discord to have a lot of chats and things for Carnegie Mellon's whole carnival and buggy thing. And they have a new channel that's called Old Men Yelling at Clouds, and Mark Estes is the chairman.
Yeah, I think they made that channel for me and the cook and maybe
McHugh,
some old Pica guys. And I get called that old guy by people who are also old guys.
I think
I'm really old.
I think that channel is perfect because you actually have a lot of people who want to share their hot takes that the students are going to be like, can we please keep this off of general?
Right.
I have finals to study for. I don't need to get yelled at for this minor benign thing. But I think it really does, having that channel does help separate out really intensely passionate people talking about very specific buggy rules and their disagreements about them.
I mean, it's funny. I had a conversation last night with one of the buggy designers that made a new buggy. Oh, hang on.
And, we have an announcement here from Frank, the chair.
Frank will take the chair.
Hi, everyone. We are planning to start in 12 minutes for Heat 10, which is SCCB versus CIAC. 12 minutes.
Get on your horse and ride!
So there you go, folks. 12 minutes. Going to be resuming things here. So excellent news. The forecast is looking good. People slowly making their way back outside. There's kind of a faint outline of a sun. I feel a little warmer.
It's a Pittsburgh sun. Well, that's because you're sitting on my lap now.
We got to cut back to the announcer camp.
But,
ooh. All right.
Oh, real?
Oh, wow. That's
the resolution is terrible on that one, though. Bad frame.
Oh, that looks good.
Right now we're clear. We're clear of precipitation. The weather is still there's still an overcast layer, which is slowing down the drying, and I think it's fairly. The humidity, I think, is actually fairly high. It's cold and damp, so it's not making the evaporation of the roads quick, but there's nothing new falling, and so I think the breeze is whisking it away a little bit. So I do think Frank is making a great call. It looks like it's dry enough to roll. Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's probably pretty dry down there too.
I would have to imagine, just because even when we saw the truck come back up, they made eye contact with Frank, and there were lots of thumbs up and waving of arms and stuff like that. So you
Not
got
like
to
he's
imagine.
number one.
You're number one. He is number one. He's the chair. He's doing great. But
pat on the head.
So we're looking again, probably about 10 minutes now till the start of this race. 3 more heats left, and then we'll see about a reroll. Certainly would like for Spirit A to be able to get one. Just a really, really unfortunate circumstance there.
It's too bad. We actually had some really fun exhibitions scheduled this year too, which it looks like we'll not get to do ever.
Yeah.
But they were trying to get like a BAA exhibition heat. There was going to be, I think, another CIT role with a bunch of old folks there too.
Well, I think it was going to be BAA versus sweepstakes.
There you go. So,
I think BAA had sweepstakes shaking in their boots, but that I'm biased, so.
well, we have a much larger pool of people to pull from too. You
Yeah.
know?
Take you and your only 5 people
Right.
and construct a
That's
team.
right. So, unfortunately, that's probably not going to happen.
No.
But thank God no one's asking me to push something because that's a horrendous idea. I've done it way more than I like. And, I mean, the fact is, like, I had to push a Sigma New buggy one year, and as revolting and exhilarating as that was, I can pass on that.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sad that I don't get to push again.
I wish we could get the Mark Estes Hill 5 GIF up on the screen because I still think he bounced completely off the ground.
It was full rebound.
Oh,
Like Tigger, my top is made of rubber. My bottom is spring. I'm bouncy, 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 fun, 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 fun. Sing it with me, Andy. The only thing about Tiggers is I'm the only one. I'm the only one. Hello.
I am not ashamed to say I don't know that song.
Yeah. Do we? You don't know that? The wonderful thing about Tiggers is Tiggers are wonderful. Anyways,
I had a great childhood, didn't you? Well, I don't know
I
what's
had
wrong with Andy.
an enriching childhood as well.
I'm from New Jersey. We didn't do that.
I'm from New Jersey. We did that.
I'm from New Mexico. That's just a fun fact about me. Waiting to see. One thing I am interested in for SDCB. Oh wow, the dogs.
Oh.
That is a collection.
That's a Burmese. And what's that little one?
Food.
And the white one, what, a Samoyed or something? Oh, yeah.
That little one's just a snack for later for the big one.
One thing I'm interested in about SDCB in this heat, because, right, their stuff isn't going to count. What they did on the women's side is they had them take a 15-second delay before taking off. I wonder, are they doing that again?
I suspect they will be. 'Cause
Yeah.
You don't want to get in the way.
It was interesting. The 15 seconds really wasn't even enough on that one, if I recall.
It was more than 15. It was like 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Then they caught it.
And they still caught him, yeah. Reminiscent of way back, Beta did that. They had their chairman, the dudes, push the buggies in a women's heat, and they just stood at the start line for a good 25 seconds before they rolled. And I think they were operating under the premise that if the drivers got a warm-up lap, they would be better in the men's race. And so that was their attempt at doing that. And I think it was highly frowned upon by the rest of us, and it never happened again. But I had a little flashback there.
Real quick up on the screen there, BAA want to give a very special thank you to Casey Palco. In student activities, does so much behind the scenes.
Casey's
to make Buggy
amazing.
happen.
Her level of effort is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
This wouldn't happen without her.
No, and I can only imagine what she's had to go through these past few years, dealing with helping keep this sport alive when students are in very limited capacity able to meet and greet and have roles, and the fact she's gone to bat with all that. So really, really appreciate everything she's done. As well, too, big shout out to Frank and the whole sweepstakes team. Again, a monumental task this year, getting Buggy back on track. So big thank you to them on behalf of the Buggy Alumni
And really,
Association.
for Frank, what a great job. To not have a race day that he's seen in 3 years, and he's dealing with weather delays, and he's dealing with compressed timelines. Guy's killing it. He's a really chill dude, too. He's not getting stressed out. Me, I'd be, losing my mind. You'd be pulling me off of, the roof of the old gym there, and he's like, yeah, we're going to do this. We have a 10-minute delay. And
That whole team, him, Sydney, been doing great. Also, another thing up there on the screen, really touching moment earlier today. The first timing heat was a memorial of Joanne Tsai, who was a driver for Apex, passed away from leukemia in 2020. Doing a number of things to memorialize her. We mentioned that first heat. But addition, they're doing a bone marrow drive. If you'd like to help contribute to that, you can text CMU
to 61474. That's text CMU to 61474. Or you could go to join.bethematch.org/CMU to register. That's join.bethematch.org/CMU. You can be the match.
Be the match.
So I just heard a 5-minute warning, so we're getting close.
Yeah, getting to 5 minutes, 5 minutes till this heat. Trying to get all these men's races in here. Again, this is going to be CIAC SDCB.
The alumni spotting down here. I see Shobana Balasubramanian, who
We're
drove
coming
for
on
Sigma
a
Nu
radar
back in the
look
day.
real quick.
Oh, they got it. Oh,
100%
I believe
chance of
that is
flop.
a cumulonimbus Estes stratus cloud.
That's a good look.
Like, that's a bounce. I mean, look, he bounces.
Wow.
No, but if they finished it, I bounced and then rolled over, did a little personal Jesus, and then got up and ran to the finish line. In style.
Isn't that on the Signu t-shirts this
Oh,
year?
that
I
is
think it is.
so fabulous. I could watch that forever.
Yeah.
Look,
You're welcome.
Look, Lynn, I can't take her on. I can't stop watching.
I can watch you forever. Anyways, that's a song by Benny Benassi called Cinema. Oh, wow.
Do we not entertain?
It's fabulous.
We entertain ourselves, I can tell you that much. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm having a good time.
Sandals were a poor choice for pushing.
And yeah, so we're getting back into things here, right? Pika B sitting on top, 218.46. You can see not a lot of separation there between first and sixth place, only about 4 seconds, but a lot of A teams yet to come. Obviously, we do not see Spirit A up on there. I meant to be unbiased maybe, but I really hope they get a reroll.
Me too.
To be able to see that. Up here, SDCB, again, their time will not count. Unfortunately, their driver tested positive for COVID. They did not have anyone else qualified in that buggy just due to the fact there barely been any rolls this year. But they're still going to be out there, get a time, be able to have that race day gratification. And then coming up, it's a whole deluge of A team, CIAA, Pika A, SDC A, and the remaining 3 heats after this.
This is it coming up.
Right. You can clearly see the impact of lack of rolls and the cold weather today. These times, if you look, each of those top 3 buggies has been 10 seconds quicker than this or more. Right, and it's really just it's a matter of being able to practice, getting comfortable with the speed, and then of course today's weather just way too cold to have a quick buggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would expect this leaderboard to look vastly different after the next 5 heats.
Yep.
All right, so we are about to get back under races. Got a little hype video going to throw up on there, and then we are going to be getting
2 minutes
into this heat. The countdown, the push-up, the free roll, the shoot, the hay bales, the back hill, the finish line, the rush, the ride, the thrill, midnight rolls, 2 minutes to beat, 100 years of dedicated alumni mentors, volunteers, sweepstakes champions, mechanics and designers, pushers, drivers, endlessly improving, winning together. One sport like no other, one tradition like no other. Buggy, on a roll since 1920.
It's funny, I've been thinking about like doing something like that's almost a Top Gun intro. It's like, you know, back in 1920, they started doing this thing, and the university calls it sweepstakes, but everyone in it calls it Buggy.
All right, we got 30 seconds. In lane 2, we're going to have CIAC there in Roadrunner. The driver is Grace Conrad. Hill 1, Joshua Kai. Hill 2, Kelby Kramer. Hill 3, Elliot Frankel. Hill 4, Donner Call. And Hill 5, Sam Rosenstrauch. And in Hill 1, lane 1, SDCB. Not positive what they're pushing.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set,
And we are back underway. You see SDCB going to take a pause before starting there because this won't count, so to make sure there's just not too much chaos there, them going side by side.
Again. CIA with their new buggy with a cool dihedral push bar. It's for a couple of different reasons. They think that it's a better ergonomic fit for your hands as you push.
About a 20-second hill one there.
There might also be another reason for that is that the force that you can express on a buggy, especially in a hill 2 shove off like that, you would want to make sure that there is
downward.
Yeah, it's downward. But I'm sure they have their reasons. I'm sure they presented it at Design Comp. And hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit more information about that.
And if you look at that buggy, I really like the craft they put into those wheel fairings. They're very tight to the wheels. I don't know how they keep them on there, but they're just mounted right to the axle, basically, is what it looks like. They're not connected to the fairing that's across the axle. It's actually a really well-crafted machine.
Yeah. Right up there with Emperor.
Right, okay, so the buggy's finally coming down.
Into the
push bar effectively blocking the 5G signals. Yeah, through a nice clean shoot turn, that buggy looked fine. This is a heat with wheel fairings versus no wheel fairings, but usually the only guys with wheel fairings has been SDC for years, but somebody took them up.
8 parking spots.
Nice. That guy's motoring.
I mean, CIA really looked at, if you look at the historical Spirit buggies, they've had wheel fairings, and SDC for a long time did have wheel fairings, and they got rid of them.
It could be just a concern about loss of mass, much like what we saw with Fringe earlier.
And that's a challenge. The aerodynamics will tell you that the fairing is better, but it is a risk.
That SDC buggy looked pretty nice coming through 2 different wheel colors. Who knows if that's the same compound or not.
What flavor are those?
Strawberry and lemon chiffon.
We got Hill 5 CIAC. He is psyched to be back up and pushing. He is really giving it his all here, crossing over the 220
Great
mark.
CT time.
Yeah. Hold up the leaderboard here, 228.55. They'll put him in 8th place or so.
C-Team Day 2 right now.
Yeah.
I don't expect it to stay, because 318's going to go, but that's pretty awesome.
Nice showing by them there. Really just too bad for SDCB because you know they would definitely be a Day 2 tie, you know, had that not happened to their driver. So, you know, hope everything's all right with her. Nothing too severe, but, you know, good to see at least the team's able to get around the course and push, but a definite bummer.
And I don't know what their track time is. I know that when they do seedings in the following year, that the previous time counts how they get seeded. So perhaps they can get just a raw time on that, and that helps them next year. Unfortunately, they can't roll this year, but next year they can say, hey, our B team rolled a 220, so that would put us in the 6th spot, and that helps us pick it where we go for the seeding.
It's also great for pusher morale as well, because at the end of the day, yeah, it might not qualify, but you still got to push on race day, and that keeps people coming back.
Yeah, it looked like about a 2:15 if you take off the time they stood there playing statues.
Yeah, I didn't see when they started.
Yeah, it was about 45-ish, so
okay.
It's
a good time, right?
Yeah, that would put them in first place right now, were they to have had that time, which I guess makes sense, you know, given where they were slotted. But
and Lena, you're right. Havoc is a very dark green.
Yeah, and that was a very good shoot turn by both buggies. Sorry, I didn't really comment on the SDC because I was watching CIA roll up the hill and I kind of got distracted, but very nice shoot turns from both buggies on that one. Yeah, definitely no 5G signal. That's good tech there.
So the dark coloration of some of the SDC buggies definitely makes it difficult to tell which ones they are, especially if you're a safety chairman early in the morning. So say you're in a situation where you have to do drops for Bane, Malice, and Havoc, all of which are very dark buggies. And unlike Pika, which there's very big differences between each of those buggies. It helps you tell the difference between them. There have been times where I've gotten annoyed. It's Havoc, can't you tell? And I'm like, no, it's dark.
It's early, yeah.
The sun isn't up.
No, I don't live in the garage with you. No.
I think in '87 I rolled the same buggy for 2 different women's teams, and only 2 people on campus noticed.
Who were they?
The Hill 1 pusher for one of the women's teams, and the Theta Xi buggy chairman.
So CIAC just put up the highest ranked C team time, put him in 8th place of any C team yet.
Yeah, and that's a pretty, look at that. That's a tight battle right there.
Yeah.
And that is impressive considering they have their A team coming out in less than 3 minutes.
Right, exactly.
So it means that not only did they prep and get that buggy ready enough, they are also ready to turn around and do it all again.
All right. So we got 3 more heats. CIAA, PICA A, SDCA. Teams you gotta think are gonna be jockeying for the top of the leaderboard. CIAA, Spirit C coming up right here. And you know, it's gonna be interesting. PICA on the women's side didn't necessarily have the finish you would thought they would have, sitting outside of the top 3. We'll see what they're able to do here. And CIA on the women's side sitting in 2nd place, you're going to see, you know, can they replicate that on both ends? Let's go ahead and look at the rosters. In lane 2, we're going to have Spirit C with Zook, the driver, Gloria Moon, Hill 1, Max Adar, Hill 2, Carlos Ayala, Belito, Hill 3, Quinton Thomas, Hill 4, Jacob Abrams, and Hill 5, Jason Easterling. And in lane 1, CIAA in Emperor. Janet Lee is the driver. Hill 1, Xavier Wincoop. Hill 2, Gerard Magliolino. Hill 3, Emeka Okonkwo. Hill 4, Andrew Spoto. And Hill 5, Brian Hu.
Yeah, this is where it's going to get really interesting. So CI is going to be the first one to kind of lay down the gauntlet. Based upon their C team, I'm going to guess they put in like a 210. Now, the weather's not great for that, but I think they've still shown that with the depth and their ability to work their buggies right, I think they can do a 210.
I think they can manage it.
Yeah, and their A-team pushers, they've really done a good job with their recruiting there. You know, they're bringing out some real high-quality athletes consistently. Can't see full. I see the Hill 2 guy. Looks stacked.
I don't know.
They were flying on truck weekend relative to everybody else. The SDC had a fast buggy, CIA had a fast buggy, and everybody else was on a milk carton.
This Spirit driver was the one that had a slight slide, did a great recovery in the shoot turn. So, unfortunately, that's their C team, but I think she's actually a quite capable driver.
I mean, they're floating that buggy, so who knows?
I think they care.
Love that paint job. It's beautiful.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
But you stacked.
1, ready, set.
And here we go. Let's see. CIAA.
Wow, busted out quick.
Coming out fast.
Yep.
It's a nice looking Hill 1. Spirit C, few buggy lengths behind. About a 17. 1-2 transition. Wow. They're Hill 2.
Yeah,
he is blasted.
That was a proper Hill too.
Yeah, I think that was about a 27 to 28 second crosswalk time.
Well done.
Best we've seen yet.
Certainly best of the day. We've seen a 25 in the past, but that was on a 202-ish roll.
And this is the girl that loves to hug that curve, man. She's tight to that corner.
They're looking real good in that free roll. About a 54-second stop sign time. Also best of the day.
Top flag taken. Staying out away from the mess over on the curb. Down. Shoot flag. Smooth turn in. A little late, but yep, nice turn.
Was that
Solid.
segmented or smooth?
Smooth.
Yeah, okay. From the video, it's hard to tell.
It might have had one little adjustment. Certainly much smoother than what Spears doing right now. That was many adjustments.
Mm-hmm.
She made it through.
She made it through, and you know, she looked good in the second half of that.
Nice.
Pretty good pickup.
Yeah. But you know, the ideal turn, you're making one smooth motion, losing the least amount of speed. And every time you make a correction, it costs you.
Man, the CIA push team looks strong.
He's flying.
There's a really nice looking push team here. They're looking to put up a pretty competitive time here.
It was a nice 3-hill 3 pickup. I think they're running with their pockets out is the fast way to go.
Appears to be at least his personal strategy. So here's that 4-5 transition, 1:55.
Yeah, we're looking about 2:15, 2:14.
I agree with Mark. Get behind it. Why are you put it in front of you?
Doing that kind of side technique we've seen other places. It's weird.
Don't love that.
And yeah, crossing over 210 now. Hand on the push bar. That's a 2:14.14.
Nice.
Nice time right there by CIAA. Let's see, Spirit C coming up on the back here. It's going to be enough to move CIAA into first place, but we'll see how that stacks up against Pika and SDC still to come.
There are several A teams coming at us at the next few heats, so who knows? And they're all teams that have history.
And Spirit C coming across right there at 2:38.97.
Have we heard if Spirit A is getting a reroll or not? Do we know?
I do not have that information.
There are rumblings about it, but I cannot confirm at the moment.
All right, just inquiring, curious.
We know nothing.
And it's about 4 minutes, or sorry, not 4 minutes, 4 seconds faster only than Pika B team. So that's pretty impressive. I think on the Pike side that their B team's that close.
It's interesting to see this year how weird it is going to be because I agree that's closer than it should be for an A team. You look at Pika B ahead of SIGAP A and Fringe A already. It's just a weird thing, right? So like Pika B right now, the worst they're going to be is 4th.
Well, did Fringe A have a DQ? Did they have loss of mass, or who had loss of mass?
Fringe A had a loss of mass.
So Fringe A is going to drop off that leaderboard too.
Should, yep.
Yeah, this was an excellent 1-2 combo here. Probably the best we've seen all day.
Yeah, I think CI like really strong across the board.
Their pushers have only been getting better and better every year. So.
Well, success breeds success, and when you've won or come close and you go, hey, come push for us, it's probably a lot more appealing than going, yeah, we came in 12th.
Right, but how hard is it like when they're not having race days to still bring people in? But they got it. I mean, this pickup was great. Look at that Hill 3 pickup. Like that timing was fabulous.
Their push team looked great.
And like I said, I can't stress enough the importance of showing up to rolls as a pusher, because that's when you really get that transition practice. And the transition is vital, because one toe in the wrong spot, you've DQ'd your entire team. And you also get that form in place as well. So, fast fact, the logo for Fringe Buggy, the Bumpzoid, is actually one of those ideal Hill 3 push positions. There used to be many more Bumpzoids, but we just kind of settled on one.
And this is a very interesting heat coming up here with Pika A. Pike A, the last real race day, I will say, not to rub it in, Bordick, but heartbreaking for Pika, 0.18 seconds.
It's funny because it's not a rub-in. It's really almost like, hey, you can be there. You can win. The fact that they were 0.18 losers is like, you can be there.
Right.
And it wasn't super clean, and we saw that. Like, we know they could do better. So what it shows is you can beat SDC, that they're not unbeatable. And it was heartbreaking, yes. Like, did we feel that? Yes. But what it says is we're still competitive, we can be there, and they are beatable. So it'll be interesting to see how they do. This year's been a very odd year. They're rolling in the same buggy from that year. So it's a matter of can they put it together.
But I think what's so, to me, interesting from a narrative perspective is it's like you had that energy coming into 2020 when everyone was so hungry. And talking about this on the race day preview we did on Wednesday, how do you get these new guys who didn't feel the sting of that to have that motivation and that fire? Because, again, SDC's still the favorite, but the door is open for Pike here, especially as wacky of a year it's been with the times we've seen. Who knows?
So in talking to the chairman for Pika, what he said was they've been watching the film from that year, and it's only been fueling the fire.
Yeah, you got to imagine that. And I think they were on the podcast recently, and Charles Aguilar was the chairman that year for Pika. He talked about how each and every person who touched that buggy that year said, I could have done this differently. And that really does show a difference in commentary. Instead of saying, how could you have done this so poorly? Instead of saying that, you said, this is where you can improve. As alumni, that's an important method of commentary because it shows you and your team how supportive you want to be, and it also shows how you can provide advice in the right place.
Very Bill Belichickian or Gino Auriemma from UConn Women's, like, I'm good, I can be better.
You could be better.
1 minute to go, so we're going to first look at Fringe B. They're going to be rolling out in Bezos. The driver is Ahida Mandal. Hill 1, Ashai Avahandi. Hill 2, James Wong. Hill 3, James Kim. Hill 4, Andrew Osborne. And Hill 5, Justin Zhang. And then in lane 1, we're going to have Pika A, the driver, Katie Zapanta in Banshee. Hill 1, Jason Folker. Hill 2, Philip Welliner. Hill 3, Daniel Pillardi. Hill 4, Matt Welliner. And Hill 5, Gideon Deasy. Is that a brother team out there?
Brothers
There's some
or
re-rolls,
cousins?
though, coming up.
By the way, real quick correction. The Buggy name is Burnout, not Bezos.
Oh, okay. I just...
Yeah, it's fine.
Cool. So here we are, Pika looking for redemption from 2019.
He shot out the start.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, from the gun, yeah. Tall, skinny white guy. I had one of those ones.
Let's see
Taking
here.
large strides. Let's see if he can get the transition.
Good timing.
Good.
17
right
seconds
about
right
17.
there.
Right there is near the fastest that we've seen. Fringe B makes the transition.
Hill
But here
2
we go.
is actually their head mechanic, James.
I think that's about a 28 to the crosswalk.
That's a fair push. I'm super critical.
Their motor looking good.
Much like we just discussed. Critical alumni, but supportive.
I want them to win, but I will tell them everything that they've done wrong. This buggy's been solid. You know, the guys who made it were really intentional in how they built this thing, and it's a solid buggy.
About a 54 stop sign. That's real close to what we saw right there from CIA.
Yep, they're gonna have to make it up in the back hills, and their turn doesn't tend to go up the hill very high.
See how wide they swing it over by the former potato chip. Coming through. A couple adjustments, but through solidly. Pretty tight line.
Turn.
And again, extra distance.
They're keeping a wider line.
Hill 3 pickup there.
He's got boost.
Chugging along. So 3 to 4. Switch off. Fringe just making the pickup there.
Nice transition
Minute
there.
38. This is going to be very close to CIA's time.
It's really critical to get a really good forward that can do the uphill and into the flats and keep that speed up.
This is Matt Welliner. Transition 4 to 5.
Yeah, this
Should
is going to
be
be
a
quicker.
212.
Yeah, 211, 212. The secret is add 20 seconds.
Or if you have a record-setting hill 5, it's 19.
Possibly 18.
Here we go. Buggy getting a little bit away from him. Got his
Pretty
hand
good
on that
job,
push bar. Coming in across at a 213.6.
Just nipping CAA.
Yeah, that's not amazing. Like I said, like
About a half second faster than
CIA's
CIA waiting on the full official time. but-
STC is going to roll 208 and take it off.
Yeah, that was not an exceptional fight.
Yeah, let's see, they give it a 213.59 is what the final one showing at. Fringe B comes across 234.16.
Won't make day 2.
So they will not make day 2 with that Fringe B time. And Pika A about 0.5 seconds ahead of CIA. So the door is definitely wide open for SDC to take that number 1 spot.
And the sun's back out.
Yeah. I can actually see the sun.
Total anarchy. Right?
We will have some re-rolls also just to let folks know. What do we got here? It looks like SAA is going to be re-rolling for some reason. I can't remember what happened in theirs. And then Spirit A and Apex B, I believe. Definitely Spirit A.
That's from Arsham, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So glad to see those coming through. So this heat is the final official men's heat, but then there are going to be a couple re-rolls after that. And it is interesting, too, even just the road conditions.
Right.
So much nicer.
It's beautiful right now. So it's funny, like, as I think disappointing as that time is with a 2:13, you still have the lead, right? It still puts the pressure on anybody. They still have to execute. I mean, a spin in the chute and you're done. You know, like any misfire and you're still done. So it does put the pressure on SDC to have to execute. So
especially being the last heat of the day.
Right.
And I'm sure they're happy the sun just came out.
Yeah. It was funny. So we used to actually, when Pika had the chance to be the first selector of a heat, I would always pick the second to last heat. It gave you that 8-10 minutes to look at what happened, ask for a re-roll, gives you a little bit of flexibility. The last heat of the day, I've seen it where they roll and they open the roads and you don't have a chance to make your, hey, I think we deserve a re-roll because X, Y, and Z happened. So it's funny that the pressure is on the last heat. Now with the re-rolls, that helps you, gives you a buffer.
So
But,
it looks
pretty impressive to see 2 Pika buggies in the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, the big deal there is, you know, like if you said a 2:15 for the SDCB, that would have put them in third place, right? So it would have been an SDC buggy there in the top 3. But again, it's like, as horrible as the randomness of a COVID diagnosis is, all these things contribute to where you're going to end up on the day. And there was like someone who calculated a formula, like, don't forget the mu sub luck in your formula for how you do for buggy, because luck plays a chance in this.
Oh yeah, there was about a few years ago. There was just a bag, just a random plastic bag that got caught in the wheel of one like fringe buggy, and so that can cause a world of difference if the course is clean or not. And so having luck on your side does help in this. Luck favors the prepared, but luck does help.
Right. But even a re-roll in that case, they've already run once, you've treated the wheels once. Like, what do you do? How do you get as good in the re-roll?
And it looks like we got this final heat here again before those last couple re-rolls. It's going to be a couple A teams, Apex A, SDCA. Obviously, a bit of a speed difference between the two of them. So we will have Apex A. They are going to be rolling Firefly. The driver is Amanda Vallon. Hill 1 is Shurzoi Jan. Hill 2, Omkar Kulkarni. Hill 3, Jeremy Brennan. Hill 4, James Frucht. And Hill 5, Justin Wang. And then we have SDCA, the 10-time rating, 11 times, a lot time, enough time that it makes Bordick hiss at me. But SDCA looking for yet another crown. They are rolling in Inferno. The driver is Suzanne Nye. Hill 1, Clayton Edwards. Hill 2, Kelton Grimes. Hill 3, Neville Carceres. Hill 4, John Hume. And Hill 5, John Yarapoli. 1 minute until we get this final heat here. A couple re-rolls after that, but SDC, it's their race to lose. They just got to execute.
Heard a great story about Inferno where they were building it and they were thinking about the name. And they're like, hey, because SDC has leaned towards the Vices and they were going to name it Vengeance. And then someone said, you realize that 1990, Pika won with a buggy named Vengeance. And the next day, Inferno rolled out.
Yeah, they finally stopped just building new buggies, painting them black, and calling them Malice every year. So it's a good sign. Because I think the 7th or 8th Malice was pretty quick.
So let's see, we got the buggies out there, both floating still.
It's a beautiful day in Pittsburgh right now.
Yeah.
Here we go, the final men's heat. SDCA, can they win again? Of course, this is just qualifying going into day 2, but you want that top spot.
And Apex A nice showing, honestly, from them. Still very fast by SDC, about a 16 and a half.
King of Hill 1 right there.
Fastest Hill 1 we've seen.
Great transition. He did a little micro bump into the transition. Very veteran move.
Yeah, about a 26 to the crosswalk.
That was smooth as heck.
That was a really nice push in Hill 2. It was deep, but he got a lot of force on it.
That takes not only speed, but strength and the knowledge of like when to let go.
Right.
And they're stretching out this lead.
Yep.
Oh, man, look at that go.
Looking like another great SDC run here. Hitting that stop sign, 52 seconds.
Not even close, 2 seconds faster than everybody else.
About 56 for Apex A, which is nice showing from them.
Yeah. So definitely up and coming Apex A. But this Buggy, nice turn in. Very smooth, very few adjustments, and cleanly through with the
Smooth.
wheel fairings. And then here comes Apex. Came very wide, but through. I couldn't see for the crowd because I'm not up in the tower. But
The flow on Hill 3 is real.
That was a nice pickup, too. Got it pretty deep.
Look at
Only
that
3
hair.
shoves there.
he's got to
Good
be a head and
recovery on
shoulders
that
guy.
Right.
Serious hair.
Troy Polamalu wants his haircut back.
And Hill 4, they are just cranking and cruising here.
Looking clean.
SDCA looking really good.
Oh, God, there's the 208.
Yeah, 4 to 5 looks like a sub 210 is definitely in the cards for them. Hill 5, just little bumps right there. That Buggy's got so much speed on it.
Yeah,
Doesn't need much.
Right.
Yeah. Still in control. He's close. He's got his hands. He's tapping it. Hand on the push bar. 208.75 for SDC.
I hate being right.
And Apex A. Let's take a look at this. It's a pretty nice time right here. 218.64.
Yeah, nice job, Apex A.
And let's see, we'll wait for the official time to come in. Now again, all these times we saw today are qualifying for the second day. Question is, with weather, not sure if those are going to happen. So if they do not, these are your final results. So that's very important when we get here. The final number comes in SDCA at 208.74.
It almost doesn't matter. Like, how is Pica going to close a 5-second gap?
And Apex A, a 218.64. That puts Apex A in 5th place.
Awesome.
Just 0.2 seconds behind Pica B.
But ahead of Sigep A and Fringe A.
Right.
Like, that's actually a quite impressive A performance for them to move up against those other A teams. So
I would say
Apex,
they're here now. They have
Right?
arrived, so to speak.
It's interesting. They're building new buggies. They're showing us that, hey, they can be there in the top 5. The Pica B thing is interesting. I don't know where that fits in there, but it's like STCA, Pica A, CIA, Apex. Where in the past it was Fringe, it was SIGEP. Apex is now in there.
I guess we still need to hear from Spirit A.
Yeah, so we will have a couple rerolls, so please do stay off the course. I believe we have 2 is what I've been told, but I've been wrong before. SAEA is going to go first, and then after that it will be Apex B and Spirit A. And the way things are looking at the top of that leaderboard, who knows what we might see out of Spirit. They looked really good in that Hill 1 too. They could make some noise, probably not in number 1, but somewhere in that 2 through 5 range.
And the roads are getting warmer by the second.
Mm-hmm.
The sun is beating down. I might even take my jacket off. Don't get too excited, Andy. I still have a shirt on.
Again, though, we're seeing some highlights from there. Just another excellent roll by SDC.
Really?
They're just good at everything.
They have a very good system. That's all I'll say about it. They're able to make sure that they have all of the timing correct. They discuss it with their pushers. They are like clockwork when it comes to checking in with their pushers, making sure they know what they're doing. They do not cut corners on things, and a lot of that is due to data collection. They have a very, very good system in place for checking in what works, what doesn't, and they don't leave anything behind. At least back in my year, they used to have a huge tent at the top of Hill 2, right next to where they would push out from, and their little fleet would come out of it. And by the time they were gone, the only thing they'd leave is sometimes a piece of tape on a tree, and that was it.
So we got that leaderboard up here. Again, we are going to try and get a day 2 in tomorrow. Gonna be tricky. We will see how it goes with weather. So if we are not able to have a day 2, these will be your final standings. So SDCA well ahead, 208.74. And then tight second and third, Pika A just edging out CIAA. Pika B in 4th, Apex A in 5th. Then the bottom half, SIGUP A, Fringe A, CIA B, Spirit B, Signu A. That being said, still a couple re-rolls yet to come. Imagining Spirit might be able to make some noise. They will not be in this re-roll. I believe it is SAEA here. Probably not going to shake up the leaderboard all too much. The first time out, they did roll a 228.18. Not positive exactly what they got the re-roll for. But I know sweepstakes are kind and just, and there's a good reason for it.
Yeah, and I think Fringe A is coming off that list if the loss of mass holds. Right?
Yeah.
Kind and just. That's funny.
So let's see here. We got
Let 'em roll.
Eileen.
Come on, Eileen. Hug. Somebody had to say it.
Just like a 2 or 3 minute like. All right, so we got Eileen out here.
Come on, Eileen.
I've been trying
Wow,
really hard
that's-
not to
That's terrible.
make one of those this year. So thank you.
I was going to say, which way?
It's been 3 years. I'd say one Eileen joke every
No, I
3
think it's
years.
good. I think it's good. I was just yeah.
Lynn, just own it. Don't like apologize. Just own it. Yeah, I'm making that joke every time.
Good
At least
time.
it's just a buggy named Eileen and not a real woman.
Or a dude.
I think-
1 minute.
I think Mark Essie's new nickname is Eileen.
Which way?
Left. Always left.
True fact.
So this buggy's interesting. I actually like the construction, but they form the windshield somewhat horribly, and it's got a nice little air dam scoop right in front of the polycarbonate windshield, so like it just catches air.
I mean,
It's
before
keeping things fresh.
keep in mind, before this, they were running Lucy, which has been around forever.
I am super glad they're here.
Yes.
Could be worse.
Don't let my criticism mean I'm down. I'm super happy that SAE is back in.
Yeah.
The buggy actually is pretty good.
It's a solid buggy. It'll last them years.
It's clean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, there have been plenty of uglier buggies, that's for sure.
Big toes.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, Maverick.
All right, and here we go. First of 2 re-rolls to finish off today. SAEA coming up, pushing Eileen. Moving pretty good, honestly. It's about 18 and a half seconds, so that's
Yeah, pretty
pretty
good.
much in line with the
where they were
bottom
bef-
half of the top 10.
Well, that's where they were before. So they ran with Pika C. Remember, they were like neck and neck.
Yeah.
Right? And that guy ran an 18-second hill one last time too.
It's at 30-ish to the crosswalk, which is respectable.
It's not bad. How are the wheels, Mark? Any knowledge about what they're doing there?
I've none, oddly enough. They look like white Hanes, but hard to tell from here.
Are they like zero error rims or?
Certainly they're none of mine.
Mark Estes, wheel broker.
And they will. They will cost you.
About a 59-second stop sign.
So that's where Pika was ahead of them. So they've actually picked up about a half a second to a second from what they rolled earlier.
We'll see, are they possibly able to edge
Looking
into
very,
that
very
top 10?
solid. Let's take a look. Right at the grate. Boom, hit the grate. But through anyway.
They hit the grate.
Yep.
It looked from the angle of the footage. It looks like a little bit of hesitation, but thank you for noticing that.
Yeah, was that a smooth turn, Mark? It looked to me to be segmented.
It was a little segmented, and unfortunately the second segment took him right into the grate.
Yeah, not so great.
Which is turning a little too tight. And it's hard to know.
The Hill 3 pickup there, I will say, was pretty good. The guy knew where it was going.
Yeah. So the grate was part of the plan.
So for them to make day 2 right now, Signu A is at 220, 222. So they got to beat a 222, and they're really close.
This is going to be exciting, right, as we get to the 4 to 5 there. 2:22 the time to beat. The first time out they had about a 2:28. So in any case, I think they're going to shave some seconds off of that.
Definitely
which is
picked
nice
up
to
on
see.
that. Yep.
That's going to be tight. A Greek taking out a Greek.
2:21. It looks like now Sisu is safe. Hand on that push bar. 2:26.23. So got a couple seconds off.
Nice. Good
Not
effort.
going to make them to day 2, but nice to see them get to go around, have a good time there. And now the final re-roll coming up. I believe it's Apex B and
Spirit.
Spirit A.
Spirit
And,
A has a chance to redeem themselves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, really, I don't even know if redemption's quite the right word because, you know, that spin really seemed like it was more Mother Nature's fault than anything the driver did. Like, it was good driving.
Yeah.
For sure. Let me clarify. They have a chance to make an impact in the top 3.
Yeah. The door is wide open. You know, 212, I guess, is really what you kind of want to shoot for. 211, jump up ahead of Pica there.
Well, I think they want to shoot for a 208.74.
Well, fair.
But can they get there? You know.
So, Andy, did Spirit win mini race day last fall? I think they did. It's hard to tell.
I don't know, last fall.
Yeah, like
I remember.
homecoming, they do a little mini
Yeah,
race day.
yeah.
I think Spirit took it, which is a good sign.
So if you look at the times, Spirit does really well in the roll, believe it or not. They have very good speed times. So their top of their overall roll is okay. They get top speed. Their turns are fair, and they don't get great roll-ups. So what happens is they have to overcome some of that roll-up with pushers. So if they can put together the 1-2 over the top, get into the roll quickly, they will get a top speed. What I mean, like, so from like the first flag to the second flag, they have the chance to be the fastest buggy on the course. As they go through the shoot turn, they shed some speed and they don't roll up as well as like an STC or a CIA. So what happens is you have to then overcompensate that for the hill 3 and hill 4. So Spirit's in a very odd position with a fast buggy that doesn't carry through. It's kind of like what Pike used to do for a long time. And their ability to overcome that will make them a champ. So
Yeah, I think it's a weight to distribution issue that you mentioned earlier when these buggies were originally designed with a larger wheel.
Right.
And so you change that out, and it, just a little bit, you move the driver relative to the wheelbase, and it makes it a handful in the chute. They finally recovered from their tendency to spin very often, but because they're fighting the turn, they are shedding a lot of speed down here when you turn.
Right. So they could be the fastest buggy on the course. Can they turn that into a 208?
Yeah, we'll see.
That's the thing. You have all of these things that you know you could do wrong, but for the next year, you're already thinking, what can I do right?
Right.
How can I improve this?
How am I going to fix that?
Yeah. It's very easy to let a bad race day affect the entire morale of your team, and I think that's a mistake. I think it's a very easy thing to do, to be negative about it, but I think it's a much harder position to take, to say that was a great learning experience. Let's break down everything that we did and go faster next year.
And it looks like, so this heat right here with them is going to be Apex B, Spirit A. So I guess also giving Apex B the reroll because, they were navigating around the spin
So
and all of that.
it's a rerun of what had been Heat 9, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and certainly the Apex buggy made some odd sounds down here as if they had hit the brakes, looking at the Spirit buggy in front of them. So I suspect the reroll is well merited for both buggies in this case.
From my insider knowledge, I heard that there was definitely a brake issue. So what it sounds like is that they got that tuned back up, and they're ready to race again.
And in lane 2, we're going to have Apex B in Nova. The driver, Leah Rested. Hill 1, Alexei Jock. Hill 2, Harry Wren. Hill 3, Rohan Patel. Hill 4, Chris Seiler. And Hill 5, Mark Dunand. And in lane 1, Spirit A in Kingpin. The driver is Chloe Lenker. Hill 1, Seth Setsi. Hill 2, Alex Shepard. Hill 3, Arship Mbembo. Hill 4, Jock Moy. And Hill 4, Om Patel.
the Apex Buggy built this year by a legacy. The lead builder is the daughter of Pete Harley, who was on Sweepstakes 1993. So super cool to see that going on.
So my well-calibrated alumni friend, who has been touching the road for me, licking it occasionally, tells me that it is at peak warmth at this moment.
Well, let's see if that can help out Spirit. Again, right now, as things stand, depending on what happens tomorrow, SDC, then Pica, then CIA.
How many years in a row would that be for SDC?
Too many.
12? 11? Does last year count? What is time?
No, last year does not count. Sorry.
Someone was trying to say it did.
I know.
I give him an asterisk.
That's someone.
It
Was
certainly-
Jeremy
it's-
Tuttle.
It certainly doesn't break their streak. You can't blame them for last year.
Spirit's there. Spirit has a chance to win this. They can execute here. They can win this.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
And here we go. They are off a reroll after that nasty weather the first time
Look
out.
at him go.
Wow.
Man,
Things
he
are
takes
looking
off.
beautiful.
Like shot out of a cannon.
No speed lost by the Spirit A pusher. In fact, if anything, he looks a little
Gigantic,
faster.
too. Holy cow, it's a 16-second as well. That's a nice hill one.
They didn't get everything going into Hill
it's a
2
bad
last time.
Hill 2 shove.
Yeah, he got away from him, but still quick.
Yeah, but without that shove, I'm telling you, you're going to lose a second at the stop sign time.
Yeah. V initial is part of that equation we learned back in physics, man.
Dang nabbit. Man, that was a fast hill one.
Here we are, looking good in the free roll, but again, a little bit behind SDC's pace. Hitting that stop sign at 56 seconds.
Yeah, SDC was at 52.
The all-important L2 shove.
So hard. And that's just practice.
It's practice. Also, it's
Spirit
nerves. It's
coming
race
down,
day.
taking
It's
the flag.
also the second time this event.
Oh, she's wandering a little bit, but she's through. Nice tight turn. She had a
Little
few
waggle.
corrections, a little waggle. Apex, another couple waggles, but they're also through, not making nearly the racket they made last time. So.
Less braking.
Well, let's see, these back hills of Spirit didn't get a chance to push earlier.
Fresh legs.
Looking nice here. That's a real
Fresh angry
powerful Hill
legs.
3.
Let's go.
Let's see.
They can't get there.
It's going to be interesting how that top of that leaderboard looks after this. They're looking to be pretty close in line with CIA. Pike, maybe slightly behind. It just depends here on this Hill 5. Big push in the transition. Taking it at just about 2 minutes.
They're going to take up fourth.
Somewhere in that range. Somewhere third, fourth.
Like those shorts, though. Look at that guy, man.
And
I
at
can't pull
2:10 right now.
You allowed to
Fly
push
in
in
there.
In your MeUndies?
My pasty white skin with those shorts, I think terrible.
Trying to close in here. Coming up at that finish line. Oh, a 2:18.41.
Yeah, just ahead of Pike and B, puts him into fourth.
So after Apex B crosses the line, we actually have some good news, folks.
So let's see. 2:30 right here. 2:33. Hand on the push bar coming across. And let's see if we get the official time. It looks like they'll probably be slotted up into fourth there for Spirit A.
That's crazy. I think Spirit A could shave off 2 seconds in a heartbeat with that time. In an easy.
This is one of those occasions where they're going to review the tapes and say, okay, next year, here's what we got to do.
Or, well, maybe tomorrow. I mean, the weather,
Is it looking clearer?
I just don't know. I hope springs eternal in the human heart, as Shakespeare or someone
So
said.
poetic, man.
So I was told via our lovely team here, because of good weather and God willing, we may be able to run some of our exhibition heats. Big
Ooh.
word being might be. 2 words.
Yeah, so please do stay clear on the course. Again, so as a recap, because this is the first race day in a while, essentially what happens is today, right, is qualifiers. So we do have these standings, SDC on top in both. It looks dicey, but possible. We'll have racing tomorrow. if we do not, the standings as they are right now
They stay.
Will stay, and those will be the final times for everyone. So it's going to be dramatic. It's going to be crazy. That's all going to get underway at sometime between 7:30 and 8. Let's go ahead and look at this scoreboard right here. So again, SDCA.
Like a repeat every year.
5 seconds ahead of everyone else. Pica just barely edging out CIAA. Spirit A pulling up into fourth. Barely ahead of Pica B with that re-roll there. And then the bottom half, Apex A, SIGUP A, Fringe A, CIA B, Spirit B, rounding out the top 10.
If we roll tomorrow, there's a huge battle for fourth.
Right? It's like that's what I was going to say,
Or
Mark.
third.
The thing that's most remarkable up there, Pica B being there in the 18s, but like second, third, fourth is a huge battle. Like
Right.
really, second place is open, which is a horrible conversation to have. That there's a whole bunch of groups that could get there. I could see CIA, I could see Spirit making, or Pica in second place.
Yeah.
So
and then it may or may not be that Sigma Nu might be 10th and Fringe A might be off that list, but it's a tight cluster. Look at from 221 in 10th down to 218,
Right.
38 in
Yeah.
fourth.
From fourth to
It's
10th?
anybody's day if they roll tomorrow.
That's right.
Fourth place is
That's
on,
right.
on the table for any of those teams.
Yep.
I think Sigma Nu's a couple seconds off that, but
So right now the weather's about 30 to 40% chance of rain in the morning. Now it's rain or snow. We'll see what happens. That's 60% chance of not rain. So, we're going to be here. We're going to try to make it happen. I don't know what the palatability is for sweepstakes to push it again. Like it's right now 12:51. We're almost at the edge of permit time. So how long will they wait? Will they run 20 heats tomorrow? I don't know what they're thinking. So Saturday tends to be more exciting, more involvement, more people can come to a Saturday. If they want to improve or increase the engagement into Buggy, it's a great day to roll.
well, you got to have the race if you can have it.
For sure.
That's what everyone's here for. They got the permits, right? Let's entertain.
Cool. And so it looks like we are going to have a exhibition, maybe two, depending on stuff with the permits. I would just say in general, though, hopefully we get racing tomorrow, but I've been very impressed by what we saw today. I was not expecting it to be this clean.
Yeah, only one spin in the chute, and that's due to weather. Everybody else has been on top of their game. And that's after 2 race days off. So really, really spectacular job by everybody involved. I don't think any of the current students have anything not to be proud of. Like, the fact that this race day has run as smoothly as it has is a credit and testament to the knowledge of our current students, the commitment by sweepstakes, and how well they've been running it despite all of the setbacks they've had this year.
Right, and no record-breaking times, but still not
Race day's a
bad
race day.
times.
It's funny because every day is just on the day.
Right.
You have to be best that day. Leonard was kind of explaining how you change what you do every day. And so SDC is the best of the day, and that's what it is. How do you figure out the weather, the moisture, what is going to be best of the day? Yeah. So they have permits till 2:30.
Oh.
They're going to run about 4 exhibition heats.
Gotcha. I got a dad joke for you.
Oh, man.
What's a
Great.
dentist's favorite time?
2:30.
2:30.
There you go. I'm a dad.
I'm leaving.
So, just looking at that leaderboard, the things that stand out, Apex, that's a great result. Apex A, right? They I think from being an all-star man, I think they can take great pride in going, yeah, we showed up this
Right.
year. We did good. It's nice to see SAE and Sigma Nu kind of back in the game, having some more Greeks being involved, and then the DG with the men's team, they get some wheels on that buggy. They could be dangerous. And there was a time before SIGUP emerged as a contender when they looked like a push team looking for a buggy.
Right.
I saw a push team looking for a buggy today, and if they get that sort of horsepower, stallion power, really, to use Andy's phrase, they will they'll be something to contend with, and that's great. This is what buggy's all about, right?
Yeah, there's some really, I'd say in general, just encouraging stuff all around, on this race day. My heart is warmed. Your Sig Nu guys bumped out of the top 10, but, that's probably one of the best races they've had in a long time.
Yeah, they might actually be a top 10 if the loss of mass is.
Oh,
applied.
right. You are right. The loss of mass. Yeah, Fringe A.
Can you say I'm right one more time?
Yeah, you are right.
I don't hear that very
You
often.
are right, Mark Estes.
You deserve the tower.
My
do.
heart is full
I
from
do.
Apex.
I mean, I gave my body for Buggy back in 19.
No, you didn't.
No, actually.
I'm pretty sure that's when you
Give your
face
body to
planted.
beer
That's
and
when you
alcohol.
gave your body.
You can still see like parts of my skin up there on Hill 5.
But watching McHugh stretch out on Hill 2 is nauseating.
Yeah, I don't want to see it. I'm closing.
It's horrible.
So let me see if I can get the exhibitions we got. I think it's Spirit Mechanics and Apex 10.
I'm going to jump on here for a second. So
Adam
there are
McHugh?
going to be 4 exhibition heats, it looks like, at the
Sweet.
moment. First is going to be SIG B versus SIG X. Second will be Spirit Mechanics versus Apex 10. 5 minutes till exhibition, so exhibitions are starting at 1. The third exhibition heat is going to be the CIA 50th anniversary heat. And then the last one, Linna's going to have to leave the booth, if not before that. But it's going to be sweepstakes versus the BAA. So get ready for that fun time.
Why did I agree to this?
What are you pushing?
I think Spirit and Apex. No.
The first two swapped.
Oh, they
spots.
swapped.
So
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
it's SIG B versus SIG X is going to be the first exhibition heat coming up in 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Then Spirit Mechanics versus Apex 10.
Where's Bordick? Is he changing into another costume?
No, he's dancing. I don't know.
He's about to come back on.
Miss you, Brad.
To the
But I do have
people
moves,
pushing
man.
in my heat, I'd like to apologize in advance because I am not wearing sneakers.
Oh, sandals are a poor choice. Let me let you know that.
Yeah, these are
sandals,
Doc Martens.
Those are sick.
At least, well, they're
I
probably.
had an entire outfit today thinking, there's no way I'm running my exhibition heat today.
You're winning fashion 100%. You're better
Losing.
than anybody
Slowest hill
out
3
there.
of the day, easily.
Now, for ugliness, Ben Matsky running a hill. Ugliness. Oh, dude.
Visually unsavory, I think is the term.
Oh, visually unsavory.
Oh, you just described Adam in front of us right now. Visually unsavory. Dude, if your legs were any whiter, they would be
invisible,
emitting light.
I guess we don't have the camera on Adam McHugh, but
Thank God.
unfortunately, yeah, good.
We
for
want
you
them to
guys.
continue working and function.
What do we?
So we didn't give him any props, but he was trying to dry the course on a scooter earlier.
3 minutes, and there's already an Apex Buggy out there, and who's that?
Don't know.
Is that Spirit?
I think it's Spirit Mechanics and Apex.
Oh, sweet.
Believe. I know Brian was saying something different, but the way it looks lined up, I think. I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
So I ran a mechanics exhibition heat when I was chairman, and every photo of that heat, everybody on the side is laughing.
SIG
I have
X.
no idea why they're laughing.
What is SIG X? Okay. SIG X is SIG Ep and Apex and Adam McHugh.
Spirit Mechanics Apex 10. SIG Ep B and against SIG X. CIA 50. The sweepstakes BAA will be the ultimate vomitorium.
Linna suddenly has a deeper voice.
This is Spirit Mechanics. Yeah. Okay. Spirit. Okay. So this is Spirit Mechanics and SIG Ep X.
Because they're extreme?
Yeah. Extraordinary. Extrapolated.
Extracranial.
Extraneous.
Those are all words.
Maybe they're just ex-SIGEP.
Oh.
They're kicked out. All the blackballed SIGEP members can now push the buggy.
So it should be about a minute or so until this is getting underway. Good to see we get the exhibitions in because those are always fun. I know a lot of people get excited to come back and pushing them. And so often, due to weather and whatever else, they're not possible. But it turned into a kind of nice day.
Well, it's clouding up again down here.
I'm just going to say again, hello to Tom Wood. I guarantee he's watching and timing everything. Hi, Tom. We miss you. Come back soon.
And I guess actually a good chance while we have a little downtime. Unfortunately, Tom Wood not here, but Brian Arsham is going to very capably step into his shoes doing the history of Buggy this year. When's that happening, Brian?
2 o'clock,
That is at 2 p.m. in McConomy. And then it's also live streamed, especially for people who aren't here in person, but registered for Carnival online. It is a both in-person and virtual event.
Spirit Mechanics in lane 1. SIGEP X, which is SIGEP and Apex.
X is going to give it to you.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
We need the starter to mess it up a little bit next time. This is a little too predictable.
Count up instead of down, 1 through 10.
No, just have some.
Oh, look at Sig X, man, ripping it.
Yeah, they're coming out real speedy. No, what's that?
Dude,
that's
not right.
17 and a half hill
That's an
one.
18-second hill 1.
Yeah.
You did the wrong thing, bro. You should have been on a real team.
I wonder, I don't have the rosters in front of me for these, and I don't know if we have them, but I'm wondering if maybe some of this is just people who would have normally been on teams, but they couldn't qualify because they didn't get enough roles.
That was a
31. I mean, even recent alums or something who didn't get to push in the past couple years.
Exactly.
31-second crossbar.
Yeah, because that's looking like a nice time, honestly.
It was funny. In 1990, we had an alumni team from Pica. They rolled a 208.5. Like, what?
That's funny.
Alumni.
1 minute at the stop sign, so very nice for an exhibition. 106 for Spirit Mechanics, so both
awesome,
looking really, really nice times.
It's funny, like this buggy's been slow all day, and they heated up for the Sig X.
It's coming down. Nice turn in. Very smooth, like literally one continuous arc. That was a very nice shoot turn. And Spirit's coming through. Love that paint job. Love the gold.
Solaris running pretty well there.
Solid lines for both ways.
What
I
was
don't know what that was. Well, squirrel? I don't know.
I missed the Beyonce.
That is
our gasp was.
It's a great pickup.
That is Seraph.
Dude, she killed that pickup.
And that is, I mean, that's their 18 buggy. At least women's A. Seraph in the back. So.
Yeah, women's A.
Yeah, men's was Kingpin. Yeah.
Is she pushing with a backpack on?
Is that dude pushing in jeans?
No, that's actually the Spirit sweatshirt design this year, which is an unbelievable design. I forget. I think one of their brothers or one of their members was a design major or something. Came up with a really a great sweatshirt design, which personally I kind of hope wins a t-shirt contest. Though I guess some could argue that it's a sweatshirt, not a t-shirt, so maybe it shouldn't be eligible.
I think the t-shirt with me on it should win, but
it identifies today
biased.
as a t-shirt.
Hey, did they have design, and do we know who won?
They did. We'll find out later tonight, or Saturday night.
We do know the 6 finalists. There was a change in the design comp rules this year. You're no longer required to make it to day 2 to be eligible.
That abomination. Oh, look at that good time of 2:38.
2:38.
There you go.
It's a great exhibition time.
But the 6 design comp finalists were 2 each from CIA, Apex, and Fringe. It was, I'm trying to do this off memory. CIA, I believe it was Kingfisher and Roadrunner. For Apex, it was Nova and Solaris, I want to say. And then for Fringe, it was Burnout and Baltic. So those are the 6 finalists. We'll find out which of the top 3 won.
So if the buggy loses a fairing in the race day, can it still win design?
It is ineligible for design if it has a design-related DQ. I don't know if losing a wheel fairing counts as that, but it very well might.
I'd go back to being a stickler in this game, but come on, man. Your design is flawed. It can't make it through the race without being disqualified. Hello.
Wow. Okay. See, so also just props to CIA. It's their 50th year. It looks like they might have 50 pushers out for this exhibition.
I thought everyone was going to be over 50.
Oh, no. No, but like I think all these people out there are pushing. Guillermo has his camera. He'll be photographing himself pushing.
Dude, like just don't, over your head. No, not the shoulder's going to fall off, man. That's like a $1,000 camera. Fix it.
I just looked up. I was trying to see if we had rosters somewhere. Yeah, so the next heat is Apex 10 and SIGEP B, and then CIA 50 and the Spirit Drivers.
CIA's been around forever.
So CIA, feel free to hang out and get a photo, but you're not this heat. You're the next heat. So just kind of a heads up on that one.
Sit on the concrete barricade, plant your butt on the hay bale.
Yeah, you got to. There's a different anniversary coming up first, and that's the 10th anniversary of Apex. And I believe BAA President Connor Hayes, who may still be a student, was there with, co-founded Apex and is going to be pushing for Apex 10.
Is he also pushing for BAA?
He is also pushing for the BAA.
Wow. He change shirts mid push.
Double dipping.
We'll have to see.
Double.
I'll be honest. The BAA heat. I don't know that the BAA personnel knew that it was coming today. Sweepstakes has been rigging the Sweepstakes versus BAA heat to benefit Sweepstakes.
Lena will be pushing in Doc Martens and very, very fashionable pants.
So at least her pants get to be on the screen. Just we were up in the booth and you can't really see our leg wear.
Those pants are sick. I wish one day I could actually pull those pants off.
They're my choice for the t-shirt contest.
There you go.
Oh, okay. We do have a correction, and apologies to the BAA people. Sweeps versus BAA is off. I don't think we have enough time to get that heat in today, so that'll be tomorrow if we have it.
That's shenanigans.
So there are only two more exhibition heats
it's
today.
105, broski.
I'm
You told me only
calling
230.
shenanigans on
You
that.
lied to me.
There are only two more exhibition heats today. It is Apex 10 versus SIGEP B coming up now, and then CIA 50 versus the Spirit Drivers.
I know a Dodge when I smell it.
Yeah, I've been calling out Frank all week for trying to dodge the BAA because he knows we have the pushers. They may have the buggy, but we have the pushers. They're scheduled to push Katie Zapanta in Banshee.
You get crushed.
The BAA.
You get crushed.
The BAA is set to get the buggy that we're about to see, which is SIGEP's Hydra.
That's unfair.
Right.
Attention, Connor Hayes, your appearance is requested.
Oh, I'll take his spot in a heartbeat.
Connor, report to the bottom of the hill. Connor
one?
Hayes.
Is he doing Hill 1?
I guess.
I'll take
don't
his
know.
spot, man, in like 1 second.
I guess. Can we get a maybe he thinks he's pushing Hill 2 and he'll recreate the 2013 Rubiconer incident. That's another one. If we have a photo of that can go up there, you can watch Connor get destroyed by SAE's Rubicon on Hill 2.
That was brutal.
I get so many bad videos of me pushing. I pushed against Sigma Nu. I pushed Sigma Nu. I pushed a Pike Buggy and ripped my leg open when pushing on Hill 2. It's all bad.
I've never pushed a buggy. Next year, I really need to be in some sort of exhibition team.
Is Connor? I'm looking at I'm looking on the camera. I don't see Connor down there.
I'm ready.
McHugh, are you pushing Hill 2? Okay, but is there? No, all right.
You have Hill 1?
They'll just have to start early.
Dude, I'm in.
There's a Hill 1 down there. I see somebody. There's a guy standing behind the buggy.
All right.
Okay.
I trust nothing.
30 seconds.
I don't see the
Got
second
30
buggy.
seconds. So again, this is the 10th anniversary of Apex. I think there are two buggies out there. It's just the exhibition race 2 is covering it. But SIGEP B, Hydra. There's we're getting a couple of heats in for buggies that didn't or teams that didn't necessarily get to race earlier.
Give Andy his shot because there's a guy without a shirt and he needs his calmative.
Yeah, but is he ripped or no?
I don't know.
Well, we're about to find out.
He's a standard jabroni. Come on.
And this is once again SIGEP B in lane 2 pushing Hydra. Apex, the 10th anniversary team, pushing what appears to be Solaris.
Oh, good race. Good race.
And it is close. Which is a little worrisome because
watch him turn here.
Solaris is probably a better roller than
But Q,
Hydra,
you're
I would
too
guess.
deep. Get up there. Oh, for crying out loud.
Depends on what wheels they have on Hydra. But see.
Oh, look at him catch up to the girl. Typical McHugh beating up a girl. Come on.
Ooh, this is going to be funky in the free roll because they are kind of neck and neck right now.
I see you. Now they don't see each other, which is terrible.
Kamikaze dive. Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's some brutal driving. I
Hey,
like it.
nice.
I like it. Very
Don't
aggressive.
touch those brakes. Don't you dare do it.
This is an exhibition. I'm all in favor of touching the brakes in this one.
No! These are bumper cars at this point.
Robin's racing.
Right? Oh, look, she tapped the brakes. Come on.
I approve. This is not time. This doesn't count for anything.
They're wrapped in a carbon fiber umbrella of comfort.
Oh.
Whoa.
So this is, I mean, you can see, I believe this is a new driver in Hydra. And I think, you know, she's got control of the buggy, but this is showing maybe a little bit of the
grate.
Hey
She hit the grate pretty hard, but she's through. And second buggy's through as well.
Oh, that buggy's going to catch up. Check it out.
Thank God they have mouth guards, because that was a tooth rattling moment.
We might have some exciting back hills here.
Oh, I like the pants. Come on, get some fire in there. Get going.
Is that push bar taller than the pushing person?
Which one? On the left or the right?
Might be both. Adam McHugh is here defending himself.
Let's see. 3 to 4. This is the most exciting race of the day.
When McHugh was done pushing hill 2, he actually tackled the girl on the other line and pushed her into the pond.
And answers the question, has McHugh stopped beating women? And the answer is no.
Oh, here's the pass.
Here we go.
Comes.
Here we go. And is that Sydney? I think that's Sydney Baker, the assistant. No, sorry, that's a guy. My bad.
This is really going off the rails right now.
I saw.
Shirtless man.
This is going to take over. Oh, look at
He's
this
angry.
5. Oh my!
He's gonna get it.
Oh, it's a foot
Your
race.
shirt will not detain me.
This is gonna be a photo.
I will completely.
Who's gonna get there?
Oh.
It's Hydra. It's Savaris. It's Hydra.
Oh.
Hydra's pulling ahead. Can Savaris pick back up? Here they come.
Wow. How many lead
Hydra
changes were there?
wins
A 254, my word. Wow,
what
that
a
was
great race.
electric.
That was beautiful.
That was a little
The
bit
only
of
thing
everything.
what made it better was a little bit of bumping.
Yeah.
So we've got one more exhibition after this. This is going to be the CIA 50th anniversary exhibition.
I'm sorry. The only thing that made it better was Mark Essie's bouncing off Hill 5.
Yeah. Good time.
Which part?
We got a replay coming here from this last exhibition, which again the tightest race of the day.
Oh, this is beautiful. She's like, I'm gonna get right over there. Oh, it's a great
Shut the door.
No, that girl behind, she's like, I'm gonna she was nervous right there. She tapped the brakes. So obvious. Oh man.
Yeah. Trying to say, I mean that's pretty good driving by the Apex driver there, because again, she obviously knew when she was going over the hill that Hydra was in front of her, so she knew to be on the lookout. I mean, but when you get cut off like that, I mean you're not that far behind. Like just being able to react.
I literally had a driver because we had enclosed wheel, and she's like, I'm gonna bump that girl out of the way, and she did. I'm like, Rachel. What do you, literally, boom.
What are you doing?
It was hilarious.
Different generations.
It's funny, the mindset. And every driver is different. And that was the same driver whose constant mantra. Now, she's from Rochester, so she had the accent. She's like, I want to go faster all the time. I want to go faster. Rachel, go as fast as you can. I heat the wheels up, the whole thing. I want to go faster. Literally bumped a beta buggy out of the way. She's like, she was in my way.
So apparently we have coming up on the screen a message from Connor. That's all I've been told.
This can't be good.
That's it.
It is Rubiconnor. Connor on the left there. That is Rubicon.
Oh, and he's down.
Oh.
He's down.
Down goes Connor.
Wow. I forgot about that.
Sadly for Connor, that got his team DQ'd.
Which is wrong.
They're asking to play it again. Can we run it back?
Can we run
he
that
was
back?
in his lane. SAEB was the one that hit him.
Wow.
That's funny.
Oh, you're right. Maybe he wasn't DQ'd. I don't remember.
He should not have been. He gets 3 feet either side of his body.
But
no, he was in his own lane.
Oh, this
Mark,
is.
he was in his own lane.
Whoa. Oof. Glad to see he's made a recovery.
You
So
think
this is
so?
going to be.
I think he's still demented.
Maybe that's what set him down this path.
The head injury.
All right, this is going to be the final heat of the day. We appreciate everybody hanging out. CIA 50 celebration, 50 pushers.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, I guess this is technically the 51st anniversary. CIA was founded in 1971. They were founded, I believe, in Moorwood Gardens in 6E, and so their first buggy named 6E.
What christened this whole process?
That is a good question that I don't know the answer to.
I don't
although
think
I'm
I want to know.
I'm sure maybe a couple of these people out here who might be the entire CIA organization over the last 50 years. Are you
Lou
missing
Conley
any
around?
members?
Hello, Lou Conley. I need your help.
We've got, I don't know how, I was trying to see if we had a roster. I don't know if there's enough people here to
I think it exceeds the number of rows in Excel,
it does.
118,000, whatever.
I think there's
I
13
don't
on
know
Hill 1 and 2.
if we can get a camera on Hill 1 and 2 so you can see the lineup of CIA pushers. I don't know how all of these people are going to get a push in. The good news is you don't have to be in shape because you're not going to have to run anywhere. It's literally going to be a conveyor belt of pushers. Going up against the Spirit drivers.
It's just consistent shoving. Shove,
exactly.
shove.
This will be a fun one. Oh, and they get to push Roadrunner, the new buggy, with the quite stylish.
We're not lane 2.
Well, they have to be. They're all lined up over there. They could do lane 3.
They could do lane 3.
But
just come off the little partition there.
Exactly.
So
who's
in the other lane?
The other lane is the Spirit drivers. So this year, Spirit was only able to race three teams and 3 buggies because they could only qualify 3, but they have 6 drivers. So I believe this is the entire Spirit driver squad.
Mark, where's
one of
your
them
interview?
in the buggy and the other 5 pushing.
Where's your driver interview up Hill 1?
I do have the drivers' names. I don't know if they're in order for the heat.
Seriously, I think nobody will run for CIA. They will just push and move it's like passing along. It's like a bucket brigade of CIA.
Of a buggy.
Pass the bucket.
I feel bad I missed my opportunity to have another in-depth interview with a pusher.
I agree. You blew it big time.
I think her words were, "Get away from me."
I think she's go away.
The driver for the Spirit exhibition here is, I believe, Avi Wong or Abby Wong. I'm not sure which. We've got.
Yeah, the handoffs are getting tight right here for CIA.
They're on the.
Come on, give a 2-hand shove in there. Make like you care.
We're on the hill 1.57, the 1.62, the 1.68, the 1.74, but they're staying ahead of the Spirit drivers. So
that girl in the red T-shirt didn't get to touch the buggy. The shove completely.
Yeah, is that a disqualification?
Here comes Ben Matsky, followed by Frank Lee, the current sweepstakes chair, who gets a shove in. Oh, pushed it maybe a little too hard. Oh, we got one final shove coming up. Nice positioning there. Perfect for the final shove. Oh, the Spirit drivers team unfortunately misses the shove, but it does give a little more room here. I don't know how many pushers we have on the back hills for CIA. Are there?
I believe the term is a bajillion.
Yeah, it's like a centipede.
I wonder if any of the front hill pushers are doing double duty. They're Iron Manning it by pushing both hills 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, but only by giving a shove.
It appears now.
They have a
Because they're
special
not moving with
CIA
urgency.
50 push bar going there. You see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yep, they got the yellow CIA 50 on there.
Marketing is in full effect.
Do you think that negates the 5D quenching effect of the handlebar?
No. I'm still glitching out right now.
And then Roadrunner's been driving.
It's got
rolling
work
several
sound
times today. I believe the correct sound effects are meet.
Both
always
buggies
thought
through. Both buggies through nicely. That was
Push it. Barely.
The first pusher clearly
Barely.
wanted to make sure he got the
Barely.
shove, but he got dusted by the buggy. But then he went into the next pusher's
Talk about
room.
dusted. This Spirit pusher got.
They just keep multiplying. They're
Look
everywhere.
at this line.
My word.
Oh,
So in
that's
there-
like 3 misses in a row. That was too big of a shove. Guy number 37 who pushed.
I said it once, I say it again. At what point does this become an orgy?
I think it's becoming one right now.
When they get the lava lamp and the Wesson oil out.
How many people can touch the push bar at the same time?
Well, they did extend the handlebar, I think, this year. It's a little longer, so maybe you can get more on there.
That's pacing.
I think Rachel missed it.
Oh,
Chasing it
Totally
very well.
chasing. This will be a disaster.
Oh.
So you're going to wave it as it goes by you. The poor driver is trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Like, I'm all over. There's a person I'm going to hit, and I'm going to keep running.
Wait, that guy just held on to the buggy for a solid 5 seconds there. What kind of spacing is this on your push team,
He's a
CIA?
glutton. Come on.
Look at this. Look at how long she was running with that buggy.
Look at this bald guy. He wanted to touch it.
That bald guy,
dusted.
That's Conrad Zapanta.
Oh, that's Katie's dad?
That's Katie's dad.
That's awesome.
Oh, and it's
Wait, 2 hands
double
on
over
a
the
push bar
finish line.
means you cut your time in half.
Happy
2
50th.
hands means cut your hand
Happy 50th,
in half.
CIA.
Meanwhile, all the CIA pushers, there is a buggy still behind you on Hill 5, so just be careful as you're walking up Hill 5. We do have the Spirit buggy coming up.
Our Spirit driver should mow them down.
So let me call out the Spirit drivers for this year. I don't know who is pushing where. We don't have that roster. But the drivers this year were Chloe Lenker, Cynthia Zhu, Gloria Moon, Melina Castillo, Lara Whitwick, and I believe I said that's Avi Wong driving in that one. So I don't know what the order was, but those were the 5 drivers who put up a 336.34, which is better than AE Pi did in multiple years.
So we are going to have Frank actually going to address everybody before the end of the day. So we will have that coming up in a little bit.
Oh, I am catching a good look at the Spirit shirt. That's awesome design.
It's great.
Oh, yeah?
It's designer.
Oh, and I didn't call out that the Spirit buggy was Inviscid, which this was its first roll today.
I was going to say, I haven't seen it today, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's one with the slightly smaller wheels.
Yes, and the only one they don't repaint. Someday, if there's a Spirit person who knows the story of why Inviscid doesn't get repainted when the others do, I'm very curious about that.
So it looks like they are just putting up on the screen. It says rolls start at 8:20 tomorrow. So that's exciting. I figure Frank is going to be able to give us a little more color on that.
And, and certainly stay tuned to CMUBuggy.org throughout the day today and even in the morning tomorrow, because any updates will be posted there.
But exciting stuff. It's been, we're waiting for Frank. It's been a really nice race day. You know, very surprised how just kind of clean and, you know, no bad shoot turns. The one slide was really just due to rain, nothing the driver did. That's it's pretty great.
And it's been a great day of racing. And again, I'm going to thank Will for putting in his time and his effort to do this all the time.
Yeah.
For sitting here for 4 to 5 hours and making this broadcast great. He is an amazing contributor to Carnegie Mellon, and if you ever see Will, please buy him a beer, buy him a meal. He's been a great advocate for this event, and I just can't thank him enough.
Well, thank you.
And I want to give a quick shout out. I know Andy's mentioned it before, but Tom Wood, who I believe this is the first carnival since 1971 that 69 that he's missed. I hope he's watching at home.
I know he
hold
is.
on. We've got if we can get the camera here. Yeah, you may have even been talking to him while he's.
He did not.
Okay.
He did not reach out to me, but I'm sure 100% that he's watching, listening, and he's been. I'm guessing he's timing at his house.
He very well might
which
be.
is exactly the Tom Wood thing to do. So.
But we wish him well and look forward to seeing him back here next year.
Yep, for sure. Missed you, Tom.
Then also, I think Frank is on his way up here, but a quick shout out to sweepstakes as a whole. I mean, I know I personally was very, very stressed out, and I have no role in this, that today wasn't going to happen, and tomorrow wasn't going to happen, and Sunday wasn't going to happen, and they pulled together an incredible year so far. And it's not done yet. So here's Frank to talk.
Hi. I'm really glad, everything kind of just worked out in the last hour or two. We've got basically everything that we planned from prelims, got our re-rolls in, and then you also saw some great exhibitions as well. So thanking everyone that stayed till the very end to watch every exhibition, who love Buggy as much and have given so much support to help us make this race day a possibility.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Frank. Thank you to Sweepstakes. Got to give a lot of thank yous out here. Thank you to the BAA. So many people working hard to do this. Thank you to CMU TV, everybody in the truck. Thank you to WRCT 88.3. They've done a lot of stuff. All of the co-broadcasters with me. We had Dia, Brian, Sophie, Andy, Lina, Mark. I'm Will Weiner. We're going to see you tomorrow, 8 a.m., bright and early, rain or snow or shine. Race day finals coming up. So thank you, and enjoy your afternoon here at Carnival.